Yeah, and I tend to agree with him. Like if he can do that, like I would say that there's better argument to suggest that the imagery is false. But it is interesting to think about. Like you know, nevertheless. Yeah, but like we saw in the Red Bull, Baumgartner's space alleged space jump from space, right? In that footage, right? You've got the 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 claim ball Earth in the background, like with this really exaggerated curvature, and like the whole scenery on like below him is like New Mexico or something. Like so, people like appeal to that. Oh, Felix Baumgartner, Red Bull, they saw the curve, right? It's like, so you're telling me like that Mexico like takes up that much of the Earth's surface? It's like, wow, I didn't know New Mexico was such a big state. It's like Planet New Mexico, right? That's what they joke about. Yeah, and that could be, and we know he was just using the wide, they were just using the wide angle lens, right? It does that, the GoPro and all that, like that's what it does to your images. And that could be the case of what's going on, what you posted there, Wizard.
You see that? There's only 37 astronauts as a 2026.
Yeah. Have you seen Neil deGrasse Tyson making fun of the idea that that people who claim to have been in low Earth orbit, right? So that'd be like aboard the ISS, right? Plus whatever
Yeah,
other
and other stuff. Yeah.
previous, all the other previous ones before the ISS. So that he makes fun of it. That he says that's a joke. That's not space. Like people say, that they've been aboard the ISS, they've been in low Earth orbit. I've been to space, and he laughs at that. Right? As far as he's concerned, that's a poor standard for considering yourself to have been to space. That's nothing. That's nothing. That's nowhere really outside of the Earth at all. Like,
Oh yeah.
you know, I guess he doesn't agree with the whole Kármán line thing, right? Like that you go beyond the Kármán line, you're in space, right? He's like, no, you're not. That's
Magic.
dumb. Right? Yeah, that's just stupid. You know, going to outer space is like, going to space is like getting right out there. Like that'd be a trip to the moon kind of shit, right? Going to Mars, right? That's what he's like trying to get at. Like, you
We
know,
never went to Mars, and like to add on to my thing, this is what I found the other day. So someone's saying, "Oh, how do you know this is actually a mission from Mars?" I actually ended up finding where it's from. Like they have a whole news report on it somewhere, and I ended up finding which exactly one this was. And so there you go. Here's the original, like the mission here. They sent a rover on Mars or whatever. That's what they claim. And then I have the video that makes them look dumb. So here you go. There's a video right here I'm sending. So at that right there at the top, a device on NASA's rover has finished a world's first experiment generating oxygen on Mars or whatever. Yeah, happened Friday 8th September 2023. There you go. And then there you go. Somebody found a little fly on the little rover or whatever. Someone's like, "Oh, that's a fake." No, that's a real. You can see this is the exact same rover. So I mean, and there's
yeah, but
what's funny
but
is
is it?
yeah, is it what?
I mean, like somebody, even if it like looks like it and it's like actually from like an official NASA website or whatever, like somebody could have took that image and manipulated it to make that appear to be there. Like, can they prove that that's exactly how you can still find it right now? Like, go to right here,
I
click on that, go, and you'll see
what
and
I'm
zoom in, and you
saying is
can see that.
if they did have it right, at some point they would have already like fixed it because they would have noticed that it damage control and all that stuff.
Yeah, but we've got
Would I say
maybe the Wayback Machine captured it too.
the Wayback Machine?
Yeah, Internet Archive.
Oh yeah, I should. If I could even. This is the crazy part. You cannot even find like the original video. Like I've looked everywhere, and you cannot find the original video. But this is the only video you can actually find of this rover.
Okay.
At least like original as to it's like where it shows it like this, where you could zoom in on it and all that stuff. I can't
Right. So
really find the actual video for this.
it's
It's very.
right. So it
They
there's the
probably deleted
possibility
it.
that it's
Yeah.
fake. But I mean, there's a possibility that this is just means. fabricated
Sure,
by
you could
some
say that, but I mean, in the
computer
same way,
expert.
I've actually given you the exact mission this is from. Uh, that's the Perseverance rover, and it looks just like it too. It's like an exact copy of it. So you can't like in that way you can't tell me it's not actually a rover because it's a real rover.
Yeah,
I'm sure if we look hard enough, we could probably find the original video.
I wouldn't doubt it. I mean,
But
I've seen other ones.
I
You
did
know,
what I did do was I did look, and you can like zoom in on some of the like the YouTube videos they have, and it does appear that there's a fly on the rover, bro. Let's see if I can grab one of
yeah, I've seen something similar
the
too with
videos.
aboard the ISS too. There was like
Perseverance.
something either on the inside or the outside of it crawling around or something like on one of the windows. I remember that.
So here you go. I'll send you this video. Should be. What do you think would be more applicable? Associate Press or Guardian News?
I don't know. They both sound like tabloids. I
Yeah,
don't trust.
yeah. Let's have like NASA next to it because I don't think they're gonna have anything officially by NASA like on there. Probably just like news networks or whatever. Oh, there we go. They got a whole list there that we can spit through. So here's NASA's thing on it. And but if you take like the one of the ones that they have by like the news networks, you can zoom in and it visibly appears that there is like a fly on on the rover, bro. You can't like I don't think you can unless you have a computer. I don't think you physically zoom in enough to where you could see the fly because I think that guy was using like software so he could zoom in. Uh, but it does appear like in at least in this video. Let me send the video. That if you zoom in enough, it appears that there is like a fly on it. Let's see if I can find exactly where it. It's funny because it cuts it out right at the end where it actually shows the rover and where you could. Oh, here we go. Yeah, at the very end of it, it almost tries to cut it out, but you can just barely stop it and zoom in on all this stuff. This one, let me see if I could grab. I'm gonna try to get a zoomed in image of this little fly or whatever. Yeah, like a lot of these videos, like damage control, bro. Uh, like they cut off the part where the fly would be. That's actually crazy. I just found a video the other day. Let me see if I can pull it up. Ah, bingo. Yep. Actually, I just here. I'll take a screenshot. I couldn't. zoom in that much, but what I could zoom in, it does like appear like there's a fly on it. See, you got like the little flies on there, bro. I took it from this video. You could probably zoom in way better on a computer, honestly. But yeah, that looks like a fly, bro. It's kind of ridiculous. But if you look at a lot of these videos by them, they 100% did like the damage control, and they literally cut off the part of the rover where this fly appears in the video. They literally cut the entire section off. Even so, as I've just zoomed in, you could still see what appears to be like flies on the rover.
That's a bit of a stress. I mean, that's pretty blurry. It's
Yeah,
just
yeah, it's kind of like
like
it's way harder to zoom in if you're on your phone or whatever. But if I was on a computer, I would bet like 100% confidence I could probably get like a pretty feasible picture of like a fly or something like that. They would be cooked if I was on a computer because I know how to use like those like softwares and stuff. Like I could I could check pretty easily. Like the video I sent where they're zooming in on the rover, right? Where's it at? It's right above that the little or below that symbol right there. So it's you notice like in the video that they only show the other side of the rover because all the images with the opposite side where it shows that end of the rover, they all like cut them out for like damage control. That's like the back end of the rover, but they only show the front end of the videos. I wonder if I could find like an original image by them and then just zoom in on the image and the file will still be there. NASA Earth or clearance.
did, did you end up looking at that website that I linked?
Yeah, let's check this out.
Did you? No, I'm just asking you. Yesterday, did you end up saving that link?
Uh, was it like which one was it?
Ma- Mars Anomaly Research page, Mars Anomaly Research website.com, whatever it is. JP
I'm not sure.
Skipper's old website. He's dead now, but his site's still up, and you can go back and look at like years worth of investigation that he performed, critically analyzing um,
Do you still have
ro-
that the
ro-
link to that?
he, yeah, yep,
Yeah,
rover
yeah. You
footage.
send that to me, and I'll go check it out. Maybe we could find something on this the fly thing.
You might find other ones, other things like other anomalies. There's like there's heaps
That's
there.
like yes, it's
I'll grab it.
ridiculous. Yeah, that's just one thing, right? And but yeah, like let's say you're on your computer and you went to one of the videos I sent you, and you can zoom in on the rover. It's like these little black specks on there, like a fly. Like there's not like all the rocks on the. Let me give an explanation. So all the rocks that are on Mars supposedly are red. So if we're seeing these little black speculates on the rover, that doesn't add up because there's not any black rocks. They're all red. It's the red, the red planet or whatever. Yeah, like if you went on Google, you're like, what color are rocks on Mars? It says gray, brown, gold, tan, and greenish hues beneath a coating of red dust. It's all red, bro. It's all red. None of it's black, bro. There's no
Right.
black rocks on Mars.
Right. You check that website out. It talking about rocks,
Let's
right?
check this out.
It was through him that I learned of this one thing. I don't know if it was perseverance or whatever,
Oh
curiosity, but
yeah, I I see what it's
so
talking about. Like a lot of the rocks too look like they're from Earth.
yeah, no, you'll see. Like, there's this one. There's this series the rovers took, right, over a course of like a few days or whatever. Stole, they call them, right, Martian days. So he's like lined them all up, right, and then looked because it 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 captured this one image of this one spot on a certain day, Martian day, right, and you see the alignment of rocks, right, and then it shows it from another day of the same spot, and one of the rocks has moved, and then it shows like another day of the same spot, and the rock is back again. Like it moved. Like what Martian rocks are rolling around like up there? What's going on? You know? Yeah, just little things like that he's like pointed out, but also like anomalies, things that look like other things, like looks like rubbish or a box or a skull or an animal of some sort, right? Like just all these different things, plus all the imagery from this satellite imagery of Mars, of the Martian surface from high altitude. He has pitched it all against um, imagery of the Earth's surface from like high altitude, and
Oh, he's
shown
got
that
stuff on the
there's
moon too,
there's
bro.
correlations there, right? So he says this is what a Martian so-called stand dune thing looks like from a satellite. Now look at the Earth, right? He says this was taken from a high altitude aircraft, right, of the Earth, and this is of a forest and a lake, right? And he puts the two together, and you're like looking at them, going, well, they look like each other, but they're supposed to be two different, separate
I,
environments, right?
I can tell you a good example of that is Cydonia in
Must be.
Amesbury. Just look into those. You can overlay one map of one over to the other. You got to scale a little bit different, but like a
Put this down.
wall, a wall matches up with some mounds. It's a pyramid in the area that matches up with the mound on Mars.
Ah,
Amesbury versus Cydonia.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, that's trippy, man. That was one of the first little anomalies of Mars that I ever ran across back 20 years ago. It's always tripped me out. That's real interesting.
He has some stuff on there. It's about like the moon too.
yeah, that is interesting because I'd never really heard of anybody talking about that like back in the day, like going back, you know, 20 years, right? Nobody was saying, "How do I know that's not somewhere on Earth?" Nobody was saying that. Everyone was just kind of like, maybe there was people saying it, but I didn't hear it. And it's like, no, everyone was just taking it for granted that this was actual footage or photographs taken of Mars, right? Everybody, basically. I didn't hear anybody challenging that it wasn't real or that it was just somewhere on Earth that they were saying was Mars. Everybody was like crying out, "They're really on Mars, and look what they found!" Right? They found a fly on the rover. Like, there must be flies on Mars, right? Nobody was
Oh
saying
yeah, it's
that's
funny.
fake. It's not on Mars. They were saying there must be a fly on Mars because they believed they're fucking bullshit,
It's
right?
hilarious. Yeah. Look at this one. Look
Yeah.
at this one I found on his website, bro. It talks about the 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 moon. It's like banding or whatever. This one's a really good one right here. There must be flies on Mars, guys. They're real Mars flies. Oh, yo, you know what I just looked up though? So you know how like they got the fly there, right? And it appears to be like the correct like resolution, right? So this is what it says that they would have to do to make that fly appear like the correct resolution there. It says that they would have to intentionally ruin the quality of the entire video at the end. And if they didn't do this, then it can't be fake. They would literally have to ruin the entire end of the video for it to appear as like the same exact resolution as like the background. It's called constructive downscaling.
You want to see one that makes me laugh?
Let's see it.
All right. Okay, so
Yeah, they got a lot of really good ones on that website. Oh, what the heck, bro?
all right, so in the chat, that first picture is from Artemis 2. That was right before they announced that they were, or right after they announced that they were 49 miles up, right? And the next three pictures are all live feed from the ISS, which is
Whoa,
supposedly
wait.
between
Look at the first
supposed.
one. Holy
Well,
crap, bro. It looks like they're
yeah,
underwater, bro.
well, yeah, that's from the Artemis 2 launch. They just let go of the little pieces of the side thing, but that's
That's
supposedly at
insane.
50 miles, right? That's 50 miles, and then all these next pictures are from the ISS at 255 miles. So they're 5 times farther away from the Earth. Does it look like it?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Let me just I gotta circle this. This is insane. No, if nobody has noticed this yet, this is insane, bro. This right here. Let me just okay, so that is air bubbles, bro. And there's no that's actually unrefutable right there. Those are 100% air bubbles. There's no air bubbles in space, bro.
Oh, you mean the ones on the nose
Yeah,
there?
that's like air bubbles, bro.
Oh, it looks like it.
Yeah, and look, there's like air bubbles coming off there, like the helmet too. You see that? Wow, you found a really good image, bro. A lot of people they find
It's
some like
just,
pretty okay. It
this.
looks like speculates or whatever. This is like this is good, bro.
Well,
You look at all those bubbles, bro.
this is just a screen grab from the launch video.
Yeah, look at that. You can see like the bubbles coming up too from the. Not only can you see those like the air bubbles, but you can also see right where their mask is or whatever, or like their helmet. You can see the little dot, little dots. Those are air bubbles as well. I should circle
What a
that too.
helmet!
Yeah,
I don't see a helmet there. That's the side of the ship.
is it?
Yeah, but it's still. Let me see what
Yeah,
you
you
see
can see
there.
like
Yeah, you
little
see like
air
air
bubbles
bubbles. You
coming
see
off of it
bubbles coming
too.
off. It looks like, yeah. But yeah, I'm
That's
just saying, like,
crazy, bro.
it's ridiculous to like that's 50 miles, and then the very next frame that's 255 miles.
Look at the,
No,
the the saturation on the one on the right, top right. The saturation on it. That's not real. I can say that with 100% confidence. Like I've taken Photoshop, and a bunch of like video editing softwares, and the easiest way to tell that something is, yeah, that's not clouds, bro. Clouds don't look like that. Good attempt up.
right after
Uh,
this screenshot too, all the clouds, the camera glitches, and all the clouds like shift and go
yeah, top
crazy
right,
right in
you
the middle
can
of the screen.
tell that's fake because nothing is that saturated in reality.
There's some
Like you
lens
can
flare
take
there.
any like video editing softwares or Photoshop. Yeah, that's nothing is that colorful. That's like something you only would see on a computer.
Yeah, the saturation's ridiculous. That's what they say though. Oh, yeah.
Digital representations of clouds. Those are bubbles, bro. So is this fake or is this a real photo? If this is digital representations,
Right.
they're saying it's a digital photo, bro. So these are claims, right? Now we need to back our claims up and not just make claims.
Also, why is all that stuff on the side of
Bubbles
on
in
that
space, yeah, bro.
on that third ISS picture? Why are all the logos and stuff blurred out?
On the third one, let me take a look at this. So well, I've actually taken
Is it like
classes
a
on like that stuff.
because they're showing it on YouTube, they can't show the people's names?
Where is it like blurred out? You
Go to the third ISS image, the fourth of the images I shared, and look at
yeah.
the black pot on the right. Look at the horizontal like thing, the horizontal like symbols and stuff. They're all blurred out. And then if you go to the
Oh, you're
center,
right.
this thing in the center too, the right hand side of it also has a
Oh,
bunch of symbols
easy.
there,
I have
and
a pretty
they're all
really
blurred
easy
out
explanation
too.
for that. So let's say that this is
Oh, well, that's
a
weird.
rendering, right? A digital rendering. Like let's say it is. The reason they would do that is to make it easier for them to render it. That's
That's
actually
just weird
something
to
we
have
use
that
in
blurred out.
like video editing software. Whenever you're like making a simulation of something, you blur it out and it makes rendering it easier. You make it like more let
Weird.
me see if I can pull up the exact technique there.
I don't know. That's just weird to me. But yeah, to me, the whole thing I'm focusing on is the distance there. Like that's supposed to be 4.5 to 5 times the height Artemis in that first shot, and then especially that first shot. And that's the first ISS shot, and that Artemis shot.
Okay,
They're like
so
they're right there. They're right the same height.
let's-
It's definitely not 5 times farther away in the ISS.
so this is called LOD and asset optimization. So how it works is to simplify the rendering of the simulated or like the image, you basically you make certain parts of it blurred out, like that would be really high detailed. You just blur them out instead. They use imposters or billboarding for the 3D objects rendered blurry, 2D texture plane to save memory. Proxy mesh is using highly simplified geometry for background elements, since the heavy blur masks the lack of physical detail. Or they also use composting and multicast rendering.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I took classes on that, and that's one of the things they actually teach you is you have to like let's say you're making a video game or something like that, and so like in video games how they have like when you zoom in, like certain things are not very detailed and they're all blurred out. They
Yeah.
use that same thing for like simulations. That's literally what that's used for. Yeah, like a texture map. Exactly. That's what's crazy is when you take like classes on like this stuff, like Photoshop and all like, all these like softwares and stuff, and you can start noticing like problems with the photos they're sending you because you can know like what techniques they're using. But yeah, that's the easiest one to like point out if image is real or not. If it looks overly saturated, like that one on the top right, you can immediately tell it's not a real image because there's no in reality, when you take a photo, right, there's nothing that's ever that saturated. Those mostly whatever you see something that's that saturated, it's like 9 times out of 10, it's a composite or computer generated image.
Yeah.
That's like whenever they're like, "How do you know it's fake?" I'm like, I took classes on Photoshop. I took classes on like using video editing softwares and like photographic editing softwares. And so I know when something looks fake, like at least from like an imagery standpoint. It's easy, so easy to tell. Even if the AI can't detect it, you can pretty easily detect it with the human, like the naked eye.
Do you know? Do you know what I also find funny about this pictures I showed of the ISS pictures? Look at
What?
look at the curve of the Earth in the three different pictures from the ISS, especially that second picture. That's some oblateness right there. Look at the difference in that angle of curvature. There's three completely different curves.
And that's what I was saying earlier about the conflicting imagery. But to be fair, I don't really hear any official stance on that, like saying this is the accurate visual representation of the curvature of the Earth from that altitude. You know, this is what it would look like to the human eye, or anything like that, right? And I'd never
Exactly.
hear any
Yeah.
official claims on that, right? They allow themselves that wiggle and just like say, well, we
Yeah.
use wide angle lenses
They like to
because
make it broad,
we want to
broad
achieve
end
the
terms.
wildest field of view.
Yeah, they always find a way to weasel out of it. For me, it's not like something I would say, you know, like I would use as like proof. It's just fun to like point out in a conversation like this that like this is the joke ass shit they
Especially,
expect us to believe. You know, this is
well, it's
bullshit.
not just that, bro. It's especially when people come in here appealing to it, right?
Yeah,
Right.
it's like, dude, look at this. Tell me this is not bullshit. It just makes me feel dumb.
Yeah, there's a huge difference between pretty vibrant and that looks like they used freaking crown, bro. Looks like they used a marker, bro. Like that is stupid colorful. Do you notice the difference, right, between a saturated photo and an overly saturated photo? Even like I'd say like the photos you sent as a reference there, the saturated photos, the side chat. You can tell they're obviously just saturated. But when you look at the other photo, it is overly saturated and it does not look real at all.
It's Photoshop, but it has to be.
Okay, now is this a filter on your camera or does it use like a some kind of digital software to do this? Is my question.
Yeah, it's just with the saturation turned up.
Yeah,
Really
yeah, right. So that's digital. That's like a digital modification. So yeah, obviously with digital modification, you could make it look more saturated. What I'm saying is, even with like
Real photo.
that, right?
That's what I'm saying. You can make real photos super
Sure,
saturated.
you could, but okay, look, here's the difference, right? So you see the one you sent, right? And it's like all colorful and stuff. Cool, yeah, that's cool. That's you use a digital medium to make it more colorful. But if you come up to the video, the picture on the top right, that he sent, and then look at it and tell me what the problem is there, and then I'll explain to you what the problem is. So the difference is what's the word I'm looking for here?
It's just an image with high saturation. That's all. I don't get what
Actually,
you're trying to say. I mean,
so if
I
you look
would.
at the segmentation of the coloration of the photo, it is it's too saturated. Like when we take a photo of things in reality, even if we're using like how you're using a digital uh, enhancer, even then they still don't appear like this. This is the only time this can happen is with computer generated images.
Yeah, I agree.
It's because the voxels and all that, the voxels, the segmentation of the photo, and like the coloration of it, it doesn't add up because like even like if you're taking a photo, a real photo, right? I'll give an example here. If you're taking a real photo, there is a certain measure of quality over segmentation that proves to you that photo can be real. Whereas uh, if you're taking a photo, it's not like is it like a doctor photo, like a not real photo, a computer generated image, it will appear different because like everything's made to look like super perfect and all this stuff, right? But that's not what we're seeing in your photo. It doesn't look like perfect.
Yeah, I get what you're saying,
You
dude.
can see the naturality of the photo, right? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
The
you're
naturality
arguing.
of the photo makes it look real or fake. And in the photo we're looking at, the top right, it does not look natural.
Yeah, we understand that, dude. You're arguing with yourself.
Yeah, I was just I'm trying to point out the difference between your photo versus this the photo that he sent.
Yeah, my guess is they did that to over accentuate the Earth compared to whatever they're trying to show there. That's all they're trying to do. They're making the water super blue or whatever just to catch the viewer's eye. That I'm not claiming that it would be a
Okay, yeah.
real or a fake one. That's what they're doing, I'm guessing.
Yeah, what I'm saying is it 100% is fake because we can't. Whenever you take like photos, you can't make a photo look like this unless you're using like computer generating software.
Yeah, I know, dude. We all agree with you. We know that.
I don't think it's real at all. Is what I'm saying.
And I would bet 95% of us have the same feel as you.
Yeah, I wasn't sure that's if we were on the same page there. I was like, is he saying this could be real or?
No, I was agreeing with you.
Okay,
No,
my bad. I
yeah, I
misunderstood.
was showing you some of the pictures and stuff where you can turn. I was under the impression that you were saying that you can't do that, and I was like, well, that's weird because you can
Oh
do
yeah,
it on.
100%. Yeah, you could do that. You could make it look as if it is. You could try to make it look if it's real. But what I'm saying is, if it's like how it is right now, you can tell it's fake just by looking at it.
Right. No, I agree. I mean, you could take a real photo and saturate it all to hell, and it still could be a real photo. You know what I mean? I mean, I could take a
I
picture of my
see, yeah,
and then
I see what you're saying for sure.
and it's a real
But
picture.
what, like, at least from my perspective, like, because I've taken classes on all these photo editing softwares, all that stuff, and uh, like just looking at it, to me, it looks completely fake because it's just like I've seen what like the real versus like the fake ones look like. I know these techniques. I know all that stuff. Like if you gave me, if I had a computer still right now, I could replicate this like 100%, bro. I could replicate it. I'd be like, look, it's real, guys.
Oh, for sure, you could replicate anything, any picture, really, if you wanted to. It's not hard.
I know the techniques they're using. I know exactly what they're using.
Alpha, you know a bit about photography and cameras?
No, not a hell of a lot. I'm kind of
Oh,
like
okay.
where me is. I just I recently just got a camera and I've been experimenting and stuff. So I'm not 100.
But props to you
Well,
though.
I was
This is a really good image.
I was hoping somebody could elaborate more on what I was talking about earlier, and articulate it better. Because, like with the whole focal length thing, where you can like make the surface, like the apparent like features on the surface of a sphere, look bigger, like it's taking up more space or lesser space. Like there's this trick with the camera. I don't know how you do it exactly, but
Yeah,
like I
called
was talking about the.
perspective
Lesser or more
distortion.
space?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Go for it. Go.
Yeah, when you take a short focal length lens and you angle it and you're close to an object, the difference between the front end of the photo and the back end of the photo is dramatically different than say you use a longer focal length and you're further away. There's actually a really good video that explains all this with those lenses. Let me find it for you.
Thank you. Thank you. That'd be great. It's just something for you to contemplate, Wizard, because as far as an argument goes, like we're saying, well, how do you fit the rest of the continents on the other side of the sphere, right? Like it's just like,
Yeah.
right? Like they do have a photographic reason, like there's a legitimate way that you can manipulate your photograph
There is,
to
yeah,
make it
there's
appear that
plenty of
way,
like
right?
techniques and softwares you can use and all that stuff.
Yeah, see, I'm definitely not disputing the validity of the photos themselves. What I'm disputing is the fact that's there's difference in height. Like that to me, obviously they're the weird shapes of the curves. I was using fisheye lenses, but that's something I already knew, so that's nothing new. But to me, to expect me to believe for the first picture to that second picture is 200, 170 to 200
Yeah,
miles
definitely.
is ridiculous. I'm not that dumb.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And just by looking at it, at least from my perspective, taking multiple classes on all this stuff, yeah, I would say it looks fake, like completely fake. If there's anything I can specialize in, it's like computer programs and all that stuff, bro. Took so many classes on computer programs, and I know quite a bit about computers. I'm especially pretty good with uh like photo editing software and stuff like that. I do photography as well, so I used to make like those like those what I'm looking for. You guys know like how like those YouTubers they be like editing the crap out of their videos. I can do that, bro. I can do like the crazy editing and add all this stuff and just something fun to think about. So oxidate oxidization it cannot happen in space, right? You know what I'm talking about, D-Town?
Combustion can't occur in a space without oxidization, I think. Maybe there is some situations in which they achieve it, but I mean, as far as I know that combustion requires oxygen.
Yeah, that too. Oh, man. Y'all remember when the government so they just released the PS3s and you could have Linux on them, and so the government they bought a bunch of PS3s so they can make a supercomputer with Linux. That's good stuff. And then they ended up updating the PS3 so you can't have Linux on it. Like, like I feel like they still could have made it into a supercomputer because you can like wall break it and all that stuff. You could crack it and then turn it to a supercomputer. Oh, it says that they did end up making it into a supercomputer. They assembled 1,760 original fat Sony PS3s into a supercomputer named the Condor Cluster. Uh, that's crazy. Okay, so it stopped. They shut the program down in 2015. So it only was I wonder what this thing looked like. Wow, that's crazy, bro. That's actually insane. Y'all ever seen like the images of this? That's actually crazy. Yeah, they got the ultimate supercomputer, bro. Look at this thing. They're like, give me all the PS3s. is made out of 1,760 PlayStation 3.
This is probably the shittiest channel I've ever been on in my entire life. Okay. Ask a Muslim. This is going to be interesting.
I was just giving you a term that I've learned. It's what they do when they take pictures like planets and stuff.
Oh, I thought that's what you're saying they use. I was like, dude, you can't do that.
It was a term that I just learned.
Oh, okay, okay.
It's
Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's
astronomy.
when you. Oh, I was saying it's when you're using Photoshop or whatever photo editing software in general, and it's like whenever you're editing the photo or modifying it in like non-destructive ways.
Yeah, it's like when someone takes a picture of Saturn and they take like 50 pictures and they start stacking and layering them. That's non-destructive editing as well.
Yeah, that's something you have to learn about when like let's say you want to make a photo look really good like with Photoshop and stuff. You use non-destructive editing so it doesn't like make it look all messy and stuff.
Yeah, that's how they can get away with saying, "Well, this is a picture. This is my picture I took of Saturn, and it looks nothing like what an average
Oh
person
yeah.
would." Yeah, and that's how they can get away with it by calling it a real picture.
Yeah, that's what I was saying was I don't think that's what they're using. I think they're using like uh so I think they're using either some kind of simulating software from what it looks like, that they simulate what it would look like, or they're um, one of the things they said they're doing is they're compiling images or something like that. I think they're either using like a simulation or like a it's a like a completely like generated photo, like from not AI generated in a sense, but like computer generated, like CGI.
Yeah, I agree totally.
And you can tell it by like how it's. Now, dude, what is this? Did somebody like dox my freaking PlayStation account or something, bro? Because I've literally like it's been like not even 2 days, and I've gotten like 20 fucking followers. Like, why do these people just keep following me, bro?
Don't worry, it's the NSA following you.
I swear, people just like interrupting me. Not you guys, but like people I live with. Like whenever I'm talking about something, and then they just want to be like, "Oh, I'll interrupt them." Like, bro, you know what? This is the weirdest part. Okay, about the like I'm getting all these followers and stuff. The weirdest part is before this happened, my whole trophy system, the data got corrupted for it, so I had to reset. Essentially, I had to delete my user that has all my like saved data on it. So I lost all my saved data, and then like a bunch of people just started following me. It is a like a public account to be fair, but I don't know. Maybe they think I'm famous or something. You know what they say? You know what's ironic? NASA themselves says that they they take like the data from all these satellites, and then they piece it all together, and that's how they get these images or whatever. So they literally tell us that they put this is the funny part about what I'm saying. They literally say, by exact words, that they take all this data and they put it into like an image generating software to generate the image of the Earth. So they're literally telling you that these images aren't even real because they're generated images, and people are still like, "Oh no, this has to be real." They literally tell you that they may not be saying, "Hey, this is like, uh, like this can't be what the Earth looks like because it's yada yada yada." No, they're literally saying that they're taking these this like data from supposedly from space, and they're putting it into a computer to make the image. So like the people saying it doesn't look fake or it looks real or whatever, it's literally fake. They admit it. They openly admit that it is fake. It's a joke, bro. They even have that one guy. He does like the Photoshop for stuff, all on top of the fact that they piece together all this data and turn it into a photo. This supposed data that they get from the satellites and all that stuff. I think that they don't even do that. I think they have like a simulation software that they uh, like essentially they simulate what their little model says about like planets and stuff. Like how you can have like the little like like uh like video games. They use like a certain simulation. They kind of make a video game. Is what I'm saying. I think they simulate it, at least not in a video game sense where you can like, but they simulate it in a sense that they can make all these planets and stuff and make their little concept a reality, and then they take the imagery from the simulation and they doctor these little photos out of it. That's like, but like from my professional opinion, I'm pretty sure that's what they're doing, because if they were to do this, what they can do is they can basically, and that's what would also explain why you see some photos that they don't even look like the size adds up and all that stuff. What they can do is they can just simulate whatever they want it to look like, and then they can add all their visual effects and all this stuff, and then they could take that simulation and they can doctor whatever photo they want out of it, and they can make it look as fake or real as possible. And you can't tell them that it is or isn't real, because the way they have it like set up is that it's gonna appear as if these are like legitimate images, and there's no way you could actually disprove it, because it's all big all it's the way it's set up. You can't like, I don't even know the word to say. You cannot prove if it's real or fake or not, because of how they have it set up. They have supercomputers, therefore they can make these crazy simulations that even the astronauts can't even tell that these simulations are like apart from reality. And I think that in the same way they did that, they're using that to simulate their little model, and they're turning that into a like a little setup where they can doctor the photos and videos that appears if they're in space, but they're not. It and this is more or less just relies on the fact that they have these insanely good computers. The NASA computers, they're stupid, expensive, and the specs on them are insane. Like with those computers, you could essentially recreate anything you want. You could have Godzilla eating the Earth or something like that, and they could say, "Oh, this is real," and you couldn't refute it because there's no way you could prove that it is fake or not. They could put whatever they want. Oh, that's a good one too, Platter, bro. But you can like the ones where they have like the astronauts. I'll give an explanation for how they could make it appear as if that there's the astronauts that they're having are actually doing the spacewalks and stuff. Okay, so I was talking about the simulation thing, how they simulate it or whatever. They put in a big simulation. They can take the little blue screen they have with the grid patterns on it, and they could take the little simulation. It's like you ever watched Rick and Morty, a simulation within a simulation. They could take the they can take the simulation and they can add on to it. Since they're using that blue screen, they can add the CGI, they can add all that stuff. They can add it to the simulation because since it's already rendered to where they can just add it to the model. And then, man, if I only had like a video that can explain this, you probably wouldn't find very many videos explaining because not a lot of people have that amount of money to where they can afford this kind of software to do that. Only very rich people. When it all comes down to it, because they're rich and they have these expensive, overly, spec'd out computers, they can pretty much do whatever they want with them and doctor all this stuff up. When I get a new computer, I'll show you guys how they stuff, and I'll even give like a diagram explaining how they do it. It's quite uh, crazy to think about. And they couldn't do any of this stuff back then during the. I highly doubt they could during like the Apollo 11. They didn't have the technology to, and all they had to do for that was just so Hollywood studio type deal. You could tell it is like the photos where they're like standing on the moon or whatever, and like they got all these the lighting's coming from all these different directions. That's not how the sunlight works, bro. You can't have it coming from like multiple sources. different all these different directions and stuff. It's funny. Sure, we could find like a million of those the photos where they look like they're coming from like different directions and stuff. Probably post one in the side chat or somebody could. But you can tell it's coming from more than one direction, which is not what it should appear as. Let alone like the when they like fix like the footprints and stuff, bro. That's not how footprints work, especially in like a low gravity environment. That's not how the footprint should turn out.
Yeah, and the soil would have to contain moisture to be so crisp.
That's right, yeah. And hey, all right, dog, I wanted you to make some food. But yeah, you're right on that. It would physically require like the moisture, and there's no moisture in space. It's at least not like that. Not like there's no mist in space, bro. 'Cause the moon, it doesn't even have an atmosphere.
Well, they say the moon is within Earth's atmosphere. Come on.
Is that what they say?
Yep.
The moon is within Earth's atmosphere. You gotta look this up. It says it's extremely thin. It does have it's extremely thin. The gas molecules are so far apart they rarely bump into each other for most practical purposes. The moon is considered a vacuum. So there you go. Man, a vacuum. This not how like can't really have like mist particles in a vacuum that would cause moisture to let you make these imprints in the ground. Or like the wag or the flag waving thing. That one's pretty. That's a pretty good one because it shouldn't be moving at all. Like they have two poles holding it in place. I might be wrong. It could be three poles, but um, it shouldn't be moving at all. What are we going to say that the radiation is bouncing off it and causing the flag to wave or something like that? Like that doesn't add up. The like ridiculous to think that, you know. I like to watch some of these guys that they talk about like the physics at least of it, and they bring up all uh, their known knowledge about physics, and they still can't figure out like these things. They don't even add up. Like you watch some a lot of theorists and people who have like a PhD in physics on YouTube. Some of them they talk about like the physicality of it, and they say it's not like physically possible what they're some of the things they're doing on these moon missions and stuff. Now, I would say not all of them. Obviously, not every mainstream YouTuber is going to say that, but like there's like a lot out there that they make this claim that uh, it's not physically possible for these things to occur in a like a vacuum environment. Yeah, even though those people they're saying that like that all mainstream physicists and theoreticists say this, they all agree on this. No, that's not true. There's some mainstream physicists they don't even agree with what NASA tells you. So that's a load of crap. If you're going to try to tell me that every single physicist and theorist agrees with NASA or with the physics of the vacuum on the moon, no, that's not true. There's a lot of them that they don't even agree with a lot of the stuff they're saying. I think I've seen only a few videos personally, but I know like there's actually quite a bit of people that don't agree with it. I like I like philosophy. Philosophy is a really good subject because philosophy means you're uh it's to be philosophical is to question everything, bro. And I think that's a very strong for when you're talking about this stuff because when it comes down to like the nature of things, the all we have is to be like questioning about it because we can't a lot of stuff we can't actually answer. We can't know for ourselves until we go out and test it. Yeah, like name one person for me that legitimately is going to go out there and tell you this is exactly how things. And I know this for certain because I've tested every single aspect of how these things work. No one's going to do that. I mean, unless we're talking about like, hey, we measured the Earth flat. Yeah, we physically measured it as flat. So to say that it's otherwise is that's lunacy because it physically measures as flat. These are the things we can at least back our claim with. We have the measurements, we have the tools, we have the evidence. It it all adds up, right? But nobody out here is claiming, "Hey, I know exactly how gravity works. Gravity works exactly this way because I say it does, and I have evidence to support that." Nobody's saying that. There's nobody on the whole face of the planet who understands fully how gravity works. And if they tell you they do, then they're crap.
If they did, they would have won a Nobel Prize in
Yeah,
physics.
for real. Like, or oh, I know exactly how planets orbit, even though when you simulate things, we can only do things at a second degree. If you once you add that third object, it becomes virtually impossible. After once you add a third object in question, like we got two planets orbiting each other, cool, we can simulate that. Once you add the third planet, it becomes virtually impossible. Do you see the problem here? Because the
Even
Earth
if
is
they're off,
orbiting around the
even if
sun.
they're off in their orbits by 1 millimeter,
Yep,
it will
that's right.
crash the system.
Uh, the Earth is orbiting the sun. The moon is orbiting the Earth. We cannot simulate this. There's no way to physically simulate this. And that's why it cannot be proven. It's ridiculous. It's funny. But yeah, the gravity thing, 100%. I love arguing about gravity. And from my professional opinion, I think it's just an idea. Somebody made it up in their head. They're like, oh, this is gravity and this is how it works. Um, but we don't, in actuality, we don't have like concrete evidence proving that gravity is a force or anything like that. Things falling does not equate to, we talk about cause and effect. Things falling does not equate to there's a force pulling them down. That's an assumption. Okay, where you're making the assumption that a force is required for those things to fall. That
Yeah.
is absolutely
How come they never
that is
say that
absolutely
we
ludicrous.
need the lifting force in order to make things fall?
Yeah, that too. That too. Einstein's theory of relativity or whatever. Uh, his version of gravity. It's like a trampoline. Yeah, man. We're all in a giant trampoline. It's like balls spinning around the trampoline, whatever, dude. And then Newton's idea is the force, even though Einstein completely contradicts that with it can't be a force. So is it not a force? It's a force. We don't know. We really don't have a full understanding of what gravity is, what causes it, any of that stuff. Just ideas. When it comes down to things, like at least from a scientific term, um, a theory is an idea, and the reason it's an idea is because we can't fully prove that it exists, and we can't fully disprove it, right? And so it's just an idea that it could be this, could, but it doesn't make it that. When we talk about like uh, when we talk about the Earth being flat, we measure it as flat. We have the evidence to support. We have everything to back that claim. Whereas like science, all these like scientific theories and stuff, they don't really, they have some evidence, kind of, yeah, if you want to call it evidence, but they don't really have like concrete evidence proving that, yeah, 100% sure this or this is how this works. Nobody makes that claim in all just proven and unproven ideas. Burden of proof, as they say. And the proof that they have, there's none. They don't use like a proof system for their, especially if we're talking about gravity. They don't use like a proof system. They just use it's a my idea over your idea kind of thing. That's why whenever we ask them, "Hey, are you referring to uh, Einsteinian gravity or Newtonian?" and they can't tell you because they actually think in their head that Einsteinian and Newtonian gravity are the same thing. It's two completely different ideas, and for you to say that they co-align with each other is nonsense. They are two completely different ideas. That's like saying the big vacuum idea and the Big Bang are the same thing. They're they're two ideas, both of which are not proven. So what I should do is this is what I think we should do as a collective. We should make our own theory, right? And we'll call it like a theory about like the globetards or something like that. Okay, and we should publish this, and then they can't refute it, right? Because in their mind, theories are actuality; they're not just an idea. So then we can say that all people who believe in the globe are retarded. So, and that's the theory, guys. Right? It's a theory because we said it is. We don't need evidence to back our claim, right? Oh, it's a theory is literally just someone's idea, and they have their little list of things they think are proof, and that's why they think that the theory is true, or that's it. Like they don't. You see
Yeah.
what I'm saying? But yeah, we should make our own little theory there, and then we could call the globetards. We could be like, well, you're retarded because this theory says you are. Like you're they're like essentially sticking you with the burden of proof. Oh, because this theory says this, therefore this theory must be correct, and it's unprovable. It's like a burden of proof fallacy. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, someone starts talking about gravity, I keep telling them that if the smartest people in the world can't
That's
figure
right.
out
Yeah,
gravity, what makes you think you understand it?
In it.
absolutely. I could not have said it better myself. That is absolutely like perfect way to explain it. What makes you think you can figure it out yourself? There's no way you're gonna figure it out. You're full of crap.
We didn't. They already did.
Oh, did they? Did they already figure it out?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Would you like to
Yeah.
show me applicable evidence for your claim?
Search on Google.
Oh, Google. So Google is the say all be all. We use Google, guys.
Yeah,
Google's
Google
the be
figured it
all
out,
say
I
all.
guess.
Yeah, Google
Hey,
knows. What
hey,
you?
bro. Google says your mom's gay. Does that mean your mom's gay?
Well, he didn't say that, does it?
But it did, bro. Google said
If
so.
it did, I'll believe it.
You said if it did, I'll believe it, bro. Yeah.
You believe it.
This guy's spazzing out, bro. There you have it, guys. When it comes down to things, Google is the say all be all. When it comes down to
Yeah.
things, guys. This guy
Yeah.
says so. He says so, you
What do
guys.
you what do you search on? Fucking I don't know. What do you search on? Your brain? If you don't know something, you go on Google and search it up, don't you?
No,
So
that's
what's
not
wrong with
true. We
Google?
can
The
read
thing is,
books too. You know what a book is?
well, hang
You
on a
don't read
sec.
on books anymore, do you? You
Hang
don't
on a
go
sec.
to a
Hang on. We're
library
gonna
to search up
one
something
sec,
simple.
bro. Relax. I need to make a
Yeah.
correction here. Okay, because Google doesn't say anything. Google references sources, right? So you can't just say
Exactly.
Right.
Google. It's not Google. Google didn't supply you the
Google
information.
shows you the sources.
Someone else did. So reference that, not Google.
Reference what? The person who said it.
Reference the source that Google is showing you. Google doesn't
No.
tell you anything. Google's not a research agent.
Ask Google, it will tell you the source.
Google is not a research agent. It does
It's
not do any
exactly
research.
Holy
It
crap.
just compiles the information into lists for you based on your keywords.
it
So
is a
you have to
research agent.
reference something from the list. You can't just say Google.
It is Google. Just search on
It's
Google.
not
It will show
Google.
you the
Oh my
source.
God.
Google is not the author of the content you'll be referencing.
Yeah, just ask Google, it will show you the source. That's what I'm saying.
Oh my! Yeah, so you do that then. Do that. Go to Google and grab the source and post it in the chat for us.
No, you do it. I'm not going to do
Okay.
it for you.
No, so you don't know if it's true
Yeah,
or
just
not,
ask Google.
right? What
Yeah,
you're
it's
saying,
facts.
you don't know if it's true or not. You haven't probably even searched the keywords that we're talking about in
I'm not
Google.
going to
Holy
search
crap.
it out because I'm not. Plus floating, I see world space there. Show me the flat Earth and like the space, whatever you believe in. Show me the flat Earth, what it looks like.
We don't believe it's
Actually,
in space, buddy.
what is it in then? It's just there. What's the black thing you see in the
It's
sky?
it's measurably flat, right? That's all we claim
No,
it.
what do you see in the sky
We're
when it's
not
night?
we're not making claims of where it's located at. We're making
No,
claims
I'm not
of the
saying that.
measurement.
I'm asking a different question. What are all the stars in the sky?
What about them? It's just stars, bro.
Yeah, it's in, where is it then? It's not if it's not
What
in the
is well, okay, let me
space.
ask you a question. What does the stars have anything to do with the ground?
I'm not saying the ground. Do you hear me? I'm asking about space. You saying it's not in the space. The Earth is not in
And
the
what
space.
about it?
Yeah,
We can't
where the
really.
stars
There's no
then?
way we can empirically verify what it is, right?
Can you listen? What about the stars? Where are the stars if there's no space? If the Earth's not in the space, where are the stars?
Where are the stars?
Yeah.
So what makes you think that that's what they
In
are?
the sky.
No.
They're in the sky.
Answer
The
my
stars are in
question.
the
They're in
Yeah,
the
sky.
sky, bro.
Sky is the
in the
space.
sky. Well, that's your
What
claim.
makes you think that the sky is space?
Well, sky is the space. That's what you see. That's what you call sky.
So you're saying that the sky is space?
Well, basically, yeah, that's what you see. What you see, what
That's
you
what you
call
see.
sky.
So
Yeah,
how do you
I
how
see.
do you verify this?
How do I verify it? Looking up
You look it
from my
up, and
window.
that's how you verify it.
I'm not looking
There's
up.
no way
Look
for
up
you
the
to
sky.
physically verify this.
Turn your head up. Look with your eyes. You'll see
That
the
doesn't
sky.
verify anything. Just because it appears as if what they're saying it is
What
doesn't
is
mean
it
it is.
then? If it's not the space, what is it? What do
There's
you
no
see?
way. There's no way you could
It's
verify
just
what it is.
emptiness. Is that what you're saying?
There is space above us, as in there's the surface that we stand on, and above that there's area, there's space, right? But we're not making a claim about what that is, right? Like, and how far air extends to, or that there's
Right.
anything
No,
beyond
what
that
do you
that you
see
could
in the
call
sky?
that you could call. I don't see outer space. I don't see a giant ever
Okay,
expanding
if you don't,
vacuum.
well, if
Neither
it's
do you.
nighttime and you
Neither
look
do
up,
you.
there's no clouds. What do you see? You
A
see the
sky.
space.
I see. No,
It's sky.
I don't.
Yes, and you
I
see
see the
what?
sky.
Stars.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
and there's
see,
stars.
yes, I
aren't
see
there?
stars. Yes, I see stars. Yeah.
Where are the stars? There in the
In the
space.
sky. In the sky.
What is sky?
I'm not making a claim about it beyond that, which
What
I
is
just
sky?
look up and see, right? I just
No,
look
what
up
is
and see the
sky?
sky. I'm not making up stories about it. You
Okay,
have an
I'm asking
idea
you a
about what
question.
that
What is
environment
sky?
consists of. All right,
What
listen.
is
You
sky?
have an idea. You have an idea that was given to you, not your own idea. It's a borrowed idea.
No, it's my
That
idea.
it's a certain. Listen, that it's a
Well,
certain.
you have
that the
your own
sky is
idea then. I have my own idea.
Listen. I was not finished. Sorry. Now listen. You have a borrowed idea that the sky consists of a certain type of environment. I've let go of that idea. I don't accept it to be true anymore until I have evidence.
Okay, but I'm asking you. You saying there's just the sky, not space, and where the stars at? The sky. What is the
In
sky
the
then?
sky. I'm not
Yeah, what
making a
is the
claim about what
sky?
the sky is. I don't know.
So there's space. What are you on about? You just say it's sky.
Okay,
What is
if
sky? You can't
that's
even.
your claim, what's the evidence for it? That the
What's
sky
the
is
evidence?
outer space. What's
Just
the
I don't
evidence?
know. Ship a rocket.
Shoot a
Okay.
rocket.
But
Is
if
that
the
what
Earth
you
is
did?
flat,
Did you do that?
you will.
Did you shoot a rocket?
Wait, what? You listen to the
Did
other
you
guy.
shoot a rocket?
Yeah. Wait,
Did
you
you
listen
shoot a
to the other
rocket?
guy.
If the Earth is flat,
All right, you're done.
we
Okay,
all
all
will
right,
be
moving on.
Can you shut up and let him speak?
okay, but we can't all observe the same stars everywhere. You know?
Yeah, but there's stars everywhere, and you just look up. If there's no
No,
clouds at night, you'll see
I'm arguing.
you'll see the stars.
If the Earth is flat, we would be able to observe the same stars everywhere on Earth.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Why?
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 Yeah.
Why?
Why?
If you're on top of the table,
It's quite simple, really.
Well, not really,
you
to
would.
be honest.
Yeah, think about
Why
it.
can't there be?
Well,
Why
no.
can't there be?
Geometrically,
Why can't there be
geometrically, you would
something?
be able to.
Hey, why?
I'm
Because
trying.
you need to say why.
I'm
Because
trying to say something.
I can go somewhere, right, and there'll be a cloud above me, right, and then one of my friends overseas won't have that cloud above them.
Okay, but if you both have a
Okay.
clear sky, you would be able, according to your beliefs, you would be able to
According
observe the same.
why?
The same star.
According to my beliefs, what are you talking about? According to my beliefs,
If the Earth is flat, you would be able to
yeah.
observe the same sky and the same
Why?
stars.
Why? I've just explained to you that you would not
That
be able
doesn't
to
make
see
sense to me, to be honest.
you would not be able
Yeah.
to see the cloud that's above me, right?
If you both have a clear sky.
If the Earth was
Same
flat, would you be
thing.
able to see the cloud that's above me from thousands of miles away?
Well, not really, to be honest. You're just wrong there.
Right. Why? Why is that? Why?
Shit.
If the Earth was flat, why wouldn't you be able to? If the Earth was flat, why wouldn't you be able to see the cloud that's above me from thousands of miles away?
Because it
Maybe
isn't
because
flat.
there's a cloud blocking the view.
Exactly.
For example.
Oh my god!
You won't be
How
able
do
to
you
see the
expect?
clouds.
Someone
What do you
else.
guys think
Someone
about
else.
the other planets?
I'm confused. How do you expect to be in another location but expect to see something that's above someone else's head?
I mean, you don't see the stars.
If it is
No,
flat,
No,
if you have,
sorry,
you
hold
will
on.
be.
Earth
Don't
was
don't need
flat.
5 people talking. You've moved location though, right?
But
If
you'll
the
have
Earth was
a
flat.
line of
Hold
sight.
on. I
You'll
don't need
have line
5
of
people
sight.
talking. I'm still talking. So, for example, when I walk towards the horizon, a star comes up from the horizon, doesn't it? And then I can go and stand underneath that star. Now, the reason why the star comes up from the horizon when I walk towards the horizon is due to perspective. It's the same reason that when I walk down a street, the lights at the end of the street that I walk towards appear to go upwards from the horizon until I'm standing underneath them. You, the individual, doesn't have the ability to see the entirety of the sky field until you start wandering about and standing underneath it. So the reason why you, when you change location, look up and see different stars is because you have changed location.
No, but according, if the Earth is flat, you will have a line of sight of all the stars on the sky.
Stop.
You're not an eagle. You're not going to see the
Stop.
stars all the way over there.
Stop.
Okay, go ahead.
And in a long corridor, the ceiling appears to go downwards and the floor appears to go upwards, and the walls appear to converge with distance, don't they?
Yep.
Yes? Good. The light fittings on the ceiling appear to go downwards with distance, don't they?
Not downwards, toward
Yeah,
the center.
hold on, stop. You will point upwards at the light above your head, and you will point incrementally downwards towards the horizon or your eye level to the lights at the far end of the corridor, won't you? Then
Yep.
when you point at the light at the far end of the corridor and you start walking towards it, you'll notice that the angle of your arm changes until you're standing underneath the light and you pointed straight up at it. Now, as you look down the corridor again, there are more lights. You didn't see them from your first vantage point until you started walking further and further down the corridor. This, my friend, is just perspective. So, like I
No,
said,
it's different. It's different.
how the lights are above your head.
Because in your situation, you'll have line of sight for all the lights.
No, you won't. Why does the door at the end of the corridor look really, really small?
No, it looks small, but it doesn't
Why?
disappear.
Why?
Because
Does it look?
you're on a flat ground. The
Yeah.
corridor is straight and
And the ceiling appears to converge with the floor at distance. Like the lights in the sky above your head that we call the stars.
but
You
you see it
point up.
anyways.
No, you see it in exactly the same way.
No, if you
You're
have a
asking.
telescope at the beginning of the corridor, you would be able to see the lights at the end.
It's a bad example with the corridor because that isn't hundreds and thousands of miles of atmosphere. I'm just using a local example for you to get the basic idea of why, when you change position underneath a star field above your eyes, you can see different ones when you change your location.
I don't see the analogy you're trying to make.
So do you have any picture of the flat Earth, like what it looks like from the sky?
Okay. I will. I need to have to know what do you think of other planets? Are they round or are they flat?
Okay.
Like
We say the Earth is flat because we're on it and we measure it. I'm not on Jupiter. It looks like
No,
it's
but hold
spherical,
on.
but
Can
I
I
wouldn't
see?
be able to confirm my observation until I went there and measured it. So to answer your question, I don't know.
you don't have
The
a
guy was
telescope?
saying
We have
there's no
telescopes.
space. Exactly. The guy was saying there's no space, and if there's no space, how is there going to be like the other
Not as we're
planets?
taught. Not as
Is it in the
you are
sky?
thinking of it as.
What do you mean?
I agreed that there's space above us, of course. Air fills space, right? I did not make a
There's no
claim
air.
beyond what we see it as, describing it as being the sky, right? You want to imagine that it is a certain type of environment.
No, I'm saying if there's
I'm
no
not.
space, if there's no
I'm not
space,
doing that.
you saying there's no space? There's just the sky.
Not as you are thinking of it as.
What do you mean? You just said there's no space. There's just sky. What do
As
you think
in
of
what
the
you
sky?
think it is.
What is the sky then?
It's the sky.
Where are the planets at?
In
I don't.
three-dimensional space.
Wait, let him speak.
You're not
No,
listening
it's
to what
fine.
he's
Go ahead,
saying.
should I?
There's three-dimensional space above your head. We live in three-dimensional space. Those objects probably exist in three-dimensional space, the volume above our head.
He would say there's no space. There's just the sky.
Yeah. When you say, or we say, there's no space, remember the Earth isn't a sphere orbiting around in space, right? That whole idea has to be untrue because the Earth is a sphere within that idea. The Earth isn't a sphere. It is best observed and declared as the floor beneath your feet, and then there are sun, moon, and stars in the space above your head. I don't know what the space is, but we're told stories about them. But every single story about them includes the Earth being a sphere, which it isn't.
Well, if the other planets are just round, like spheres or whatever, then why is it flat? Yeah.
Why? I don't know why. But if you're trying to ask why isn't the Earth a planet is a sphere that moves. That would mean the surface of the Earth would curve. We would measure that curvature. We don't. We measure the surface of the Earth to be horizontal, not curving, like a planet.
It's the same thing if you measure the curvature or the normal, just flat Earth. And why
What?
would the Earth be flat? Do
Why?
you have any
That's a
proof that it's flat?
philosophical. Yeah, it's measured flat. I can give you lots of proof if you want, but this guy's asking a philosophical question. He's asking why. I don't know why. I'm telling you what it is.
Show me, can you show me? No, the proof isn't just us measuring it flat. We're measuring it flat because if you measure it round, just lay out flat. That's the flat measurement.
What?
If you measure something round, then just
Mm.
lay it flat. That's the flat measurement. That's just the
What are
how
you
big
talking
it is.
about?
That's basically how big
No,
it is. That's what they do.
no. Do you know the difference between a horizontal line and a curved line?
Yeah.
Good. You understand that a horizontal line can't be a curved line.
Yeah.
Right? Cool. We measure the surface of water to be horizontal over distance. Right? Now, brings we both understand that a horizontal line can't be curved, and we measure the surface of the Earth to be horizontal over distance. Guess what? Can't be
Well,
curved then. Can't be a sphere with a
can.
curved surface, can it? Straight lines aren't curved ones.
What's under the Earth? It's just
Why,
what is
why,
under
why are
the
we
Earth.
now on to what's under the Earth? I need you to
Because
understand what I've
it's a
just said.
different question. Yeah, I understand.
I know,
I
but I
want a
need to
different
understand
question.
you've understood the answer that I've given you before we move on to something else, and I'll waste my
Yeah, I
time
do.
giving you an answer that I don't know whether you've understood or not.
I do. Yeah. I'm asking, what is under the Earth?
I don't know.
What is under the?
Under
The surface?
Why would
You
I
under
don't
the
know?
know. Is
surface
it
is
just?
How would I know?
under
I
the
don't know.
surface.
You
There's
need to know.
dirt. Hey, listen. Under the surface, there's dirt and there's minerals. There's water. There's rock. There's there's lava. There's also magma. They call it. There's all sorts of different things like below the surface, right? But you're thinking of the Earth as like an object placed in a space, right? I'm not.
That's
I'm
what it
not
is.
going that far to make that conclusion, right? Not saying that there is even is an underside.
Where is all the water going then? Is it iceberg at the
What do you
end? Is
mean?
that what?
Where's
Where's
all
it
the water
going?
going?
Where's the
It's like,
water going?
where?
Is it just staying?
Yeah, it's still here.
Can
I'm
we reach
surprised you
the?
asked a question.
Can we
Dude,
reach the
I'm
end?
surprised you asked a question. Where's the water going? It's obviously not going anywhere. It's still here.
How's it staying then? How's it staying?
How
Just
does
still
water
there?
usually stay in a place?
Huh?
How does water usually stay within a volume?
I don't know. Is it in something?
It is usually contained. You'll notice that most, if all bodies of water, have got a seabed and a seashore.
Yeah, but where is it staying? What is the wall?
I don't know, dude.
Can we not reach it? With some boat or something?
I haven't. Let's put it like this: I haven't tried.
if you
But why
just
would I?
if you just get a massive telescope and point it straight into the sea, yeah, can't we see the fucking wall? Can't we see the massive wall that's stopping the water?
A massive telescope across the sea.
Yeah.
Do you know
Doesn't
the
that make
problem is
sense?
with that?
If we
Yeah,
can see the
it makes
space,
sense if it was a vacuum
well, why can't we see it then?
because there's air in the way. If you're thinking about a really big telescope looking thousands and thousands and thousands, there's air in the way.
Yeah, to be fair,
Air's
yeah.
not transparent, dude.
Yeah, I
Not
know,
over long
sure.
distances. You know what pollution is, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Do we have a picture of the flat Earth from the sky?
So do you think that I've been to space now?
I don't know.
No,
Just
but there is
search
life.
on Google.
There's lots of images
Go on
of the
Google.
surface. from high altitude.
Can I
Like
see?
there's weather balloons that go to 120,000 feet, and
Yeah,
with cameras on them.
Put a picture in the chat.
Yeah. Like it depends, like what sort of distance of photography you're talking about, right?
Oh no, the
Because we
height.
do have aerial
I want to
footage,
see the whole
lots
flat
of
Earth.
aerial footage, the whole thing, right? Yeah, there's no such thing
Right,
that I know of.
give me
Right?
the biggest one you can find. Of course, you're gonna go
Well,
Google the one who doesn't want it.
no, there's lots of high altitude imagery, like I said, from like 120,000 feet.
That's not really high to be. But what is that? I don't even understand what that is.
It's like 21 miles, 20 miles above the surface.
Like you're looking for one, looking straight down.
I'm not capable of like getting to like greater altitudes than that. If you know of a way, I guess I could like fund a rocket like that. Apparently, the highest amateur rocket went like the furthest an amateur rocket has ever gone is like 70 miles above the surface.
Oh.
How far do you think you'd need to go? How far do you think we've been to be able to show you such a thing?
Don't know a lot. You go to space.
Yeah, like Jedi said. Yeah, he hasn't been. I haven't been. Have you been? I haven't been. So how would I be able to show you? I don't know of anybody that has been that high. I know that there's claims that they've been that far away, and we see
I don't believe
the
in
imagery
NASA
that they
going to the
claim.
moon and that. Probably you can just send
Right,
a rocket up
right.
there. Not go to the moon though. I don't believe in going to the moon.
I don't believe their claims that they took pictures of a spherical Earth from space. No, because if that was the case, if that was true, it's like Jedi said, the surface would measure to have curvature, but it doesn't. So it's not what they're claiming it is that they've taken a picture of.
Finding some images, but they're all round, bro.
What, the Earth images? The Earth images?
Yeah.
Right. If they
I
were
searched flat
real,
Earth.
right? If they were real pictures of the Earth's surface, then we'd measure the curvature down here, but we don't. It's flat. It
Well,
measures flat, so it
just
can't be
show
what
you
they're
an
showing
image.
us, right?
I want you to tell me why this image isn't real.
Okay, go ahead.
I can't put images.
Oh, you can't put images? That's a shame.
Nah.
I can just tell you, whatever image you're going to post, if you're going to claim it is an accurate representation of the Earth's surface displaying curvature, then we would measure it. But, oh my God, you're not listening, are you? You are not listening. I can already tell you what I'm going to say, regardless of what image you post.
Okay.
Why don't you want to hear it?
Say it.
If what you present is claimed to be an accurate representation of the Earth and its surface, displaying its surface to have curvature, then we would measure the curvature here on the surface. But we don't. It measures to be flat, therefore rendering that image an inaccurate representation of the Earth's surface.
How do you explain images on Google? How do you explain them? If you just go high enough, like on a plane. Have you ever been on a plane? Hmm? Guess not. Anyone want to speak? Batman? Yo. Who joined?
You know, it comes down to the line of sight argument. Like, point a laser at me from your location.
I
will
don't think
believe
they
the
ever
earth is
be.
flat.
I don't think they ever been on a plane because when you're high enough in a plane, you can literally see the curvature.
And then what we say is
No,
you
we
need
can't.
to turn around 360 degrees whilst always observing the horizon. You'll notice the horizon is equidistant from your point of view, like a radius within a circle. So when you turn around, the horizon is a circle around you, having no part higher or lower than the other, which you would need to have curvature.
I
So when
can
you look
see
out
the
the
Earth
window,
going
one,
down when I'm on a plane.
it's like you're
No,
not
you
listening.
can't.
I can
When
see
you
the
see
Earth
curvature, you're
going
determined that one
down.
part is higher or lower than the other one, right?
What? I couldn't hear
See,
you.
I'm trying to
God.
address what you think you saw by just a very simple explanation of turning around and
I
observing the
believe what I
horizon.
see, bro.
I know, and this is called anchor bias. You believe, and I did this as well when I was young, like in my teens with my dad going on holiday. I, like you, believed the Earth was a sphere. And when we look out at the horizon from an aircraft, that's what we believe we see. But it isn't that belief, as I'm trying to point out to you. It's
How
a
is it?
circle
That's what you
around you.
see. It's literally going down. Is that CGI too or something?
No, I'm trying to explain what it actually is, but you're not listening. So I'm going to say good
Yeah,
night.
I
Have a
am
good one. Bye
listening.
bye.
You just don't
You,
make
you,
sense.
you're not listening to him, because what happens when you turn 90
When I
degrees?
turn 90 degrees,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
still the same. It's going down. It's
Right.
going
So
down.
now the part that you previously thought was going down is level, is equal to the middle part of the
It's
before
not
you turned
level. It's
90
going down.
degrees. So it's gained elevation all of a sudden.
No, it's going down.
It's except when you turn, you see the same thing as you saw before you turned. So now the part that's in the center of your vision is not going down. Now the part next to that, either side of that, is the part that's going down. Did it
No,
go back
wherever
up?
I
Did it?
look, it's
It's
Did it go
going
because
back up?
I'm
down.
Did it?
flying.
Did it go back up? Did it?
No, it's
It's
going.
because I'm flying on a certain distance.
When I turn
That's what Jedi was
360,
trying to
altitude.
talk about.
wherever I look, it's going down. It's not going up or straight. It's going down. If I'm
Which means
flying
it
in
should
the middle of
continue
the
to go
Earth, it's going
down.
down.
Which means it should continue to go down if you turn 90 degrees and then another 180 degrees. And then again,
Because it's like
it
a
doesn't,
bowl.
mate,
When you spin a
listen.
bowl, is it going straight? It's
You're
a
not
bowl.
listening. It's not listening. Let's imagine we start the observation at sea level. You've got a hot air balloon and you're at sea level. You look around you and you see the horizon. Now you gain altitude, taking observations, looking around you. You will notice that a horizon from all vantage points is a circle around you, having no part higher or lower than the other.
Well,
What you
a circle
think you
around me.
perceive can be demonstrated incorrect by turning around. Otherwise, if you were to make the claim that the horizon is dipping, then all of a sudden you are living on a cylinder. It's ridiculous, dude.
No, the
When I
contour
turn,
of a sphere on certain heights is a circle. Like if you slice a sphere, one slice after another, you will get circles. So the horizon is appears to be circular, but it is spherical. You will
I
see
had
the
to,
same.
you saying when
I like
you saying
to
if I
add on
turn
at the
around,
end
it's
that
gonna
it is
go
spherical.
straight.
Hold on, shush, please, dude. I don't want to have to raise my voice. I appreciate your answer, my friend, but the add-on of that it's a globe at the end wasn't needed. You are correct. Even if you live on a sphere, this is the observation you will have, right? A circle around you. not one part being higher or lower, when you're looking horizontally across it.
No, the contour is a circular, but it drops down from your vision.
Okay, and
Like if you observe a ship going sailing out with the water.
Just look up on Google. Yeah, on Google. I'm gonna say Google.
I saw it. I
You may
saw it
laugh.
myself. I saw it myself.
Just look up on
I was
Google.
on
Say
so
search
how
Earth
far
from
away
plane.
is the boat?
Just
We're
say that.
using human eyes. I can see boats 35 miles away. Well,
no, it sails away and drops down until I get I lose
okay.
line of sight.
Okay. The dropping down bit, is that because its angular size is getting smaller?
No.
No.
It gets smaller, but
Okay, good. So that would
it
be a
also drops
reduction
down.
in the angle, wouldn't it? So the top appears to go down, right? That's
It goes
just a
down,
reduction of angle.
not to the center of the horizon. It drops below the horizon.
What do you
you
mean
know?
drops below the horizon? Can you see below the horizon now?
No, it disappears below the horizon. If you have
Okay.
a
It
tangent,
disappears below the horizon or into the horizon, because at the moment you're just describing something going away and getting smaller until you can't see it anymore.
no, it doesn't get smaller until you see it. It
It
gets
doesn't
smaller,
get smaller. It
but
stays
it
exactly the
gets
same angular size as it moves away, does it?
no. It
Oh,
gets
Make
smaller,
her a
but
video.
it
The
also
boat
drops
that's
down.
far away. Look, I've got to do this.
Both
The boat that's
effects.
far away. Is it
We got
smaller than
balloon
the one
boat.
that you're standing next to?
It gets smaller, yes, but it
Yeah,
also
good.
drops
So
down.
looks smaller,
It also
appears to
drops
get
down.
smaller. That's what I'm talking about.
No.
So all you're describing to me is the boat appears to be getting smaller with distance until you can't see it anymore.
Okay, if you have a curved road that curves downward, and you're standing on one point and observing a car that is moving away from you, you will see it get smaller and drop below the road, right?
What's this? Drop below the road.
You mean that it's going down?
You can observe the same thing on a straight surface. That's just
No.
angular reduction.
No. You will in a straight surface, you will see
It
it go
depends on how high
towards
your eyes
the
are.
center, towards the
No,
center.
and do
It
Depends
will
on how
vanish
high
towards the
your
center.
eyes are. Are you above the object? Below the object? Are you halfway up the object? Quarter of
It
the way
doesn't
up the
matter. It
object?
doesn't matter. It
It
won't matter
does.
in this case.
It does, because if you're observing a mountain and you're very low, you're going to lose the bottom of it before you lose the top, because there's a lower angle or lesser angle below your eye line and a larger one at the top. So with distance, you start losing the lower angle. That's dependent on your eye level in relation to the object.
No, it's about the line of sight. If you draw
Do
a straight
you
line,
understand what I just said? Your honest answer is no.
okay, clarify a bit.
I'm talking about your eye level in relation to the object that you're looking at. I use the example of a mountain because it's really, really big. And when you're standing at surface level and 6 foot tall, your eye level to the mountain, below that eye level is a very, very small angle. Above your eye level, where there's lots and lots of mountain, there's a larger angle. So as you move away from the mountain, still looking at the mountain, you're going to lose the ability to see the smaller angle before the larger angle. This is the only reason why I think that you were suggesting that the object was going down, because you might not see the bottom of it as you can see the top.
No, but if we are on a flat surface, it will vanish towards the point. It will get smaller and
Well, it
smaller.
depends on where your
But
eye level
it's
is, though. You said to a point. Yeah, that would be your eye level at distance. The vanishing point. That's what I'm talking about, your eye level in relation to the object. A boat is really big and you're standing at the beach. I guarantee you when the boat was next to you, there was more of the boat above your eye line and less of the boat below your eye line. So when it sailed away, reducing in angular size, you say it looks like it's going down below the horizon. I could only assume that's because you've lost sight of the bottom of the object. I'm pointing out that there's a smaller object below your eye line than there is above it, and you'd lose sight of the smaller angle before you lost sight of the bigger angle. It is very relevant when making observations, dude.
Okay, but what will make me lose sight of the bottom of the ship? If the water is flat, there's nothing to block my vision.
Okay, I'll give you another answer because you weren't listening to that one. Maybe it's got something to do with the weather clarity, meteorological conditions, and the deviation of the path of light. There are atmospheric phenomena known as atmospheric refraction, like mirage in superior, inferior. There is a refraction called sinking. This is when you lose the ability to see the bottom of the object, a boat, and it appears to be sinking into the surface. You've got a direct line of sight to the object. It's just because the light is being refracted upwards that you lose the ability to see the bottom of the boat. There you go, I've given you a good few reasons now.
So it's refraction then?
No, it could be a multiple of things. It could be refraction. It could be your relationship of eye level to the object that you're looking at, as I pointed out before. It could be many things.
Geometrically, the eye level wouldn't change the observation that much.
Really? So let's say you're above everything, above the mountains, and everything is below your eye level. Is it still going to appear to sink?
I mean, if you are exactly at sea level or 10 meters above it, it wouldn't change
How
that
big's the
much.
boat?
I'm not saying
How big's the boat?
what?
How big, tall is the boat?
I don't know. I haven't measured it, but
Okay. But you understand that if we're talking about a large container ship or a ferry, right, there's more of the object above your eye line than there is below your eye line if you're at surface level, right? You don't
okay,
think
yeah.
angles have got anything to do with the way that things appear to us? For example, why things appear to reduce in angular size with distance. I'm talking
Okay,
about the angles you perceive, one possibly being smaller than the other one. You're obviously going to lose sight of the smaller angle before you lose sight of the larger angle, the smaller angle being the bottom of the boat and the larger angle being the top of the boat. I can still see the top of the boat, but I can't see the bottom of the boat. Or maybe it's got something to do with the relationship between your eye level and the height of the boat.
geometrically, can you explain this geometrically? Like if the Earth is flat and the water level is flat, it will appear to vanish towards a point. This point wouldn't change, but the whole ship gets smaller and goes down. Like the vanishing point, it drops down below the vanishing point, like below the tangential plane of
Below.
the point I'm
Again,
standing
you're
on.
making a claim that it's below. How can you see that?
I'm saying below.
Like,
I
yeah, you're
observe it.
saying below.
I will
You're
observe
saying
it
it
like,
goes below. I'm asking if you see it go below.
yes, that's the observation.
No, you see it appearing to reduce in angular size.
And also will drop below the horizon line.
What do you mean drop below the horizon? Do you see below the horizon where the boat is?
No, it disappears below the
How do you
horizon.
know?
below the water level itself.
So it's sinking. That could be refraction. Because we're breathing air on a flat Earth, aren't we? And that air can deviate the path of light over distance, can't it? We call this refraction, don't we? In this instance, atmospheric refraction. Now, if you want to Google atmospheric refraction and the phenomenon known as sinking refraction, it will probably say something like, you've got a direct line of sight to the object, but because of the atmospheric conditions, the light is bending towards the denser medium, which is upwards. Therefore, you can't see the bottom of the object that you've got a direct line of sight to. So it could be that.
So why doesn't the water in front of the ship that the ship disappears behind it gets refracted also?
Hold on. Sorry. Was this with your eyes or with like a telescope or something?
No, with my eyes. I
Okay,
saw
then
the
maybe
ship
you should have got
go
a
down.
telescope out. Because guess what would have happened to the boat that you couldn't see when you got a telescope out? You would have seen it again. So you're telling me that with your human eyes, that when the boat goes away, it appears to you to go over the curvature of the Earth and down the other side. But when I get a telescope out, I guarantee you this, I'm going to see the boat again. Now, what's that all about?
But if it is a refraction, the same
Okay, so
optics.
now you see the boat disappear, but when I see it, it's an illusion. Gotcha.
No, you say it is refraction. So how can the telescope see different optics different from my eye?
Sorry, has the telescope got a larger aperture?
Yeah.
Good. That'll probably have some effect on the way that the angles of the light are coming into the aperture then, won't it, if it's larger? See, this is the thing about binoculars and telescopes and high-powered zoom cameras. They increase the angles that we couldn't resolve at distance, right? That thing that you couldn't see, I'm going to get my binoculars out and fuck me, there it is again. Why is that?
I didn't observe through a telescope.
No,
but
I'm asking you a question. Listen to the question. Me and you were at the beach and we lost sight of a boat. Then we got our telescope out and we saw the boat again. Why?
I don't think this is a valid observation. You wouldn't see it
Sorry,
with
would
a
you like me to
telescope.
post thousands of valid observations? Here's the boat disappearing, but when we zoom in, there's the boat again. I've done these observations
Okay,
myself. That's why I'm talking
if you
about
have
them.
a video, send it.
Yeah, sure, no worries. Give me like a minute.
Okay. I think all the arguments go back to the line of sight. Like if the Earth is flat, somebody in China could send radio waves to somebody in America or something.
This has already been done. Do you know who Marconi is? The
No.
inventor of the radio and the wireless. He'd done loads of experiments here in England. One of his first experiments was sending radio signals from Cornwall, which is the southwest of England, to Labrador, which is, I think, northeast Canada. He then sent other radio signals to America, New York and California. He then, from London, sent radio signals to Australia. So yeah, that's already been done. You said if the Earth was flat, I would be able to send radio signals from China to somewhere. Well, I think London to Australia is about that distance, if not further. So that's already been done, dude.
So he had the line of sight. He pointed straight to the horizon.
Yep, that's what we're doing. We're sending radio signals as we can to receive that we've planted. Yep.
No, but if we want to send signals long distance, we send it through satellites or through fiber optics.
Excuse me. Just a moment ago, now I'm going to start thinking that you're not listening to me. Just a moment ago, you said if the Earth was flat, I would be able to send radio signals from. And I pointed out that this has already been done. You can find him on Wikipedia. This is historical. right? Radio signals from England to Canada, from England to America, and from England to Australia. Now you're turning around to me and saying the only way you can do this is satellites. No, the Earth is flat. We did this over 200 years ago.
Yeah, I'll search about the specifics of how he did
Cool,
it.
awesome. When you've done that, you can get back to me.
Okay, what's his name again? Sorry.
Marconi. I can't remember his first name. I think it's
Guillermo.
Marconi or something.
Guillermo Marconi.
That's it. Thank you, dude.
And he wasn't the inventor of the radio, and Tesla was.
Ah, there we go. But anyway, I really shouldn't be awake. It's 4 o'clock. But yeah, go and look into that. You said radio signals would be able to be sent if the Earth was flat, and there they are.
Yeah, the Earth is not flat.
Damn it, let's close the channel.
Ain't no one watching that 30 minutes. Fuck now.
Can you drop that in English, please?
Nah. I bet he got that off fucking Google.
Sorry, guys, my
And you're saying
PC
Google's
have
not,
crashed.
not a source engine or something, whatever you see. You get all these from Google.
It says that Marconi transmitted radio through reflection of the atmosphere.
Yeah, lies piss me off, and I'm the case just because he is a dumbass, but you boldly lied, so admit you lied, prove you didn't lie, or ban you. Blah blah. Why is he so mad? He's trying to get me banned because I said, oh, it's taken from my iPhone. Wow. So mad.
So what did you make a claim to, mate, in order to have upset him? Kebab, you've obviously made a claim to something. What did you make
Made
a
a claim
claim
for what?
to?
Saying, I think I said the
Well,
photos taken from an
when someone
iPhone.
when someone calls you a liar, that means you've lied about something. That means you've said something.
How
What
does
did
he
you
know I
say
lied
that you
about it? How does he know I lied
about what? That's what I'm trying to establish.
the picture I sent to chat?
So
I said
you
it's
took a
taken from an
picture?
iPhone. It's obviously not taken from a huge camera, is it? It's taken from a phone. It could be
Yeah,
Samsung, it
that's
could be
great.
iPhone.
Before you have a nervous meltdown, I'm trying to work out what you took a picture
I'm
of.
not
So
having a
what
meltdown. He's having
timestamp
a
did you put
meltdown.
it at? No, it sounds like you're about to. So what picture did you take with your iPhone?
I didn't take the picture. I took it from Google. I got it from
Right, so how do
Google.
you know it's real then? What picture is it? What time did it get posted, mate?
Just look in the
Yeah,
chat. Look
yeah,
at
I gotcha. All right, I'm gonna take a screenshot of it. Okay, so this lying piece of shit said that this was taken from a plane with an iPhone, and I told him that he needs to show us proof to us that it was taken from a plane with an iPhone, or what type of lens it was, or admit that he lied.
It's
Otherwise,
not
he's
gonna be
getting
a
banned
huge
for
camera, is
lying.
it? It's taken from a plain window, so it'd be like a phone or something.
Yeah, so you don't know. So you don't know what kind of camera it was, right?
Holy shit.
That's not the one I'm talking about, bro. I didn't say
But
that
that's the
was
one you
taken.
posted. That's the one you posted that.
I posted too. Let me see. Hold on. I'm going through the chat. You need to calm down, bro.
I
Bro,
was going to say,
liars,
that
I
looks
just
like it's been
banned,
done
I
with
just,
a GoPro.
exactly, yeah. No, as simple as that, bro. Yeah, I'm calm, right, after I ban the liars, right? Lying pieces of shit don't get to be
Yeah,
here.
yeah. Call me piece of
Yeah.
shit.
No,
I'm
if,
trying
okay,
to.
well, did you just admit you're lying, right? I said lying pieces of shit, right? So
I
if you're
didn't
lying,
say
then
it.
you're a piece of
No,
shit.
I don't.
If
I
you're
don't
not lying,
say.
then you're not a piece of shit then, right? So,
Nah, I'm not a piece of shit.
right, well, don't lie then.
I don't see
Don't make shit
me
up.
saying iPhone. I'm not making shit up.
Okay, so where did you get iPhone from? Did you make that
I'm
up?
trying to find. I'm trying to find where I
Why
said
did
iPhone.
you say iPhone? Why did you say iPhone?
It's
Did you
because
make
it's
it
taken
up?
from a
You said
plane. It's a
well,
phone.
so that means therefore it's an iPhone.
It's not like
I'll
me.
give you
It's
an
not like. It's a
example.
phone.
Hey, Kebab, I'll give you an example. If you went to a web page and the web page was the world's best iPhone images, and that's where you dragged it from, all you've got to say is, I went to a web page called the world's best iPhone images. And what we would probably say then is, can you please link that site in the side chat? That's how simple it is, bro.
Yeah,
Stressing
don't
too.
just make shit up, bro. Don't
I'm
make
not
shit
making
up.
shit
It's
up.
annoying. Okay, why did you say it's an iPhone? Why did you say it's an iPhone?
Wait.
Did you make that up? Did you make that up?
No.
Okay, so prove that it's an iPhone then, right? Otherwise you're lying.
I'm not lying. I'm saying,
Okay, so
what is it going to be
how did you
taken?
validate?
It's
Okay, you said
taken
an
from a
iPhone.
plane.
So it could
It's
be
taken
a
from a plane.
camera. Yeah, so you can take any handheld camera into a plane, right? Video
Well, you can't
cameras,
say.
camcorders, any handheld camera, you can take it into a plane. It could be taken from any action camera or anything like that, right? So all I'm trying to do is get you to be honest. Okay, so don't make shit up and then lie and say you didn't make it up when you
Oh, you're
obviously
making up
did
the
make
earth,
it
but
up.
I'm gonna ban you. Is that what it is now?
Yeah, you can't ban anyone because you don't have any ability to do that, right? But I can just click a button and you're gone, right? So
Yeah,
don't bullshit
you gotta
us.
ban
If
me.
you want to come in here, yeah, I will if you don't admit you're wrong, right? If you lie, then you get banned. I already told you that, right? It's if don't lie and then you won't get banned.
I'm not lying.
And then okay,
Okay,
so
so Kebab,
when
what
this
I'm
is a
after
principle
from
thing
you
now.
is, I want you to validate what that image was taken with. Can you do this? Yes or no?
Why did I say it was taken from an iPhone? Why did I say exactly that is
No,
taken from an iPhone? Why did I say that?
Kebab, listen. I'm asking you now. Can you validate, verify, or prove what that image was taken with? Yes or no?
Why did I say it was an iPhone?
I don't
You
care
don't
what it was
remember?
taken with. I want to know,
You-
can you
I
validate
never said that
what
is an
it was
iPhone.
taken with?
I never said it was
Okay, so
taken
you
from an
said it was.
iPhone.
Well,
You
I
literally
didn't say
did.
you did.
Where?
I didn't
You
make a
did.
claim you did, Kebab. I'm asking, can you tell us what that image was taken with? Yes or no?
Can't I never said it was taken from an iPhone. No, I'm gonna go straight.
All
Yeah,
right,
yeah,
all
I
that's
right.
never
Look,
said
taken from an
iPhone.
iPhone.
You're not
hold on,
listening.
Matrix.
Start listening.
1 second. Look in the side chat. Right, goldfish
Yeah.
memory. Look in the side chat.
Just look over the pictures taken from an iPhone and you'll see. Yeah, I never said it was taken. That picture is taken from an iPhone.
Okay, so what lens was it taken with then?
Not an iPhone, maybe. Maybe an iPhone. Maybe a Samsung. I never said it was
So you
taken from
don't
an iPhone.
know. So you don't know what lens it was.
Yeah, you're trying to say I said it was from an iPhone. I never said that picture
Yeah,
was from an iPhone.
that's fine. That's fine. I'll grant you that.
Why are you
That's not a
banning me
problem.
then? Right.
No, I'm not banning you. I'm not banning you
Right.
because you
Okay
didn't
then.
lie about
Stop
it.
saying. I'm
All
not gonna
right.
say I lied
So this
about
is what you
because I
did
never
say,
said
right? So when I posted this picture, you said this is because of the lens, right?
yeah,
You
that's the
said
lens
this
because
is this is
that's
the
obviously because of
lens,
the lens because
right?
the
So
Earth's
this
not
is
gonna
the
change shape.
lens, right? So where's your evidence that the lens isn't causing the curvature, the apparent curvature in your image?
Don't know. Camera
So
looks. Camera
right. So
looks
it's
right.
looking. Oh, it looks right.
Yeah, it looks right.
Well, because you cherry picked a picture that looks like there's curvature, and you say that it looks right. So therefore,
Almost every picture that's higher from the. I don't know. That's high with the plane looks very
dude,
curved.
no, it doesn't. I just flew from Europe to Sri Lanka. Right? You don't see any curvature from a plane.
You might be blind.
Huh?
You might be blind.
No, I have perfect vision.
I don't know then.
Yeah, and even if the Earth was a globe, you wouldn't see curvature from a plane.
Wait, let me send you.
You can only
Let me
see.
send you a link. Look at that. It's iPhone 15 image. iPhone 15 Pro Max is taken from these images from Reddit. Just look at them. Tell
So
me if you see a curve or
you've
not.
told us that you can't validate that something was taken with an iPhone, and now
That
you're
says
telling us about
iPhone
iPhone
15.
images.
The other image didn't say iPhone
Gross.
15, did it? This says
Bro, were
iPhone
you
15.
stoned or stupid? You've got the full tilt goldfish memory. Like, seriously.
Shut
Oh,
the fuck up.
castle. Oh, a castle. Oh, a castle. Like, seriously, dude.
What are you on about? Liz, she has a kid, bro.
What are you on about? I'll tell you what I'm on about. Get in a plane and you'll find you can't see the fucking curvature. That's what I'm on about.
Okay.
That's what he's on about, mate.
So, Kebab, just so you know, when you do get to afford a plane ride, maybe when you're older, and you look out the window, even if we grant you a globe, mathematically you're not high enough to see the curvature anyways.
Well, yeah. Look at the link I just sent you. It says iPhone. It's taken from an iPhone Pro Max. Look at that
So
image.
mathematically you're not high enough
What
to
do you mean?
see the
So
curve,
what?
but
You can literally
Yeah.
see the
So
curve on
what?
that.
you've got no idea how
Okay.
lenses work, kid. Go and check that shit out, please.
Tell me what's wrong with that image. Tell me it's not an iPhone. Tell me it doesn't have a curve.
Why does an iPhone not have barrel distortion?
Is this an iPhone? It doesn't curve the fucking wheel. It's just a straight image.
What? No, that's not true. All lenses have barrel distortion.
Okay, but an iPhone is taken flat. You can literally see it. Taken from the window. And it has a curve. It's an iPhone image.
The window does, we know. That's why the images come out curved. It's because of the window. Well
What?
done. What's a unit of power?
It's curved because the iPhone. No, not the iPhone, because the Earth is curved.
No, it's
The
curved
Earth's
because of the
round.
iPhone and because of the window you're looking out of.
What does the iPhone do? Does it have a fisheye lens?
Wait,
Does it have?
wait. What curve? What curve though? Hold on a second. All right, so I just put a straight line across it.
There is a curve on the last image. If you look.
Okay, look at this one though. This is your image, right? I just put a
Look at
straight
the
line across
last
it.
one.
Well, do you think the Earth? You said that the Earth doesn't shapeshift, right? Doesn't shapeshift.
Look
So
at
the
the
curve should
last
be
one.
so the curve should be there on all of the images. Do you think that all of a sudden the curve was removed and the Earth shapeshifted
I
and
still
went
see the
flat?
curve.
Okay, why is there no curve in the one that I posted?
There is a curve. The line is just too fucking big, maybe.
What?
I don't have access to the image. Reddit doesn't like me for some reason today. But I can see the one you posted, DJ. There's no curve in that. That's a dead straight line running on an
Because you
angle.
put a massive fucking line in the fucking image, maybe that's what.
But anyways, Kebab, I've just got something for you to think about. If you're up in your plane, let's just say I can snap my fingers Thanos style and make the plane disappear and you hover right where you're sitting. You're not falling. You've got the availability to turn around and see everything, 360 degrees. Now, if you face north, are you going to see the curvature?
Yeah. I want to see the curvature from
Excellent.
everywhere if I'm high enough.
So, yeah, that's all right. Hold on. So that means in your vision, the center of it's going to be higher and it's going to be dipping down at either side. That's what you're saying you'd see? I just want to get it
Yeah.
right. That's all. Excellent.
Yeah.
So what I want you to do now is face east. So instead of facing north, you're now going to face east. Are you going to see the curvature again?
Yeah.
You're still going to see it?
Yeah.
Excellent. Now I want you to face northeast, where
I
those
still
two
see it.
curvatures dip down and join in the middle.
Yeah, I still see it, bro.
How can you? That's where the two, one from the north drops down, one from the east drops down. Northeast is
It's
where
not
they
a
join in
fucking
the middle.
square, is it? It's a circle. Circle goes down from every angle. It doesn't have a corner where it's just a circle.
This earlier. He doesn't
I
understand
didn't say
what
it
you
was a
mean.
square. I don't know where you got the square from, Kebab. When you
What
look
are you
straight
trying to say?
ahead,
It's going
you're
down
saying,
from north. It's go...
yeah, what
Why
I'm
wouldn't
trying
it
to
go
say
down from
is,
north?
listen carefully. What I'm trying to say is when you look north, you are claiming you will see an arc with the high spot straight ahead and the low spots at each side. Yes or no?
What? There's no high spots.
What?
It's going down.
It's going down at the sides.
Side to side or back and forward in front of you?
There's no sides on a circle. There's just one side.
Oh my god. You're talking about the
This
horizon,
guy's off
right?
his stripes.
You're talking about the horizon, looking like it
Talking
has a
about the
curve to it,
Earth.
right? Right. The Earth or the horizon?
The Earth. It has a curve, obviously.
Where? Where at? The horizon? Or stretching out in front of you?
What?
In which direction? From side to
which
side
direction?
or out in front of you?
Everywhere. Because it's
Yeah,
a
okay.
fucking
So
circle.
does that mean the horizon is curved?
It's
Are you
a
saying
bowl,
you see a
mate.
curved horizon?
It's a bowl.
So you see a curved horizon?
Okay,
Yeah.
let's try it. Kebab, you know the line that DJ drew across the horizon? Should that one be curved? Yes or no?
Everything's curved if you're high enough, bro.
I asked about the line. Should it be curved? Yes or no?
Focus. Look at the
What
picture he's
line?
talking about in the side chat.
Look at the last one, mate. Look at the last picture on Reddit. Tell me you don't see
I
a
don't have
curve.
access to Reddit, so I've got to
I'm not
take your
speaking to you,
word
you
for it.
fucking dickhead. God.
Well,
I'm
you
not
were,
speaking
you
to
fucking twat.
I wasn't speaking to you then.
Focus. We're directing your attention to the side chat. to the images that are being posted in there. Okay, DJ's posted one at 14 past the hour, and FLW posted one at 17 past the hour. What do you see there? How do you describe that?
Cool.
Those images.
I see
Where's
it's
the
pretty
curve in
round.
those images? Where's the curve?
I
Where's the
see it's
curve?
pretty round. I see the
What I'm
curve,
trying to get out of you is in the center, the very last one where it's got flat AF. In the center should be higher than the sides. Is that what you're claiming? Yes or no?
Yeah, because it's round.
Yes, because it's round. That's right. So here's the problem. That there is facing south. So if you now turn east and there's a high spot in the middle and the low spot's at the side,
Yeah.
where the south and the east join together, that means two low spots join together. Right?
Well, I'm saying it's a circle. Have you ever looked at a ball? There's always some high spots and low spots.
I didn't ask that.
How you turn it,
I
how you
asked
look at it.
where the two low spots join together. So first off, you were facing south, yeah? And you said it's
Yeah.
low spots at the side because it's curved. Now, if you face to the east, high spot in the middle, low spots at the side. Now, if you face southeast,
Same thing.
that means you should be looking at the two low spots.
No. Let's get a ball in. Please get a ball in your hand, yeah? Then start spinning it, and you'll see high spots and low spots everywhere around. Get a
No,
ball,
you
walk
fucking don't,
around
you
it.
pinhead.
Get a ball, walk around it. Tell me if you see high spots and low spots every angle, from every angle.
So that's what
So
I
you
asked you
don't see
before.
any then?
So that's what I was asking you before, right? Earlier. How did the part that's lower in your field of view get back up when you turned around? How did it get back? Yeah, it did. It has to, because you said that you see the same thing when you turn 90
Look at
degrees.
this GIF. Please look at this GIF. Does it change? Big, low, high, low. Does it change? No.
What GIF?
The GIF I sent to the chat.
Okay, let me post it.
It's a link.
Let me post it so it embeds. Oh my god.
Look at it.
Oh my
Look,
god.
do you see high spots, low spots?
No, you're
exactly what you're on
not following. You're not following. You're not following, bro.
How am I not following?
He's not
You
real
might
sharp,
be.
this one.
No, yeah. Ain't the sharpest tool in the shed.
Maybe he's going to have to draw it himself. Have you got access to 4 small pieces of paper?
No.
Because what we need you to do is on each of these pieces of paper, on one of them you'll write the letter N. That stands for north. One of them will be S, stands for south. One of them an E stands for east. And the other one, I bet you can't guess, W, which stands for west. And then I want you to draw the horizon as you believe you see it out of an aeroplane. And then what I want you to do is line up all those pieces of paper and tell me if all the horizons line up properly or not.
You saying, bro? You were saying when I turn around, I'll see some two lowest spots and one high spot when I turn around, bro. It's
excellent.
A fucking
so if
ball.
you face north,
It's
so
a
let's go through this
ball.
again. You're facing north, yeah, check it out. You face north, right? Center bit's high, side bits are low. You spin around, you face south. Center bit's high, side bits are low. Then you face to the east. Center bit's low, side bits are high.
Think of something like you're so high, yeah. Think of that. You're so high, you're looking down. Everywhere around you is going down. When you spin, it's still going down.
Everywhere around you, Kebab. Kebab,
yeah,
use
it's
your
going
brain.
down.
Everywhere around
some
you,
spots look
listen.
higher and some spots look.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
it looks like a flat line. The reason we know this is because there's video footage of it.
Show me.
It's a flat line. So when you stand up on a really high hill, like Mount Everest or some shit like that, and you do a 360-degree turn, the horizon joins back together. It's not wavy and jumping up and down because it's curved facing north, then curved facing south, and where it joins in the middle is a dip.
Show me the video.
It's a GIF image. It's a wonder someone hasn't posted it an hour ago, listening to the way you're going.
Show me the one you got from Google.
It's not from Google.
I wonder where they get the image, where they get the GIFs from. It's fucking from Google. Wow.
Because some fuckwit went there and filmed it.
Exactly, it's from Google. That's where you get the fucking images.
Has anyone got the access to the Mountain 360 to view?
Yeah, it's uploading on
turn?
my shitty Sri Lankan internet connection. Oh, T-Buggy's got it. There we go.
There we go.
I don't see any lower spots, bro.
That's what we're trying to fucking tell you,
Because
you
there's
spastic.
no curvature,
That means
bro.
it's not curving, bro. That means it's
You're
not
saying
curving.
there's two lower spots and then one high spot. There's
That's what you said,
that would
you
be a
numpty.
curve.
no.
That would be a curve, wouldn't it? If you said you
Wherever
see
you
curve, then that's
face-
what you're describing.
Wherever you
Some
face,
parts
the middle
not-
always look taller.
Some parts lower than a center point.
No, that's what you
That
say.
would be
that's
a
what I'm trying to
curve.
Yeah, they're lower spots. The middle looks higher and the sides look lower.
Not
And
in
you're
that one,
high
it
enough-
doesn't. Not in that, it doesn't.
You're not high enough in that fucking GIF, are you?
Okay, we
You're-
showed you imagery from an aircraft where it still doesn't look like that.
Do you have the 360 one? No.
Oh my god. Is it math
Do
tape?
you? No.
If you're saying you looked out the window of an airplane and saw the horizon curving, that means that it would be represented in those images, right? That were presented from aircraft, where it's not doing that. It's just a straight line across the horizon. No
Yeah.
dipping down at the sides, no part higher or lower than the other.
No, there is actually some sides dipping down in the middle. The middle looks higher always because it's a round. It's a ball.
Flat line. It's a
That's
360-degree view. Hey, Kebab, I want you to use your brain instead of talking. When you're standing
Yeah.
on a surface and you do a 360-degree turn, the horizon joins back together. Even if it was curving down away from you, it would still look like a straight line from your perspective, and there ain't dick you can do about it.
You're just stupid.
Yeah, okay. You're just stupid. Yeah,
stupid.
we're just stupid.
Yeah.
We're just stupid, right?
Yeah,
We're
you
just
are
stupid.
stupid.
Yeah, we're just stupid.
Someone
We don't
must send
understand.
you the fucking
Anyways,
space
You
if it was
obviously know.
curving,
You obviously know more than
if it
we
was
do, right?
curving, Kebab, I'm pretty sure one of these guys with these 20 or 30 mile laser tests would have detected the curvature quite easily with a high powered laser. They didn't.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's a
Yeah.
shit ton of laser tests, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
No,
Yeah.
actually, 5G cellular is limited by curvature of the Earth.
5G is limited.
Yup, it has a maximum distance of 27 kilometers or something.
Yeah, that's straight line of sight.
Yes.
Excellent. So if the tower was only 1 foot tall, it'd still go 27 kilometers?
No tower is 1 foot tall, man.
Yes or no would suffice. If the tower was really short, does that affect the distance of how far the signal goes? Yes or no?
Yes. You know why?
Because the ground gets in the way.
Yes, if you
Trees
go
get
higher,
in the way.
if you're
going to talk about 5G and make claims to 5G, how great it is, mate, I can stand in the way of a meter and it will distort the signal. People themselves shut down 5G. So claiming it can go that far, and the only reason it goes that far is because of the curvature of the Earth, is a load of shit. A
No,
line
it
of
isn't.
trees is enough to shut that shit down.
Yes, but it is usually higher than the trees.
It's to do with the energy level that's being inputted into it in the first place. Frequency and energy level will give you your distance. You can have
No,
a good
but you have
frequency and you can back your power levels down and it won't go as far.
no, but you can still receive the signal, but the SNR will be low.
It won't even go that far. Maybe you should look at the tower height. And when you've got the tower height, then tell us the distance you're claiming it's going. So it's going 27 kilometers off a tower that's how tall.
Okay, but it is what limits it isn't the trees. It is
Have a look at how tall the tower is. The reason I'm telling you this is because in Imperial, the square root of the observer's height in feet times 1.225 will give you the distance to the horizon. So if you've got a 1 foot tall tower, that means at 1.225 miles, anything beyond that will have a shadow zone. That's what you're claiming is the causational mechanism, the horizon,
Hey,
blocking your signal. So if you know
Matrix.
how tall the tower is, and
5G towers.
Yeah. Well, one sec, bro. I'm just gonna help out here. D equals 1.41 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the horizon distance for 5G. D equals around 1.41 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Yes, and the
1.41.
observers.
Isn't that interesting? Because the physical horizon is before that.
No,
if you go off ball mathematics, the physical horizon is before that. So how's it going beyond the physicality of the Earth?
So that's what it says here. In imperial units, D is around 1.41 times square root H, where D is in miles and H is antenna height in feet.
So find out how tall those towers are.
The AI says 20 feet to 200 feet.
Look what I sent in the
Excellent.
chat.
Use that formula. Work out how far it should go then.
Look at the chat.
What do we got? Planes often appear to fly in curved paths on flat maps because the Earth is a sphere, meaning the shortest distance between 2 points is an arc called a great circle route, not a straight line. No offense, kid, but planes don't fly great circle routes.
They do. Just look up.
They do
Are you
not.
stupid? They do. Why do you think your plane? Why do you think your plane goes?
Planes don't fly great circle routes.
They do. Have you ever been on a plane?
Yeah, multiple
They just
times.
go
It's boring
straight.
as shit.
So you say they just go straight?
No, they don't go straight.
Why do they
They have
turn then?
specific places to fly due to logistics, due to legal reasons,
No.
due to safety reasons.
No.
Depending on what size craft it is and its capabilities, they're only allowed to fly so far from shore. There's a whole heap of reasons why planes fly in certain areas.
You sound like Venom. Right now, your mic is shit.
So what's your next excuse?
Your mic is shit. I can barely hear you.
That's a first. What are your ears painted on?
What are you saying?
What are you saying?
I can't hear you.
Start listening. You could hear me good enough before. I haven't changed anything. Yeah, I find that interesting, T-Dub, that the signal for 5G can go beyond the limitations of the actual physical curvature.
How So,
Sorry,
is
am
it
I-
empirical?
I'm sorry. Sorry, Matrix. I missed it. What were you saying?
I just
So
said I
they
find it
tried to
amazing
send.
that the yeah,
Okay.
that's me, dude. I find it amazing that the 5G can go beyond the physical limitations of the ground. Like if you're
Right. For some
sighting the
reason,
horizon at 1.225, that means that comes first, and then the radio signal can go to 1.4. Like that's beyond the curvature. So it's not the curvature that's blocking it then.
No, it also depends on the antenna
right.
height. Like if the antenna goes higher,
We know. That's what we're talking about.
See, bro, they tell us that the human eye, right, can only see to see in a tangent plane line of sight to the sagittar, right, to the extent of the surface that you can see before the curvature begins to block itself from view. The surface begins to obstruct itself from view. Do you understand that? Like you can't see over the hill, right?
yes.
Right. And that's based on the radius value of the observer's height, right? And the rate of curve equals 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That would be your pure geometric horizon. And now we're given a formula for the 5G tower's line of sight being 1.41. That's greater than 1.225, right?
Yes, but what do you base this formula on? How did you get this number?
I just looked it up. It's the standard formula for radio waves, standard radio wave propagation horizon distance.
Yes, and
LOS.
5G worked.
LOS, radio horizon calculation.
Yes, and you saying it worked beyond the horizon limit?
Well, for some reason, there's a different formula for a line of sight from an antenna to the sagittar of the Earth, and a human eye's line of sight, tangent plane to the sagittar of the curvature of the Earth. So, I mean, why is that? Like, what's the difference? Why is the Earth bigger for the 5G, smaller for a human?
Does the formula account for the observer's altitude?
Yes. 1.4
Yes.
times the square root of the antenna's height in feet. If you'd like it in metrics, it's 4.12 kilometers times the square root of the antenna's height in meters.
Can you send the two formulas in chat? I'll check it.
Yeah.
So a 20-foot tower should be cut off at 6 miles, 6.2 miles. That's it. And he was telling us it goes for 20 miles.
Okay, one moment. It is the same formula, but in metric, and the other one is in imperial. So the constant is different because you're using different units.
So when you use the formula for a 100-foot tower, the horizon should be 14 miles away.
Okay. And the other formula will use the different units and will give you the same measurement.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the units. Imperial, metric, mobile phones, shit, you could go and get your TV remote as long as it's a constant and someone else can understand it. That's not an issue. If you want metric or someone else wants imperial, not a problem. Because at the end of the show, after you've done the formula, you can go, oh, look, I don't like metric, and just convert it over.
Okay, and it doesn't go beyond that. The signal doesn't go beyond that.
Technically, it shouldn't go beyond that because it is physically blocked. Remember, it's supposed to be the curvature of the Earth stopping it. That's what your claim is, that because of Earth curve, it is being physically blocked.
Yes.
Right.
So,
why is
guys,
it going beyond?
guys, how come ships like disappear over the horizon?
They don't disappear over the horizon.
Yeah, when a ship
They
like
disappear due
sails
to
away.
perspective. Yeah, they fade away due to perspective. They get smaller and smaller and smaller, and your angle of view, angular resolution can't resolve the image because it's too small.
Isn't it like because the ship is moving behind Earth's curvature?
Well, if you want to make a claim that it's moving behind the curvature, can you please provide us a video where there's some form of demarcation showing the actual limitation to the curvature based upon the camera's height and the ship disappearing beyond that?
No, because what you're saying, if the ship is only getting smaller, it still be visible. It would only get smaller, but it disappears before it gets even that smaller, man.
Excellent. So what I want you to do, this will be easy. Go to the beach, watch a ship disappear, then pick up your binoculars and watch it disappear again. So that means it's not curvature that it's causing the disappearance, because it's already disappeared the first time. Binoculars don't make things come back from behind hills of water. I'm sorry. Sounds
It doesn't
cool,
look like
but
it.
anyways.
Question: do you know what a horizon point is?
Horizon point is?
Do you know what a horizon point is? Yes.
I've heard of the horizon.
What do you mean by horizon point?
You gonna answer the question, or are you gonna? Do you know what that is? Yes or no?
Please enlighten us. What is the horizon point?
Well, the horizon, not the horizon point. don't know what that is. The horizon is essentially the optical.
Okay, stop.
Of the
I just said I knew what the horizon was, not what a horizon point is. You're making a claim to the horizon point. So tell us what a horizon point is.
I'm not.
Excellent. Thank you for interrupting.
I interrupted you? How?
By asking us what a horizon point is.
I asked you what a horizon is. Do you know what the horizon
No, you most quite clearly had the word point on the end of it. That's why I asked you to define it, because I've never heard of that before. I've heard of horizon, but not horizon point.
Can you substantiate that? Please.
Excellent. Up the top of the channel, I'd care you to look, and you'll observe 2 YouTube bots for your convenience. Feel free to jump onto YouTube, rewind the tape, and listen to yourself.
Okay.
And then you can come back and apologize afterwards for being a nonce.
Please don't use the homonyms. Also, what do I gotta watch this again? I don't know. Oh. Oh my gosh. It's actually live. It's actually live. It's actually live. That's crazy.
Yeah. Crazy. Anyways, enjoy your morning, evening, afternoon, or night, gents. Time for me to go.
Yep, the Earth is round. Thank you, man, for telling me.
The Earth is round.
Thank you for telling me the Earth is round, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
It's measured as flat. No one said it was round. Round.
No, yeah,
It's
exactly.
measured
Right.
as
Thank you
flat
for.
by
It's measured as flat. Can you
Keep
substantiate that, man? Can you okay.
Is there any other flat earthers that would like to scientifically substantiate their claims?
No, because like flat Earth is real, bro. That's why.
Is this proof? That's proof right there, bro. Bro. That's proof. It's all a movie. It's all green screen. That's proof, bro. That's proof right there. So there's no one willing to substantiate their claims. Got it.
What, for the globe? No, there isn't.
No, for the flat Earth.
Oh, in what way do you want that? What claim was made?
That the Earth is flat?
Yeah, doesn't it look that way?
Doesn't it look that way?
Human
Yeah.
perception equals it being real. What? Did you just
Pretty
say?
much. That's the last time I checked it. Last time I used my human perception to identify
Perceiving
this
something-
banana over here.
Really?
I was
Wait.
pretty correct because I actually got it peer
How do you know that
reviewed.
banana's even real? How do you know that banana's even real? How do you ground that in
Yeah, you must be a
epistemology?
brain in a jar,
No,
right?
you're-
Like
no,
you
you're an
can't. How can
idiot.
we be sure anything's
No,
real? So
Radekar
if something
actually just-
looks like something and
No,
it
you can't
measures to be
prove
that
that
way and
banana
it's
is
used
real,
that
so
way,
you-
it can't possibly be that way, right?
He just server muted him. Right. So
I didn't touch him.
You didn't touch him.
Yeah, I didn't touch him.
He was
So
talking.
it does look that way, right? It looks flat, right?
So like,
yeah, but your perception doesn't
oh,
equal.
you can't ground that claim in epistemology because again,
So science doesn't start with observation.
Huh? It's not.
So science doesn't. So science doesn't start with observation. So science doesn't start with. So science doesn't start with observation.
Are you slow?
Can you answer the question? Can you answer the question? Can you answer the
I never
question?
made a scientific claim. I'm saying, how do you ground?
Can you answer the question?
How do you ground that truth? You say it's real because I see it. That's circular. How do you ground that?
Study of the physical and natural world, right?
That's
study of the physical. Is this study of the physical and natural world? Is this study of the physical and natural world?
Science. Epistemology is philosophy. So can you please? How do you know the banana is real? You can't tell me.
Does science begin with observation?
Are you slow? Are you intellectual tracking issues?
Whoever put him on mute, put him back on mute, please.
You're retarded, dude. You're an idiot.
Put him back on mute.
You're an idiot. You know nothing.
Put him back on mute.
What he's asking is,
you.
can you ground your observation?
All right. We start with observation, do we not? Whenever we're trying to tackle the physical and natural world and gain information about it, right?
Can you ground that observation, yes or no?
Do we start with observation?
Yes, we do, but can you?
Right. Okay, then. It looks flat from observation. Right. Where do we go from there?
It looks flat based off the epistemological sense, but that doesn't.
It's not an epistemology, friend. It's just an observation. I used my eyes. I looked at the surface of the earth. It looked flat.
Can you ground that, though?
Right. Now what? Now what?
Can you ground that observation?
What do you mean ground it? It is the fucking ground.
Oh my god. No.
What do you want me to ground it in? I've just simply made an observation. Now, do you have anything to say about the observation beyond the observation?
Can you even ground that you can make an observation? You can't, can you?
Bro, I'm asking you, now I've made the observation, do you have anything to add to it?
Yeah, that the fact that your observation, quote unquote, is subject to conjecture.
Subjective conjecture?
Subject
How is it
to
subjective?
conjecture.
Oh, why is it subject to conjecture?
Mainly because of the fact that you can't ground it in any kind of scientific.
No, I've just made an observation.
But yeah, your observation doesn't mean crap if you can't ground it. And then you not ground it.
Why does it have to mean crap? Why does it, what is it? What are we trying to make it mean crap for?
What do you mean? What are we trying to make it mean? If I go off of your observation for everything, then I would be retarded.
Okay. In what way? Give me an example.
Let's see here. Your observation is subjective. It could be subject to conjecture. Like for example, if you have cataracts in your eyes.
Okay. Go on.
And you told me that the street sign says, I don't know, 123 Street, and it's actually 1234 Street because of the cataracts in your eyes. Yet you still think that that observation is true, and you're thinking that I should go off of that observation.
The person is simply describing what they observed. Yes or no?
Yes, but they can't ground that
All right.
observation.
So going beyond that, where do we go with it?
What do you mean? Where that's your
Okay,
that's,
so in your cataract example, right? In your cataract example, you're going to get to 1, 2, 3 and go, this isn't the right place. You're going to make a new observation, right? So with the Earth, what is it that we're seeing, which is going to make our observation of the surface being flat make us doubt our observation that it's actually an accurate representation of reality?
Probably us going to space and looking at the.
Is that what you did? Is that what you did? Is that what you did?
Are you saying that I have to make the observation myself?
Yes, because we're talking about you and what you and I observe and can experience. Yes.
No way.
Yes. Yes. Exactly what we're talking about.
For it to be true.
Not from space.
Do you know that atoms are real? Sorry, if atoms
no,
are
I don't. No, I don't.
Do you know if oxygen is real?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because we can identify it. We can isolate it and test its composition, test its behavior, right, against other things.
Really?
Right. Yes, we can isolate a certain type of gas that reacts differently to other gases, right? And we identified that as being oxygen.
How do I know I can do that? I haven't observed that.
Yeah, well, that's your problem, not mine.
I don't know if we can do that or not.
You have the ability to do so. You have the ability to learn about it and do it.
You see how the from an observation.
So you're admitting that you only have a belief that oxygen exists. So you admit you only have a belief that oxygen exists. You haven't verified that its existence. Therefore, you just trust that it's true, right? You just believe it.
I'm using your logic.
You believe it. So you're admitting that you just believe oxygen exists.
Do you believe that you have to observe something for it to be true?
No, for it to be knowledge.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So you have to observe something for it to be knowledge?
Yes.
So what is knowledge in this sense?
Knowledge, it would be what you can demonstrate to be true, right? And is true regardless of any resistance to it.
Right. So
it doesn't require, right? It doesn't require trust or faith that the information you've received is actual because you have directly experienced it yourself.
That can be held applicable to around Earth. I've actually been to space and I've observed around Earth, and nobody can oppose it.
Cool story, bro. Okay then, cool story, bro. How do you prove that to me? How do you prove it to
me? Through my observation.
No, that would mean I'd have to believe you. You're gonna take me there?
Once I've observed something, I can.
You're gonna tell me how you did it so I can repeat? process?
Sorry, bro. You'd have to observe it.
Yeah. You're going to
That's
share
what
the information on how to achieve
It's like
that
how you
experience?
observe oxygen for it to be true.
Are you going to share that information in order for me to be able to share that experience?
Am I going to share that information? No, you'd have to observe it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Are you going to share the information which
I'm
you
gonna show
use
you
to
the
achieve
yeah.
that experience?
Well, Elon Musk decided that I was a lucky.
You're full of shit, bro. You're full of
Excuse me?
shit. You started talking about someone else instead of what you did.
No, I'm giving you the.
That have actually done the things they're claiming they've done.
Yeah.
You know you haven't done that, bro. You know you
I
haven't
have
done that.
actually. Can you
So
substantiate that?
why are you resorting to this?
Can you substantiate that?
Why are you resorting to this?
Can you substantiate that?
Why are you resorting to this?
I'm not resorting.
Why are you resorting to lying? Why are you resorting to lying?
Against you. It's called an analogy. If you didn't know.
So you disagree that in order for something to be knowledge, one must have experienced it directly?
Yes, I do.
Then why did you use the example that you've been to space?
That was a broader example. That wasn't an example.
Right.
That was a broader example to prove that from an observation.
You're a liar. You're a liar.
Can you substantiate that?
Yeah.
You're gonna meet me?
Well, maybe.
No, this guy's gonna meet me for being a lie. For you, sorry, not being a liar.
So I'll tell you where we could go. I could tell you where we could go based on just the raw observation that the surface that we're standing on looks flat, right? We could surmise that. Well, it probably is, but it's not actually flat. What could we do to actually determine the geometry of the surface that we're looking at that looks flat? What if it's just flat according to our perception, because it seems to be pretty big and extends out pretty far? What if at some point it's actually like curving down and away from us or forming some other shape at an angle maybe or something? Like what if it's not purely flat, extending out indefinitely, horizontally?
I think that's called a round Earth, but I don't know.
No, that would be a proposal that maybe perhaps it's not what it appears to be.
Right. So you've decided to go against, I think, what is it? 400 years of observational studies proving the Earth to be round. Do you even think
Sure,
that
if that's what you want to consider it to be?
Do you think we live in a solar system? What do you think, like the other planets, like Jupiter and Neptune and Mars? What do you
how are we going to do that? So how are we going to test my, for want of a better word, hypothesis?
I don't know. Probably by going to space, or just
going to space,
or just observing the known world.
When you say space, what you mean is maybe we could get high enough that we could see if the Earth is like some sort of shape or object overall, and it would display such features, helping us identify its overall form, right?
Yes.
Yeah, right. So I'm not able to do that because at all the altitudes I've achieved, I haven't seen that it's displays the features of it being a sphere.
So,
and I don't know how to get any higher. So do you think that there might be a more practical way that we could do it without having to leave the surface?
Probably by looking at a horizon.
And then what?
Thinking, damn, I was retarded because I just saw a horizon.
Okay, so we see a horizon. Yeah, it looks flat. Now what?
It doesn't look flat. Do you know what a horizon is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, give me.
I know what a horizon is defined as. I know what every dictionary agrees upon it being.
Really? And
yes.
You go against every dictionary?
No, I'm just saying that I know what the dictionaries define it as being.
Okay, so give me the dictionary definition.
The dictionary definition would be the where the earth and the sky appear to meet.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I don't think.
Yes.
Okay.
The line that divides the place between where the earth and the sky appear to meet.
Right.
Right.
So, do you know the science behind it?
Do you know why they define it that way?
Do you know the science?
Do you know why they define it that way?
Are you yelling? Sure.
Do you know why they define it that way?
Probably because the...
That's what it fucking looks like.
Probably because the Earth is a sphere. So the science behind the horizon, actually, you learned this in sixth grade, is essentially... Why are you muted? Doesn't matter. Is essentially when you're reaching or when you're far away from a certain point on the supposed flat Earth, you can actually observe where the if you look far enough, per se, you can actually observe that the Earth begins to curve a little. If you didn't know that, it actually begins to curve.
Right. That doesn't happen though, right? We just see a straight horizon line, and the distance of it varies on different days from like the same observer height and the same location, because it's an apparent location where the sky and the ground meet. That's what it's defined as, right? If you're claiming that a horizon is a byproduct of a curving surface, then you would have to validate that a geometric horizon exists in the first place. Because when we go out and do observations, it's not where it should be.
Are you presupposing that a horizon doesn't exist?
No, I said if the Earth
horizon exists at all.
No.
But you're saying that you would have to substantiate that a horizon point.
No, I said I just told you what the definition of horizon was, right? So we see the horizon changing distance every single day. Okay, so it's not a geometric location. It's an apparent location where the sky and the ground meets. I don't know how you think that that is denying a horizon exists by explaining and defining the official stance of what a horizon is.
I would have to substantiate that a horizon exists.
No, a geometric horizon. You forgot that I said geometric.
Do you know the difference, smart guy?
I also have another question.
No, we're just going to talk.
No, we're not leaving this. Yep, stuck on this now, bro. Okay. Too bad. Hold on to your questions for later.
Yeah, no gish galloping.
Gish galloping? That's what you think gish galloping is?
Yeah, you're jumping from topic to topic.
Right, but that's not what I'm doing there.
As soon as one topic gets difficult for you, you try to, gish gallop onto something else. But yeah, have a look in the side chat, right? Here's a diagram of how a geometric horizon would work on a globe, right? A man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. The physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and sky can be observed to meet. Right? Do you have any evidence of this horizon existing? So we can calculate where it should be, right? But when we go and check in reality, it's not there. There's no evidence that it exists. It exists in
so you're saying
theory, in mathematics.
When you're going over the horizon, it can be proved that it doesn't exist?
There's no horizon. You're talking about a geometric horizon, right? There's no evidence that anything goes over a geometric horizon. A horizon is a convergence point, right? And its apparent location because the meteorological conditions affect where you see it, right? It's a byproduct of perspective, refraction, obstruction, all sorts of different things. I can post the technical definition from the American Meteorological Society if you want to see a very long definition of horizon. But on a globe, right, this diagram lays out what the geometric horizon should be. And it should be at about 3 miles distance if you're 6 foot tall and you're standing on a globe. But when we go out and try to find this so-called geometric horizon, it doesn't exist. We can see things that are 20, 30 miles out into the ocean that should be hidden by hundreds and hundreds of feet behind the curvature consistently. So we're just trying to find where the math matches reality.
What you're saying that is a horizon isn't a byproduct of a curved Earth or no, a spherical Earth, but rather mathematical theory that can't be demonstrated in practice.
No, the globe Earth is a mathematical concept that can't be demonstrated in reality.
The globe,
and the byproducts
can't be demonstrated in reality.
Yeah, it can't be observed, it can't be found in reality. In reality, we just find that the Earth is flat.
So, how does the sun and moon work in terms of a flat Earth?
This is the where you divert away from the topic and try to talk
No,
about something up in the
I'm
sky.
inquiring. These are
Yeah, I'm not sure because we can't look. I know you sound okay, right? So, I don't make claims about things I can't test empirically. We all get taught, a theory, I guess, about the distance and the medium that the sun and the moon are in and how big they are and all that kind of thing. But we can't really go and check that. It's just part of the model that's based off the cosmic distance ladder, which starts with the radius of the Earth. So we're testing to see if the core variables of the cosmic distance ladder are correct in the first place. So I'm not sure exactly what the sun and moon are, other than being able to observe what we see them do in the sky. So if something's too high for us to test empirically, or too far away for us to test empirically, it would fall into kind of like the speculation basket rather than the basket of knowledge of things we can actually, put our hands on it and test.
Exactly, yeah, knowledge.
That answers my question as to how the sun and moon work in the hypothetical flat Earth.
Yeah, look, we see them move in certain cycles. The reason we have years is because the cycle of the sun resets every 365 days, right? We see it appear to move over us east to west. The angle of it will change from your personal perspective throughout the year. And same with the moon, right? The moon, the reason we have months is because the cycle of the moon resets every 28 days. We can track the paths of them in the sky. We have analemmas of the moon, analemmas of the sun. But getting into exactly what it's made out of, exactly how big it is, exactly what medium it's in, or how far away it is, nobody knows that empirically, right? It's people's knowledge of that is based off assumptions and presuppositions and so-called radius values and a bunch of assumptions of space vacuums and things like that. So
And how long have you been a flat earther for?
I think I heard about it first in 2016 or 2017, and I thought it was the dumbest thing ever. But the person that was telling me about it was someone that I respected a lot, and I knew they were quite smart. And they recommended some videos to watch, and I watched the videos. I'm like, oh, that's some interesting points in the videos. And luckily, at the time in 2018, I lived on a giant lake in Australia called Lake Macquarie. And we had a section across the lake that was about 15 kilometers. I owned a boat, and I went and bought a very high powered zoom camera. And I started going out and doing tests of my own just to check for myself, because I saw all of these crazy long distance observations. And I was like, damn, that doesn't work on a globe. So I should probably go out and check it myself. And I did so many tests, and I could zoom in across the lake, right? Anytime I did it, I could see the white sandy beaches, right? Because it had like white sandy beaches around the shoreline. It was a saltwater lake. And I could zoom in and I could see from just above the surface of the water, I could zoom in and see like 10 miles away, like 15 kilometers away, the shoreline on the other side of the lake, that should have been hidden by about 50 feet behind the curvature of the Earth. So I don't know what the shape of the Earth is. I'm not claiming to know that. I'm just claiming that when we go out and test for the globe, we can't find any curvature.
So you've using your own tests made at or done at Lake Macquarie in Australia, you can conclude that the Earth isn't flat. Sorry, the Earth isn't round, and it is in fact
No,
the opposite of round.
not just that. That's just evidence, right? That's just more evidence. That's something that I did myself. But there are hundreds, if not thousands, of recorded tests, right? Some of these tests have been done by optics experts with PhDs in optics and things like that, right? Extremely expensive, high-powered laser beams and whatnot, and recording the tests. So it's a huge accumulation of research, right? 8 years worth of research into optics, into refraction, into gas laws, into all sorts of different things. So it's not just one single thing, right? Although you could debunk the globe technically, right? If you had one 10-mile body of water that didn't have curvature, that would debunk the entire heliocentric model, because that would be impossible in the heliocentric model with gravity claimed to work the way it does. Right. Drawing everything towards the center of mass. One simple confirmation that there's no curvature over a 10-mile body of water, yeah, that would debunk the entire heliocentric model.
So what do you think about like the photos of people in space taking pictures of a around Earth?
Yeah, I don't know, man. If you're talking about people that have actually left low Earth orbit and gone up, right, into space, that would only be 28 people, and that, you know, that's just all NASA astronauts, most of them being dead now, most of that being 50 plus years ago. And it's kind of like faith-based. It's not something that you can falsify. You can't go and check to make sure that that's real.
Didn't Katy
Perry, that's not even high enough to see the curvature of the Earth, right? That's not space. That's just going up 60 miles.
But we're going off of people who have been in space, not people who have been.
That's not space. Yeah, that's not space. That's just going up 60 miles.
Really?
Right. So William Shatner, he went up on that as well. He said he didn't see any signs that the Earth's a globe from that height. He didn't see any curvature or anything like that. He said that multiple times in interviews. There was also an astronaut that went up on the previous Blue Origin to the same height, Wally Funk, and she said, right, she's an astronaut, trained astronaut of 50 years. And she said that she was disappointed that she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth because apparently they didn't go high enough. And even Neil deGrasse Tyson, the astrophysicist who hates flat earthers, right, he said that he did the calculations and that you wouldn't see the curvature of the Earth from that height. Because it's only, you know, it sounds like with the marketing that they're going up into space, but really they're just going up in like a fancy type of parabolic flight where they get apparent weightlessness, right, for 3 minutes or something like that, because they're in free fall, you know, doing a parabolic arc or whatever it is. So it's not like they go up to a certain height and they pop through some barrier and then all of a sudden they're floating around in space. It's just like a zero-G flight, but just like a more advanced version of that. Even on the ISS, right? Like it's not like you get up to the height of the ISS and you start floating around, right? They still have like 90-something% of the gravity that you would have here on the Earth. And it's the same thing, right? The same reason that they are floating, apparently, right, in the ISS is because it's like a never-ending zero-G flight, because it's like falling around the globe at 17,000 miles per hour, apparently. And that's the reason that they have that, you know, so-called weightlessness. It's not because they float when you get up to that height. But it's interesting, man. Like, if you have a look at the footage from the Chinese space station, it's even higher than the ISS. Goes up to 280 miles. And all of the footage from the main cameras in the Chinese footage it shows a completely flat horizon, which is what you would see mathematically from that height. And then from the NASA footage, then they show us like this dramatically curved horizon that is curved way more than it would even be, from that height. So we have contradictions. But it's all unverifiable stuff. It's faith-based.
Yeah, look, sorry, dude, we got off on the wrong foot, but this came across to me. I felt some smart aleckiness, right? So that's how I'll react to people. I'm not like DJ who's can remain calm and collected sometimes. Sometimes I can, sometimes. But so that's where I was trying to go with you about. We start with the observation, and then if we have a doubt about our observation, we test it further, right? And in this case, we've done it with measurements and comparison to the claims that exist about the surface of the Earth and its geometry. And he left.
Gave up, tapped out. Oh man, I lose my shit all the time at these people, T-Dub.
Oh, yeah. Did I leave that open? Yeah. Oopsie. Yeah. Yeah, I know, man. I
T-Dub?
know. Like, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. I just realized. Yeah, I know, man. I know. Yeah. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Like, just like these, like, because they come in and it's like they think they know it all and you're just dumb and they just have this attitude and it's like, oh, that irks me.
Mm-hmm. Me too. If they can listen for long enough to understand our arguments, the basics of it, usually they change their tune. But sometimes it's really hard to get past that threshold. Yeah, we need a clip that we can play of that Owen Benjamin Flat Earth Awakening. It's freaking hilarious.
Oh, yeah, that's a beauty. Because he's like almost crying because he's got to face Eric Debay the next day with nothing.
Mm-hmm. Normal rat, that profile picture is freaking outstanding.
Thank you. ChatGPT.
So good.
I just watched that scene in Kill Bill. Kill Bill Volume 2.
Shit. Yeah.
That's a great scene. I can see why Indio took that one on, because he acts just like that teacher in that scene. Have you seen that movie?
I haven't seen it. I need to watch it.
Oh, some parts of it are. You could just skip to the second volume and watch the training scene where she's being trained by. Oh man, what's the guy's name? My something. But anyway, that's the profile picture that Indio was using. That's where all this Fu Manchu came from.
Yeah. All right, there's download links for those two Owen Benjamin videos if anyone wants to download them. Media Helper. It's a great app in Discord. Can basically it'll just rip any video and then you just click the link and you can download it straight from Discord.
What's up, DJ? How you been?
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, good,
Yeah,
good, thank you.
I was talking about was it the legitimacy of these NASA photos? I was also talking about like legit techniques you can use, like Photoshop and video editing and all that stuff, photography even. And yeah, I was like pointing those out that they couldn't be at least these are highly saturated photos. They can't be real because um, due to how like they're how the what was I saying? Due to how the overall environment of the picture is, it's physically impossible for it to be a real photo because of just how saturated like all the everything is. Ridiculous.
Yeah, it is ridiculous.
Like and I was also pointing out how I think they're doing it. I think they're doing it by either one of two ways. Okay, so this is really ironic that they even tell you that it's not real. Like they tell you not only that they have this Photoshop guy, but they also tell you that all this data that they collect from these satellites, supposedly, that's what they put into a computer to generate the images. But that's not what I think they're doing. I think they got all this money, bro. They have and they can set these simulations up. They can't even tell the difference, the astronauts, between simulation and like reality, right? I think they have, since they have these huge computers and all this stuff, they're basically putting a simulation inside of a simulation, bro. It's just like Rick and Morty, bro. Like they got simulation inside the simulation and all that stuff. I think they have their own little simulation of the of like the planetary model or whatever they have. And what they do is they're taking their little blue screen and their CGI clipping all that stuff and adding it to that. And they can basically do like whatever they want with that, and it'd be very easy for them to say, "This you can't prove this is fake or whatever," because there'd be no way for you to verify if it was real or fake at that point.
Right. Have you seen have you heard about Project Lola? LOLA?
I've never heard of this. What is it about?
So Project Lola stands for Lunar Orbit and Landing Approach. And it was a NASA Langley Research Center simulator built in the early 1960s to help prepare astronauts for the Apollo moon missions. It was a spacecraft or a mission. It was a massive ground-based simulation system to visually and practically train pilots for what lunar descent would look like. and the system worked like an advanced fake moon landing environment. Quote, it used large physical models of the lunar surface, TV camera systems moving over those models, a cockpit where a pilot sat and controlled simulated descent, a tracking system that switched between different scale models to mimic different altitudes.
That's
And
crazy.
and if you go in my server in Pickled Minds and you look for the channel called Project Lola, there's tons of information about it. But here's a video with one of the people that
Oh, this
worked
is
on
gonna be
Project
good.
Lola. So I'm going to play it using the
Look at that. Yeah, and
the bot if it
what
works.
I'm talking about is it's kind of like that, but it's a little more advanced considering the at least the money that they have coming in and the
Right.
technology they have access to. Uh, essentially, what I'm saying they're doing is so you know how like they make these simulations of you going on the moon and all that stuff, and they put the astronauts in there. So what I'm saying is they're taking their little like planetary model there, you know, the solar system. They're simulating that whole entire thing, and because of like how powerful their computers are, and they're just they're overlaying the uh, like whatever they want to put onto it, essentially. Like they're overlaying everything onto it, so it'll look as if that the astronauts are in space and all that stuff. They're taking their little simulation and they're overlaying that onto this that other simulation. So it's a simulation literally within a simulation.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
they
exactly.
can do
So
whatever they want. They can literally they can take they can be like, oh, we're doing this mission. We're up in like we're next to this black hole or something like that, and they can make it look like extremely real.
yeah, yeah, so if that's why I
Ridiculous.
wanted to play this video. So
Yeah, yeah.
even back in the 60s, right? You should hear what this lady says about this simulator. So imagine, right, if they had this one in the 60s, imagine what they have in the
Now, yeah.
2000s. And they were able to trick a whole group of people on a reality TV show into thinking that they went up into low Earth orbit. In Space Cadets, the 2004 UK reality TV series, they tricked a whole group of people into thinking that they were in freaking space, looking at the Earth out of a capsule from space. They legit for like $4 or $5 million or something like that. The most expensive reality TV show in history. They built a capsule. They put them through fake training. Right? They had like a capsule that simulated them going up into space, and they thought that they were in space, and they were looking at these big giant wraparound TV screens out the capsule window, thinking that they were in freaking space. And if nobody told those people that they got tricked, that was a prank
Yeah,
TV show,
it's crazy.
those people would have gone around for the rest of their lives telling people that they went to space.
Yeah, that's like looking at back in like 2007 or 5 or something like that. Way back.
Yeah, 2004, 2005.
It's been over 20 years almost. I would say they
Yeah,
probably have
imagine what they could do
crazy
now.
technology now.
And imagine what they could do if they had unlimited budget.
You know, like that I was talking about this, you know what the government did with the PS3s and all that stuff? They made a supercomputer out of PS3s. I was back in like 2013, I think.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, imagine what they could do with the NASA computers, bro.
Yep.
It does look like space station wiring, bro. Freaking supercomputer made out of PS3s. Yeah. Like that guy, he does the video on the scuba divers in space, bro. That one always gets me every time, bro. Scuba divers in space.
Worked on Apollos 8 and 10. What was that
Here we
like?
go. Got it working.
Can you describe
yeah.
your feelings during those two missions? What it was like?
Well, the missions were so nominal that you almost couldn't believe that it was happening. We had been simulating these things for so long, and everything goes wrong in the simulations. You have devious little men that plan simulations. They plan to do everything wrong so that they can mess everybody up. So when we got to the real mission, it seemed like a piece of cake, really.
What sort of things in the simulations would they have go wrong? What sort of problems would they present to you?
The engine fails. Their gyroscopes and reference equipment will fail. You'll lose communication. They'll underburn, they'll overburn, they'll have abort situations come up.
Do you think that there is any danger when actual astronauts are involved and it's not a simulation, that your mental attitude won't take into consideration the fact that it's a manned mission, that it will be too much like an exercise?
I think you always remember that there are men on board. And even during simulations, it's not just an exercise. The simulations seem as real as the mission. We have men in simulations. They're in the simulator. They're not flying up to the moon. But we feel like they're real.
You feel like they're real, but do you think that the entire space program, as you view it in your work, has a sense of unreality to it?
I think the atmosphere you work in is a little bit unreal as far as the actual facilities are concerned. You're totally isolated. You're surrounded by machines. There are no windows in the buildings where you work. The lighting is always the same. You lose all track of time. You think in terms of ground elapsed time, and that becomes the only reality.
That's crazy, man. That's creepy, the way
That's
she talks.
insane. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And that was in the
Uh,
60s, and she's saying that they couldn't tell the difference.
It was the same as reality is.
What was with his question? That was weird. Why would he ask that?
Yeah, that was a really
Yeah, so weird.
crazy for him to ask that question. Why would he ask, could you tell the difference? That's such like a... It's like he was trying to hint at...
Revelation of the method, perhaps.
Yeah. He's like hinting at that it's fake. Now, could you tell this was fake or real? Like, that's insane, bro.
I'm Robin Hood, in the mountains of Idaho, and I expose the censored truth. I did not create this video. A link to the source video is always in my description. Warning, this video may cause original thoughts to develop and have you questioning your programmed and indoctrinated thinking.
Oh,
When we were
that's
too
gonna be
young
great.
to think for ourselves, they brainwashed us with false beliefs.
Number one, to come into the truth movement, if you're really concerned about truth, you've got to check an ego at the door, okay? You do not know everything. A lot of you think you do, but you don't. I certainly don't. Through your school system, through your education that you're so proud of, that builds your whole ego, your whole value in life, it's impossible for you to discard it and admit you were deceived. Let me tell you something. You've been deceived. It's not your fault. You can let go of your ego. Nobody's going to laugh at you except other people that can't let go of their ego. But people that have caught on to the con and realized the power grab that's taken place, they're not going to laugh at you. They're going to welcome you. I'm telling you again, the worst thing they fear is the hive mind. The one thing they fear is 300 million people in the United States coming together on one topic and saying, this makes no sense. We need answers. Why is the flat earth so important? Because it shows the deception. There are enough reasonable questions to create reasonable suspicion that we've been lied to. They can't afford to keep being asked. Whether the earth actually turned out to be diamond-shaped, cross-shaped, pear-shaped, there's enough to see that it's not what we've been told. And once that is revealed, everything these governments have done becomes illegitimate. That is why it matters. And that is why they will do anything they can to keep us fighting, keep us distracted, keep us at odds against each other, just like the entire world, whether it be Christians against Muslims, blacks against whites. Government that truly has your best interest, your freedom at heart, or does it sound like a government that wants to keep you constantly busy on paying attention to anything but what they're doing? And this truth movement is no different. Because as soon as the topic starts going where everybody can actually make a stand and say, hey, wait a minute, this needs to be answered. This is a big one. And I don't care what anybody says, the flat earth, the shape of the earth, is the biggest conspiracy and has been used to manipulate, deceive, and control us all. If, God forbid, everybody came and started demanding answers, and once they can't provide those answers, people realize they are busted. It can't be a mistake. It can't be anything but the deception and control mechanism it is. Flat Earth is not a psyop. Flat Earth destroys the psyop. Every psyop that's been used to control us for as long as they've known about it. So this system has been in power and control for hundreds of years, ever since they convinced the rest of the world that they didn't know where they live. It created this fantastical scenario to make people feel insignificant and to follow those that appear to know better. They're just better liars, deceivers, that have no conscience, and will do everything and anything to everybody and anybody they can to keep that power. Because people are waking up. And no matter how much they try to suppress this flat earth movement, oh, it's going to keep moving one way or another. You can see it. People are waking up. So now, louder than ever, I can hear that clock. Tick-tock, 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 tick-tock. It's a religion. It's all a religion. You know why? Because government is a religion. Government is the majority of the world's true God, because they believe that these people have some sort of power. And they've even convinced us that we've given it to them. They still have us convinced in 2015, the age of instant communication, that we, for some reason, need representatives in a city that's not even part of this country called Washington, D.C. to represent us. That in this age of instant communication, we can't represent ourselves for some reason. That's how deep the brainwashing and the indoctrination has gone. They still have you convinced that this government should be run on the same system it was run when people were back on horseback using telegraphs and Pony Express. That's why they had these representatives, had to go to Washington, so that they could go back home to this group of a few 100,000 people and say, well, what do you guys want? Okay, I'll go tell them. And they travel for a week to Washington, D.C., or however long it takes. That's why you needed representatives. Now I can push this button and talk to anybody in the world. What the fuck do I need a representative for? Because it's the power system, the control system. They have to keep indoctrinating you in schools, teaching you about everything and anything but where you live. Now they have to treat out all the money that was going into the educational system to control your mind isn't working anymore. People see how stupid everybody is. That is the failure of government. See, flat earth proves the failure of government, period. Because it's either deceived and lied and indoctrinated us all into a false system, or it's completely failed in making people realize if they really live on a globe, a lot of people don't see it. So your education system has failed now, hasn't it? In order to believe it, we've got to believe a bunch of math formulas that only a few people in the world can supposedly understand, and we've just got to take your word for it. Here in this age of all this technology where I can get on this phone, record this video, and send it out to the world, They can't seem to find a way to easily, simply prove to everybody on the planet where they live. It always depends on some formulas that the majority of the people don't understand. And again, the people that do understand it don't understand it. They either know it's bullshit or they believe it's bullshit because it's just religion and it's not proven. It's just twisted formulas to fit their agenda. It doesn't wash out in reality. What difference does it make? What difference does it make? Yeah, that's their favorite line. A lot of people, what difference does it make? You can't figure out what difference it makes? If you can't figure out what difference it makes that the people running your world have fucking lied to you over and over your whole life, if you can't figure out that someone lying to you is trying to control you, suppressing of information, of knowledge, is control. Deception of information and knowledge is a form of control. So what difference does it make? It makes a big difference, because once they start omitting information or lying about information about where you live, they're doing it to control you, period. Why am I having to explain this to critical thinkers in the truth movement? Where you live, it's been a lie the whole time, and if everybody would just come together and demand answers, they would be in checkmate. They would not know what the fuck to do. They cannot prove it. They can't prove the globe, because it doesn't exist. So once you calling on them, they're done. You then remove them from power and go from there. That rips down all the other conspiracies. You then have access to all these top secret government files, the national security that they hide all the evidence under. The way you control billions of people is to keep them divided and fighting each other. So they focus on anything and everything but you and how you're controlling them all.
Oh, that was absolutely peak, bro. I couldn't have said it any better. That was actually peak.
Yeah, man, that was very well articulated. I like that.
It was. That was good. Yeah.
Hold
Couldn't
on,
have said it
apparently
any
it's not
better,
over.
bro. I'm not gonna.
Alright, let
That's
me
like
just
me
find it
saying.
so I can pause it.
I'm not gonna sit here and say that I think the Earth is a globe because I don't have any evidence for it. That's absolutely ridiculous. It's just an idea that they want to implant into your brain. Hey, it's like, hey, you can be a billionaire if you do this, this, and this. It's not. You're not going to become a billionaire. They're just telling you that. But yeah, that was a really well. That guy would be like the new world order of a flat earthers or something, bro. What I think is the craziest thing. Have you seen like the graphics of the new like the GTA 6 when it comes out? What I think is crazy is that is just like a fraction of what they can actually do. It's not even they put it in your face and they're like, "Hey, this is we can do this with our current technology." No, we can go farther than that. That's not even that's like a fraction. You ever seen like a NASA computer, bro? You could simulate insane things with that. The power to like produce these things digitally. It's a entirely different uh like totally different ballpark, bro. Mm. These NASA computers and all that stuff, they don't need these like uh graphics cards and all that stuff. They have just pure raw power on terms of like all that stuff.
Uh, they ask that question because they feel defeated. What does it matter?
Yeah, that too.
What does it matter anyway? Right. That's a response to it's a concession. So it's like saying, it's like that meme I posted. It's saying, well, I believe it's a globe, but I can't prove it. Basically,
Yeah.
you beat me. So what does it matter anyway? Like, it's just a way to like try and escape like from the responsibility of the belief, right?
Why should I care if the Earth's a globe or not? Well, because you're paying money for a program to send fake rockets up there when in reality there's nothing happening, right? They're just giving you a movie show, a little bit of a movie there for you. Here's your movie. You get to watch it every time we choose that we want to, quote unquote, send a rocket into space, and it's gonna be $70 million that we get every day to lie to you about this. What's the difference? $70 million a day is the difference. So either you're paying with your tax money for like nothing, or you're paying for them to do something. And if that's not an incentive, then I mean, them lying to you should be an incentive enough. They shouldn't be lying about anything. That completely discredits them. Google Translate is crazy. Glober detected. That's actually insane.
It's edited. That's not.
That's actually how
Not
buggy,
actually
bro.
good. Right.
I was like, that's good. That's good, bro. I don't know, bro. Hey, it looks real to me, bro. Like that's Glober action right there, bro. It's like money's not an incentive anymore, or like telling the truth. Why would I want to tell the truth or gain monetary value from these things, guys? Monetary gain doesn't mean anything now. I don't want to pay for something that's not happening. It's ridiculous. You ever heard anyone say that? What do I care if I'm being lied to?
Yeah,
It's
we've
like
heard it all.
that's the one right there. The be all end all is apparently what do I care if
Well,
I'm being lied to?
I've actually said it because, like, when you think about it, if they don't have an audience, who are they going to lie to?
That's a fair point. I think the irony is behind the audience thing, right? Because like they don't even need to make an audience. It's already there because I mean, people are expecting that this is actually like real and stuff. like really happening. You know, they're in space and all this crap. They don't even need to pull in an audience because it's already there. And they can just pretty much come up with whatever idea they want, and as long as it aligns with their little model, right? It's reality.
Right. I mean, by now, but like, you know, it's been how long? 60 plus years or something like that, right? If American citizens were to launch a class action lawsuit, civil lawsuit or something against the government, against NASA, right? If they won, it'd break the government. I mean, there wouldn't be enough to compensate.
Yeah,
it'd break their bank. It'd break the government's bank. That's it. America's bankrupt, right? Except that the people, if they just actually distribute the money back to the people, I mean, that's going to go back into the economy, I guess. So it's not really going to be broke because the people will then have the money. So, but yeah, how long has it been? Like, in the tens of millions a day. How long? What does that add up to over like 60 years?
That 70
of course,
million
60 years ago it probably was nowhere near, 70 million a day. But I mean,
let's look it up here from 60 years ago. What do we say this is the year we should start at here?
was it 1959? 1958? 1959? I can't remember. You'd have to look it up. I can't remember offhand.
Yes, July 29th, 1958. Okay, 1958, NASA daily budget. What's up? So way back then, it says that their annual budget was 100 million, which comes out to about 273,972 per day. See if I can find the
Wow. Inflation, huh?
You should ask it what that's equal to in 2026 with inflation taken into account.
Oh, yeah, good question.
Okay, so I got the exact numbers here. It says the space race peak funding skyrocketed from 100 million at NASA's founding to an apex in 1986, where NASA consumed 44.1% of the total U.S. federal budget to support the Apollo program. Post-Apollo decline, 1974 to 1990s. Funding dropped significantly after the moon landings concluded, stabilizing around 0.7 to 1% of federal budget before dropping lower during the space shuttle era. Modern funding 2000s, the present budgets steadily rose in nominal value to roughly 25 billion through the represent less than 0.5% of the overall U.S. budget. That's what it says about from 1958 to now, their annual budget. And then let's look up how much money that's worth back then.
I don't know. I think it's worth it. We got weather satellites to predict the weather. We got GPS to navigate the cities. Seems like a good deal.
So 200 grand from 1958 is the same purchasing power as approximately $2,310,851.21 today. So back then they got a budget of roughly $2 million.
Okay. 5,070 million. Excuse my language.
You don't think it was worth it, like for the benefits we got?
What benefits?
GPS and weather satellites,
brother.
weather
Satellites.
prediction.
Okay, let me explain something to you, bro. Satellites don't give you any benefits. Tell me
Weather,
one thing
weather,
you think. Tell me one thing
weather,
you think that satellites are providing us with.
weather prediction with weather
Yeah,
satellites
no,
and also
satellites
GPS.
don't do
That's
that.
just that's weather
Satellites
balloons.
don't
They're
do
just
that.
sending up weather balloons. That's
Yeah,
how we're
like, come on.
getting the weather conditions.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
And some people are, and some
And
people
look, they
are.
suck. They suck at predicting the weather, by the way.
Yeah.
Right? They
Yeah.
update it. Like if you check what the weather's going to be
Right.
next week, right? It's completely different, right? And they'll just update it like the day before. And it seems like, oh, they got it right because they just updated it. Like I could guess just as bad as their so-called satellites, right? Say, oh, next Tuesday, it's going to be 31 degrees and sunny, right? And as it starts to get closer to the date, I'll be like, oh shit, right? Okay, that was completely wrong. I'm going to update my guess based on how it is today and yesterday. You know,
Is that the good old globe model predicting?
And when the ice cap's supposed to be melted too by now?
Nobody bring up GPS, bro. If you bring up GPS and that's what we use satellites for, I will cook your ass on that.
Dude, and the GPS isn't even accurate unless you're using differential GPS, which is basically ground towers pinpointing your position, because the GPS isn't going to give you an accurate fix anyway.
It's within 10 meters, isn't it? Good enough for driving on roads.
No, only if you're using differential GPS, which is coming from ground towers.
Yeah, differential GPS makes it way more accurate, down to like several tens of centimeters, I think. But without differential, you can still get within 10 or 20 meters.
It's really not very good. Have you, in most places, you try to walk around, right? Like I was in Warsaw, in Poland, right, trying to walk around just to find like a well-known landmark, right? And the GPS is taking me all over the place, right? It's not accurate. It's not consistent.
That's why you never use it.
And why could they? I don't use it that often, right? If I'm going to walk around and try to find something, right, I'm going to ask people that live there, because the GPS was failing us. It does it quite often. It fails you, so you have to then start asking people. It's like, hey, the GPS is taking me in these other places. Where's this particular place? And they're like, oh, it's that way. You're going the wrong way. But you could easily just use like ground towers to triangulate your position, right? Ground towers that are updated with the mapping system, okay? And then they're triangulating your position and just putting it on the coordinate system that's on your phone or whatever, right? And you could just get around like that just fine. You don't need some alleged space satellites, but hey, there could be satellites up in the sky anyway, and that doesn't mean that the Earth has to be a globe and that those satellites are orbiting around in some space vacuum.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I actually think you're right that most of the time your phone is using cell towers to trilaterate, not triangulate, by the way. But yeah, so it doesn't need the satellite user.
Here's a really good question somebody asked.
I didn't say trilaterate.
Right,
Somebody
because you were
asked,
wrong. It's not triangulate; it is trilaterate.
Oh, okay. Wow, you got me there, Matthew.
Police use cell towers to triangulate. No. Police do use cell towers to triangulate mobile phone signals.
No, they don't. They don't
Yeah,
tell
they
the
do.
angle.
Yeah, they do.
They use them to trilaterate to determine how far they are from the cell towers, not what the angle is. It's sort of pedantic. I'm
never
sorry.
seen a triangulation in his life. Hey, Matthew.
Yeah, what's up? How's it going?
So, do you know what like not all GPS needs like satellites, right?
All GPS does, but your phone doesn't.
Yeah, no, that's not true, bro. It's not true at all.
GPS is defined as using satellites, but you're right that you don't need satellites to determine your position. You can find your position. Your phone
No.
usually does it with
You know what? You know
self-calculation.
what simulated GPS is?
Yes, it's when they fake it for
Oh, so they
like the
fake
demo
it.
mode.
Okay, so why does it not need satellites then?
If you're like looking at a GPS system in the Best Buy, they have the simulated GPS to show you what it might look like to drive somewhere. But
Okay,
obviously, it's just sitting at a display case at Best Buy. It's not actually driving somewhere.
right, but it's emulated, right? So it
Right,
doesn't need satellites.
right. It's just pretending to drive somewhere so you can see what the interface looks like.
So what's
Normally,
to
you
say
turn that
that
off as soon as you
that
buy it. It's just
all
like the
GPS
store
isn't
mode.
emulated?
Oh, my GPS isn't. It like shows where I actually am.
So what kind of GPS do you use?
A Garmin.
Would you mind sending that to the side chat?
Just let me see which one it is.
I love cooking people, bro.
It's a Garmin car GPS. I don't know exactly what model number.
Look for stuff here. How do you spell the
Oh,
Garmin
I
or
found it.
whatever?
Hold on.
How do you spell Garmin?
Yeah, how do you
Is
spell
that what you
this?
just asked?
Yeah, how do you spell? Oh, here it is. Garmin. Okay.
So it's the Garmin Newbie 2592 LMT, which stands for Lifetime Maps in Traffic.
So here's what we're gonna do. Just give me a second.
It's pretty old. It's probably like a 10-year-old model of what you can buy now. But still works fine.
Okay, so that is particular GPS you have is emulated. It's GPS simulated. It's what it says.
No, the Garmin Newbie is not emulated. It shows my actual position as I'm driving around.
So you're saying it's not emulated.
No.
So
I mean, it has an
So why
emulation
does it
mode.
say when you go on the Garmin International website, it says if it says can use the GPS to set a simulated location. It says right
Right.
there.
Yeah. So if
And
you're trying to make a demo
it also
mode,
says something about not receiving satellite signals, like at the very top.
Oh, it does? Where?
Yeah.
What does it say?
Yeah, I'm curious. What does it say?
Says let's see here. Open up the manual. So that is a built-in GPS simulator mode that allows you to emulate location. So it in fact has emulator built into it.
Right. It has a built-in, like, and you turn that on if you're trying to sell it in the store, but I don't use that mode. I use the actual mode when I'm driving. It wouldn't be much good if it just
Use it
sort of
outside.
simulated. Huh?
Use it outside.
It's in my car permanently. Yeah.
Does it ever like miscalculate?
No, not usually. I mean, I can't
Not
remember a time
usually.
where it was wrong. It takes a moment to like get a fix, but once it gets a fix, it's I don't know, within 30 feet or something, I would say.
So do you know what relays are?
Relays can refer to several different things, that microwave relays or relays
Like
in switches.
radio tower relays.
Yeah. Like for microwave signals, there are relays for
So
that. I don't know.
like in the subway, they have an emulated GPS that's what they hook the subway up to,
Oh yeah.
so we can
So the
tell where
subway
it's at and all
in
that
the
stuff.
subway they have sort of cell phone towers so you can still use your cell phones underground.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the actual GPS that subways use is an emulated GPS, and they essentially have all these relays hooked up inside the tunnel to where they can uh, basically tell the train where it is or where it isn't. Right?
Yeah, that's
It's like a
nice. I
mission.
don't drive a subway. I drive a car, and
Yeah,
my
what I'm saying
GPS
is
doesn't work underground.
what I'm saying is like all these relays and all that stuff. You know where they're located,
Underground for the subway, I imagine.
right? Okay. So how many do you think there is? Like how many relays?
They probably have to have enough to cover all the curves. I mean, if it's a long shot, they could probably have just one or two. But if it goes around a corner, they probably need another one. But that's just
Would
a
you
guess.
say
I don't know.
they're everywhere?
No, I would say,
So
like I just said, that they're probably on every straight stretch, and then when it goes around a curve, it probably needs another one. That's my guess, though. Radio waves don't travel very far underground, I would imagine, but who knows? Again, my GPS does not work underground, so
it
you
doesn't
know,
have to, right?
huh?
It doesn't have to.
Right, because I usually drive above ground. I mean, I go through tunnels sometimes, but
So so you are aware that they have relays underground and above ground, and they have radio towers above ground, and as well as they also have um, ground based uh, like towers, right?
yeah, there are cell towers, there are FM radio towers, there's TV channel
Yes, yes.
towers, there's
So
all kinds of radio
do
towers.
you know what a ground satellite is?
No, I don't know what you mean by ground
So there's these
satellite.
things they call they're ground based satellites.
That doesn't make
And you have to
sense.
really look up into what these are because they don't tell you about them because they try to hide them from you. But there are
Well,
these.
why would wait, they try to hide it? So how am I gonna look them
Yeah.
up and
So
find out what
it's
they
a
are if they're
it's
trying to hide them?
well, they try to hide it, but if you look hard enough, you'll find some information on these ground
You
satellites.
mean if I do
They
Google
are
search,
like
if I look
they
hard enough to
function
do
the
a Google
exact
search?
same as normal satellites, but they're in the ground, so ground based. Just like
Yeah, well,
think of
my
it as
GPS doesn't use them. Like, if you look at the manual, it doesn't say anything
oh,
about
that's the
ground-based
funny
satellites.
thing. Actually, all GPSs use them.
Mine doesn't.
How do you know?
Mine works out in the middle of the desert where there's not many towers, and there's no cell phone signal. I can still get a GPS fix.
A
But like,
ground-based satellite typically refers to a satellite ground station or Earth station, which is the terrestrial infrastructure on Earth used to communicate with, track, and manage spacecraft in orbit.
that's right.
Oh,
Yep.
so like, yeah, so that's what they use to control the GPS satellites?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, that makes sense. I
They
mean,
also can if you really look into it, they can receive and direct signals too.
right. So I don't have
And
access
so
to
we
those
have
towers.
so not only do we have cell phone towers, we have these ground-based satellites systems that they have. We have relays. All these things they're all over the place, man. And
They're not in the middle of the ocean or like in the middle of the desert. I mean, I
actually,
can be.
there's offshore relays. And even if you're going to say that we require GPS for that, they have plenty of other navigation ways to navigate
Yeah,
thousands of miles
yeah,
or
so
more
you can
on
your
the
cell
ocean.
phone can navigate with cell phone towers. I'm saying my GPS, my Garmin GPS only gets satellite GPS signals. It doesn't use cell phone towers, and it still gets the accurate location.
Do you know what Omega navigational system is?
No, my GPS doesn't use that, I don't think.
Someone wants to bring that up. Omega navigational system. That's what they
Used to.
use in the ocean.
They can use satellite GPS systems in the ocean now.
So, so my question for you is: even if all these are correct, these factors, um, even if there is actually satellites, what makes you believe that they're actually in space?
Because satellites orbit around a spherical Earth. That's how
Okay, and
satellites work.
How do you know they're doing that?
Because it's a good explanation for the observations and the
Okay,
people
okay.
who use it.
What is an explanation?
It's a description of what's behind the observations that we see.
See, okay, so here's the problem with what you're saying, okay? And I'll put it very simply as to why this sounds like funny, okay? So an explanation is a form of an idea, a set of
Yeah, it's like
ideas,
a
right?
story. Yeah, it's a story.
So yeah, it's a story. So it's a story. So not using a story, can you please explain to me what led you to the belief that you're on a globe and that these satellites are actually in space?
Wait, did you just ask me to explain it to you without using an explanation?
Yeah, I want you to give me like empirical evidence.
Yeah, I think the evidence is that the explanations work. So that's pretty good evidence.
But just because they work doesn't mean that that's what's going on.
Right, but things that don't work
Hey,
probably
I got
aren't true.
a good example for you. Brainwash works. Does that mean that we can use that as an empirical evidence?
Brainwash would be immoral. I don't know if it would really works, but yeah, I wouldn't. It's
It
not
works.
good
It
to
really
try to
does.
fool people.
Are you questioning that
I believe you.
brainwash does not work?
No, it does work. I'm saying it's immoral to use it, probably.
Okay, well, I mean, they use it every day, so
Well, then if they brainwash every day, then they're being immoral every day. I don't try to brainwash.
well, I guess your government's immoral. So why should you trust what they're telling you?
Because I would want to trust the things that they say that are true and distrust the things that are false. Otherwise, it'd be the genetic fallacy of just assuming that everything they say is wrong.
So tell me one thing that they haven't lied to us about.
That it's good to eat more vegetables.
Okay, where's your empirical evidence that suggests eating more vegetables is good for you?
The universal account of nutritionists and
You know,
doctors.
what's really ironic is if you just did like the carnivore diet, right? That's healthier than anything they've ever listed, right? And that's
Not
just eating
according to
Depends
meat.
what your
most doctors.
depends what your blood type is.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
too. But
that's a good
what I'm
point. That's a
saying
good
is,
point.
right, that there's an instance of to where they're lying to you, right?
I
Because
would say
it's
that's an
Some
subjective.
instance of the
some
government
Just
saying
because they,
vegetables
something
some
it's
probably.
that's
vegetables
a
contain lectins which put holes in your
yeah.
arteries,
What I'm
which
saying is, that answer
it's
isn't
not always the
be
case,
all say
right?
all. That's a subjective answer because you can't just say, oh, eating more vegetables is good for you. That's not necessarily true. That's a subjective answer.
Well, how about something easier? Most nutritionists in the government say that it's good to avoid being overweight.
I mean,
Yeah, that's
that's
a good
actually
one.
that's subjective as well.
Not really.
That's
It's
not.
like it's
Some
universally
people,
objectively bad to be overweight.
Yeah,
well, actually, some people because of their blood types, they have to be overweight.
No, they don't. They
have to
just
be overweight.
need
No.
to be a
Yeah.
good weight, not overweight. By definition, overweight is over the amount of weight that you should have. Just it's right there in the name.
Yeah, it's when your heart starts straining to pump blood around your body. There's too
Here, I'll
much
give
body
an explanation.
Look,
explanation.
I get what you're saying. That the government lies about all kinds of stuff. Sure, that's fine. I'm just saying they don't lie about every single thing.
Yeah, they didn't
Yeah,
lie that
what
they're gonna tax you either.
they didn't lie. They're gonna tax you. That's a good joke, bro.
Rat poison is 99% food.
Yeah.
Rat poison is not 99% food.
It's an expression. Don't ruin my
That's
expression.
funny. But
But they're not a good
yeah,
replacement for meat.
I wouldn't give any credit to the government, honestly. Like I couldn't name a single thing that they haven't actually lied about in some way, shape, or form.
Well, what about this thing that I just posted that's like about obesity and the dangers of being obese? But I think they're probably right
Well, I mean,
about
what
that.
if they're just telling you that? How do you know, like, for sure that they're not lying?
Because most doctors
Okay,
would
I've got
agree
a
with
really
what they
good
say.
scenario here that would actually go against your claim. Okay, what if they don't want you to be obese because that means you can store food for longer, which means you'll have to buy food less.
That seems unlikely because most doctors would disagree with that.
Okay, that's because they disagree doesn't mean it's false.
Right.
Right? If you're bigger, you can store more fat on your body, which means you have to eat less. So
Yes, but
why wouldn't they tell you
your heart
not
works
why
harder
wouldn't they
and
tell you not to eat more food? Because your body can physically last longer without food if you do that. Like, bears, they eat before hibernation.
yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot of people in the United States that are hurting for calories. I'm
Yeah,
saying
no,
nutritionists and
I'm not making
doctors
the
is sort
claim
of a
that it is
universal.
healthier. But what I'm saying is just because they're telling you it's unhealthy doesn't mean it is.
Right. Just because they say it doesn't make it true. I'm saying that it is true and they're saying it and they're in this case they're telling the truth about the dangers of obesity. Not because they
I
say it, but
actually
they
what I would like to correct
that way.
you on is severe obesity. That's the dangers of severe obesity.
Any
Right.
obesity.
Right. I mean, so if the government says severe obesity is dangerous, guess what? They're right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Wait, you have to admit that sometimes some very few things that the government says might actually be true. For example, it's dangerous to be
I
severely
I don't
obese.
trust them in the slightest, bro.
Well, yeah, I don't believe it because the government says it. I'm saying that I believe it because nutritionists and dietitians and doctors universally say that. Now, it
You
happens to
mean
be that
because
the
they were
government says it too.
universally taught to say that?
Yeah, by other nutritionists and scientists and people who study this. It's not because the government mandated them to say that. It's because it's true.
Yeah, what about like you must drink water, right?
Who says I must drink water?
It's good to
Well, you
stay
have to drink
hydrated. How about
water,
that one?
right?
Nah, I don't. I don't need to go by your government rules, bro.
Are you saying you could survive without drinking water?
I've done it
You know
before.
what's
Yeah, hey,
you know
I
what's
survive on
interesting?
energy drinks, bro.
It's crazy. Like I drink a ton of water because I think it's important. But a lot of old people I talk to that lived a really long time,
Yeah.
they said that they never drank water. They're like, yeah, we never drank water. Like so many people.
Yeah, there's
They
other ways of getting hydration. I probably,
yeah,
fruit has a lot of water in it.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I used to just drink energy drinks, bro. Like, I'm not dead.
Oh
Oh,
man, I
that's
couldn't handle
terrible.
the caffeine. I had
Yeah,
I had a
man.
1/3. They were passing away free Monster Energy drinks at this like festival I went to.
Oh,
I drank
bro.
1/3 of it, and I already was like, "Oh man." I started feeling like
This
jittery, and
I could
it was
walk
only
over there.
1/3 of a
I
monster.
could grab one, chug it down, grab two more, and be completely fine.
Oh, you must have
this
built up a
Your
pretty
insides
strong
must be
immunity
fucked.
to it.
yeah, there's go watch the videos. There's videos on
Never had.
YouTube where people have all of the chemicals that go into them and they make the energy drink, right? They show them putting these
Oh yeah, I've seen
tablespoons
those.
of
Yeah.
all of these chemicals in to make what's in the energy drink. It's so much
Never
shit
had.
goes into one energy drink, man. It's freaking insane.
Yeah.
And then all that
Yeah.
sugar too.
I don't know about you,
So
Matt,
much
but
sugar.
I would not trust the government with my life, bro.
Sure,
I would not.
that's fine. I'm saying that sometimes some things the government says is true, not because the government says them, but they just happen to say true things, like avoid severe obesity.
I think what they say is objectively true sometimes.
Yeah, that I agree. That's all I was saying.
Um,
It's
but yeah, there's
100% true
what
10% of the time.
if you really look into this, like if the GPSs need satellite and all that stuff, you're gonna get some pretty crazy like answers like that they have all these other resources that they can use that they don't need satellites at all.
All right, I agree with you. They can use these other things. They can trilaterate from cell phone towers.
Yeah,
All
and use
kinds
like
of
ELARAN systems that's
Yep,
still in use
Loran and
and still
Omega.
being developed and improved on. And
It's crazy.
yeah, if all the satellites,
Yeah.
the so-called satellites in the sky disappeared, they could still, you could still have GPS style systems using ground-based methods.
Absolutely, and they're apparently more accurate.
Yeah, that's the irony of it.
I've just gone down a really weird rabbit hole starting at that, like that this whole conversation. I've gone down this rabbit hole of data privacy and shit with AI. This is really interesting, guys. Like, it told me about like the data. Like I said, yeah, now mix it with AI, and you've got all sorts of problems, right? And it said, absolutely, like the supermarkets are using AI to like analyze your behavior in their supermarket, blah 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 blah. And I said, well, I'm going to mess with it now. You've told me that, right? Right? Because like I've said, I'm gonna stand in front of like places that like in the that I'm not really interested in, and stuff like that, right? Like
Like the tampon aisle.
You're right. And it said that is actually a classic data obfuscation tactic, often called data poisoning or noise injection. By deliberately feeding the algorithms bad data, you degrade the accuracy of the profile they are building on you. It is the real-world equivalent of clicking on every single ad you see on a web page just to confuse the ad network's tracking system. Now it says to me this, right? If you want to maximize the chaos you cause their data models, right? Here is how you can make your noise injection even more effective. This is giving me lessons on how to fucking sabotage the man.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
And how do you do it?
It says, for example, if your profile says you're a male in your 50s, cross completely over into completely different demographic categories, linger heavily in the baby formula aisle, spend 5 minutes comparing brands of teen skincare cosmetics, or intensely study yarn and knitting needles. Pick an item up, carry it halfway across the store to an entirely unrelated aisle, standing there looking at it, and then put it down on a random shelf. Retail AI tries very hard to calculate path to purchase intent. Doing this completely scrambles the predictive pathing logic. If you are using a shopping app or an AI assistant while in store, search for products that are the exact opposite of what you are physically standing in front of. Search for vegan, gluten-free meal prep while lingering in the premium steak section. And this is why it's going into a whole thing about why this actually works. Because of predictive patterns.
But yeah, if you really want to go into a rabbit hole, like how I was talking about the GPS thing, and they got all these other. I think legitimately they have hidden relays that they can. They don't even need the satellites. I think they have hidden relays that they can check for your location anywhere.
Oh, a GPS
And
doesn't tell anybody where you are. It just shows where the device is. It doesn't transmit your location to anybody.
even your phone shows them where you're at.
Right, your phone does, but the GPS system doesn't, like my Garmin doesn't.
Yeah, what I'm saying is through your phone they can. I'm saying I think they have hidden relays where they could track everywhere you go.
Well, yeah, cell phone companies have known your location forever because they have to know which cell towers you're using.
Yeah. But have you looked into the like the cloaking technology?
Like Klingon spaceships from Star Trek?
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah,
What do you
look it
mean
up.
by cloaking?
They have this now they have this technology they can make things invisible, bro. Cloaking
It doesn't work
technology.
very well yet. I mean,
No, it works.
it's a little bit of camouflage.
Look it up. They can make things invisible now, bro.
Yeah, you just go and buy some army pants, right? Stand in the forest.
I've seen some stories about that. I don't think it's very good yet. Like if something were cloaked in 10 feet in front of you, you'd still be able to see that something's there. But it,
And how do you know
might
that?
hide something 100 feet away. Just my impression from the articles I've read about it, the news stories I've seen.
I mean, the news is not really the most reputable source for that, right?
Right. For these kinds of things, it's just sort of generic science news. It's not like kind of political news.
Yeah, you can always tell when the Klingon bird of prey, is it?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you can always tell when they're cloaked. Same with the Romulans, their technology's a little bit better, right?
Yep.
You ever seen a stealth bomber?
Oh yeah, one flew over the Rose Parade once when I was there, and that was kind of cool.
See, that was
I
like a
saw,
trick question,
but
right?
I didn't see it
Oh,
because it was cloaked.
It's a trick
right.
question
No,
because you cannot see them from like the bottom half of them.
we were at an air museum once where they had a bunch of outdoor bombers and stuff, but one of the stands was empty, and I told my dad, "Look at that! There they have one of those stealth bombers."
It's really crazy, bro. They can be right above you. You only hear them. You're not going to see them. It's crazy. What do you think on this guy named Latz, bro? What do you think on his idea of the Starlink and all that stuff? He thinks that the Starlink is just like inside of planes or something.
I don't know. People see the Starlink trails like right after they launch. You can see a line of lights going through the sky, so there's something up there.
You know what's
And
funny
you
about
get
you saying that is you shouldn't be able to see those
why not?
because they're too far away and they don't have any reflectors on them.
Yeah, so
They
the
don't have any
angular
LEDs
resolution
or
is too
reflect.
small, but the
It should
glare is
be
big enough.
physically impossible for you to see those. You ever seen you ever stared at a bus that's 500 miles away?
No, I couldn't see one.
No.
Exactly my point, bro.
You ever
They should
seen a
be
plane
physically
landing from 20
impossible.
miles away?
From 20 miles away?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe from 20 miles away.
Yeah, those landing lights are like half an inch across. You're not it's too small for your angular resolution, but the glare is big enough. That's the point. As long as there's enough light, it can cause enough glare that you can still see it, even if it's below
But
the
the
angular
problem with
resolution
what you're
of your eye.
saying is they don't have LEDs or reflectors or anything like that. It's just it's like staring at a potato.
Right. If there was a big enough potato in bright sunlight against the night sky, you would see it.
Yeah, like the Earth.
But they're not big. They're small. They're like the size of a bus. At
Right.
that distance, they should be impossible to
I
see.
think they're smaller than that, actually.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think they're quite a bit smaller, like maybe a small car even, or like a
it should be
refrigerator.
basically impossible to see at that distance.
But yeah, you're right that's what I'm saying. You're right that it's below our angular resolution, but if they're bright enough, they can cause enough glare. Now that only happens like right near sunset or sunrise. That's why you don't see them very often.
What distance are they supposed to be away?
You're gonna
Between
laugh.
200 and 300. But if they're not directly overhead, they could probably be 400 or 500 miles away.
See here, how far away is Starlink?
What they say you don't see those ones. If you look at the map about how many are up there, there's some ridiculous amount up there. But they say that you don't see those ones, right? You only see them when they're at lower altitude or something like that, like when they're
Yeah, when
freshly
they're
launched.
yeah, you're right. You're right. When they're
But
right near the
how high are they?
They're
Hold on one
between,
second. How high are they when they're launched? Because you see them once, right? Like you'll see the group of them go over one time, and that's it. You'll never see that again. and you rarely see them if they're up there all the time and there's that many of them. You would think you would see these chains all the time, but most people have only ever seen them a few times, generally.
Right, because right after they launch, they're in a chain, but then they start spreading out. Because the point is, if they had all the satellites in the same spot, that wouldn't be very useful. They got to spread out to cover more area, so they slowly drift apart after a few orbits. The height is 210 miles if you're directly underneath it, but if it's like, I don't know,
Hey,
I
Matt,
guess you could see it within 400 miles or something.
can I ask you a question? So how do they do that? How do they perfectly evenly spread out?
Clever
If they're all
engineering and
launched at
lots
the
of
same
practice.
speed, right?
It's called real good engineering.
Right. Thrusters.
The thrusters. So we're gonna go to the fuel thing, right? So do they have infinite fuel or?
No, they only have a limited amount, so they can't change their location a whole bunch, but they can change it enough.
So you're telling me they got just enough fuel to where each and every single one of them speeds up just enough to where it's perfectly separated from each other.
Right. I imagine they figure that out fairly carefully. Just like when you get on an airplane, they fuel up the tank with just enough to get to the airport plus maybe 10% reserve.
Right, but they do that on the Earth, right? When they refill the planes.
Yeah, the point being that when you're doing these kinds of calculations, you want to have enough fuel to get done what you need to get done, but not too much. Otherwise, you're carrying a bunch of dead weight over. So they
There's
try to
a big
calculate pretty
difference
closely.
though between like a plane and a satellite.
Yeah,
The difference
100%.
is
My point is
you
just
can
planning
land the
ahead.
plane, if the plane doesn't have enough fuel, you can do emergency landings. You cannot do emergency landings with a satellite.
Right. That's why they try to be pretty careful about putting the right amount there, I imagine.
How do you think that they calculate for that?
Using space math.
That's
No,
a
I
good
don't know.
joke, though. I think they're full of crap. That's what I think.
Just because I can't calculate it myself doesn't mean that nobody can, right?
Well, I mean, if we're talking about the orbiting of planets, right? We can't even calculate that, right?
No, you
After
can go
three planets,
online.
after 3 planets, the simulation becomes completely impossible.
Not completely impossible, just slightly inaccurate, more and more inaccurate the farther ahead you look. But we're pretty
Oh,
close. You
okay.
can look on Stellarium and see where Mars will be next year.
Oh, what's funny about about Venus, right? You know what Venus is?
Yes, I've heard of Venus.
So you want to explain to me how we can see Venus through the moon if the moon's a solid object?
You can't.
You can. Somebody
Nobody's ever
want
seen
to put that
Venus
in the
through the
side
moon.
chat?
No, I don't think that you can see anything through the
Yeah,
moon.
you can see Venus
We
through the
can
moon.
confirm.
Yeah.
Oh no, nobody's ever seen Venus through the moon. What are you talking about?
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Convince us, Flat Wizard. Get us the
I got you, bro.
pictures.
All right, so let me just pull that up real quick. I'll send you a screenshot. This is a real event that happens. You can see Venus through the moon. This should be physically impossible on your model because the moon's supposed to be a solid object.
Right. I've seen an occultation of Mars before, where the moon, where Mars went behind the moon. It wasn't Venus, but it was Mars.
Is it Mars? So, but how are we seeing a physical object behind a solid object?
That's a good question. I don't know what that light is.
Yeah, pretty funny, right? It's Venus.
All right, now
right?
you would need to
Venus through the
confirm.
moon.
You would need to confirm that that's Venus. Now,
Easy.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. So the way to confirm this would be to figure out where and when this was taken and plug that into Stellarium and see where Venus was at that moment. My guess is it wasn't anywhere near the moon.
So I'll give you another picture here, and you can see Venus, and it's in the background, same exact planet, all that stuff. Pull up a picture of Venus here, and you can also see the moon as well. So different photo here. Same ordeal, right? That little dot down there is Venus, and
Okay, so yeah, again, I don't know what that dot is, but in this case, I think it might be Venus. I think you might be right about that.
right, it's the same thing, except the only difference is in this one right here, you can see Venus behind the moon. This should be physically impossible because the
Yeah,
moon's
I
a solid
agree. You
object.
can't see Venus through the moon. So the first one, I don't think it's Venus because it's in the circle of the moon. The second one might be Venus because it's not in the circle of the moon.
But this is a real event that happened. You can look this up.
It's never happened.
So you're saying this never happened.
Right. So if you
So
think it did
that's a
happen, can
lie.
you?
So this event is called lunar occultation, and it is when you can see Venus through the moon. So
A lunar occultation
um,
is when the moon occults Venus. When occultation means hidden in Greek. And so that's why the Venus was hidden because the moon
yeah,
hides Venus.
you
That's
can
what
see
occultation.
Venus through the moon though during an occultation.
It's never been seen through the moon.
I mean, I just gave you a photo there. You can
That's
see it
not.
through
I
the
don't
moon.
think that's Venus.
Well, how do you
That
know it's
photo
not
I'd have.
Venus?
First of all, I think that when you took or when that photo was taken, I don't think Venus was near the moon. If you could provide the date and time of when it was taken, we could verify that.
All right. Just give me a second. Well, I can't give you this specific photo, but what I can give you is a time that it did happen. June 17th, 2026, the first time in 11 years since December 7th, 2015 globally, an occultation was visible in parts of Africa, Asia, and Europe. September 2025. Alignment, the moon moves in front of the Venus, hiding it for up to an hour, depending on your visibility. The alignment can happen in broad daylight, making Venus look simply blinks out of existence. Blue sky. Let's see here what else it says.
No, I think that's right. Venus can blink out of existence and go behind the moon. Pretty rare, but it does happen.
And it's saying you can still, in fact, see Venus. So,
Not during the occultation, right before and right after.
yes,
You
it's saying you can see it during the occultation.
That's not what it says. It says right before and after.
Where are you getting this from?
From the quote that you read.
So, are you gonna make a claim that the photo I sent is fake?
Yes, the photo you sent
Or you,
is
you
not
think that's a
Venus.
fake photo?
I'm saying that the photo you sent with some dot of light inside the circle of a crescent moon, that dot of light might not be fake, but it's definitely not Venus.
Interesting.
It's not interesting. This is just sort of plain fact. Like, if you found, here's how you could determine it. You need to find out exactly when that photo was taken and figure out where the moon was and where Venus was. My guess is that they were nowhere anywhere near each other at the moment, the date and time that that photo was taken. Because it's really rare for both the moon and Venus to be in the same spot. Like right now, Venus is in the Virgo cluster.
So I found the original photo here, and it is on. It appears to be on X, and the person really took the photo. This guy, Ben Werman, said, "If the moon's a rock, then why can we clearly see Venus through it when it passes behind?"
Yeah, no, he has a good point. Why can we see it? I would say we can't.
So we just can't. We just.
Have you
Is
ever
that
seen
like?
anything through the moon? Nobody's ever seen anything through the moon. Sometimes there are little flashes of light with satellites and other things in front of the moon, but nobody's ever seen a star or a planet through the moon. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, I just gave you an instance of when somebody has.
I think it was something else. Did on his X post, does he say what date that was or when it was?
Yeah.
Can
Let
we
me grab that.
post the link on X?
Give me a second.
Right now, Venus is in Virgo and Moon is in Sagittarius, so they're pretty far apart right now.
Looks like he posted it on March 1st.
Of this year?
Yeah. Looks like it.
Yeah, on March 1st, Venus and
I
Mercury and
found one
Saturn
on.
are all pretty.
I found one that's talking about seeing Saturn through the moon as well. So.
So on March 1st of this year, Saturn, Venus, and Mercury were pretty close to the Sun, and the Moon was
No,
pretty far away.
just Venus at the time.
Yeah, Venus was far away from the Moon on March 1st of this year.
That doesn't mean you wouldn't be able to see it through it.
Yeah, would they have to be right next to each other if they're going to show up in the same picture, right?
That is not necessarily true.
Okay, well, let's see. March 1st at 10:40 p.m., the moon was high in the sky and Venus had already set like 3 hours before that.
It says March 1st, a bright planet like Venus can appear extremely close to a thin crescent moon. So.
Yeah, on March 1st of this year, Venus and the moon were not close by.
2026. Let's see. Or maybe it wasn't March 1st of 2026. It just says March 1st.
Oh yeah, so any random March 1st that Venus might be close to the moon or it might not be. It depends on the year.
Found something on NASA. Let's see what it's about.
Can I ask you something, brother? I mean, you say you distrust the government on everything, but some guy on X posts that he can see Venus through the moon, and you instantly believe it?
I mean, there's no. All I have to do is look at the image, and it suggests that there's no foul play. Like all you have to do is look at the image, and you can tell it's not fake.
All you have to do is look at the image and you see a fuzzy dot with no proof that it's anything specific.
That's exactly what the Globers say when they look at an image from the globe, right?
Yeah, but the Globers don't. They don't take any schooling or classes on photography, optics, Photoshop, any of that stuff.
Oh, and you did.
Yes, I did.
And looking at that image, you can tell it's real, the one you posted.
Yeah, you can tell it's real.
How so?
Because it doesn't look fake.
But you do
But
realize you are
Tell me,
the
okay, and
only flat.
clearly you're the professional here, so tell me what about it looks fake?
you could
I'm just
look.
saying
This is
you.
the thing. This is the point, right? I could easily fake a picture like that in like 2 minutes, and it would look the same as that.
I would say it'd probably take a lot longer than 2 minutes.
No,
Yeah, the other thing
it
to do
wouldn't.
would be to get
Look
the
at
exact time and date that it was taken.
all you have to do is look at the ratio. This is like a natural ratio. It can't happen if it's a faked photo.
What
You can tell
ratio?
it's real.
What's the ratio?
The ratio is where the light is set at. If it was a doctored or a fake photo, then
How
that
did
light
you
would not,
confirm the ratio is correct? And what
because
is the ratio?
when you okay, so whenever you take real photos, there, you know what a specular reflection is,
Yeah.
right? There's a natural set of ratio that is in accordance with the size of the moon that makes an image appear fake or real. And as observing the photo I've sent, you can tell by looking at where the dot is placed that it is a real photo.
I can tell it's not a real photo because of the ratio.
Oh, okay. So would you like to point out how it's not a real photo?
Yeah,
Or is
because
it
do you know what
speculation?
specular reflection is? It's
Yeah,
when
specular
the
reflection.
ratio. Yeah, so because the ratio is correct, then this is a real photo. See how it works?
I'll give a diagram there for you.
Yeah, I know it's a fake photo because of the ratio.
Okay, so well, I sent you a diagram there. So it's actually right in accordance as to where the specular dot should be, if that's where Venus should appear,
Based on what?
based on the reflective properties of the moon,
Based on what?
based on the the diagram I just sent you.
What diagram?
All right. This is here's a challenge for you, L.
Yeah.
All right. Which one of these dots is the real Slim Shady.
That's a good joke, bro.
Yeah, which one? Which one?
None of them. They're all
You
fake.
got 4 dots.
There's no
They're
real
all
dot
fake.
there, bro. Yeah.
How do you
You
know
can
that?
tell because they're not in the right
Because of the
spot.
ratio.
None of those dots are real.
What about the top left one?
It's not because you moved it slightly to the side.
How are you confirming that it should be in that exact spot? Like,
All I have to do is do it. So you're saying it's exactly in the middle.
Right. So look,
Come on, man.
let's say that this person took the photo an hour later or 20 minutes later. The dot would be in a different spot, right?
How do you know that?
Because the moon moves. We see the moon moving.
Okay, well, the moon moving doesn't have anything to do with the placement of where the light's coming from.
Well, as the moon moves, right? It's not like the dot will stay in the same place on the moon.
I mean, and by that aspect, sure.
Yeah, so the dot, right? If it was taken 10 minutes earlier, 20 minutes later, etc., right? The dot's going to be in a different place on the moon. If it was
Yeah,
a
what I'm
see-through
saying
moon.
is, how do you know it's a fake photo?
No, we don't, right?
Yeah, this
But
is my point.
You're claiming that it's.
But Matt
we're
is claiming
seeing-
it's a fake photo.
Yeah, but he's claiming that because there's no any evidence that it's possible for that to happen, other than a photo, right? Like, a photo that could be easily made, in it like 30 seconds, not even 2 minutes. I mean, I just altered it in 15 seconds and added extra dots and things like that. So it's not difficult. Look, man, sometimes I know it sucks, but seeing stars through the moon, seeing planets through the moon, it's a flat earth argument that I think if you look into it enough, you're gonna throw it in the bin. I threw it in the bin years ago. There's no evidence that it's possible to do that, right? Like if you line up where that star or where that planet is at that exact time that the picture was taken, it's not going to match up with with an actual star that should be in that location at that time or anything like that. It's one of those flat earth arguments that doesn't help you in a situation with a globe earther.
What I can give you this is that on the heliocentric model, at a certain period of time, Venus should be physically invisible, but we can still observe it at midnight, which should be impossible on a globe model.
Right. If you're at
So,
low latitudes, then Venus is not visible at midnight.
yeah. But
higher
we can still
latitudes, it
observe
might
it at
be.
midnight. So, I mean, if you'd like to
Oh, really?
disprove that one, you can take your camera, go outside, and we can still observe Venus at midnight.
Yeah, if you have
regardless from where we're at.
I think you're absolutely right that if Venus is, let's say in the, up to 30 or 40 latitude, if Venus is visible at midnight, then that disproves the globe right there.
You weren't expecting me to know that it was fake, though. I was like, I could tell it's fake. Like
It's
most of
because
like
Venus
the
is never too far from the sun. I mean, the times we see Venus is when, a few up to a couple hours before and after sunset. But in the farther northern far north during
So
the
what
summer.
about in Australia?
I'd say in Australia, I'm guessing that Venus would never be visible at midnight. It's not.
So you know what's funny? I have a YouTuber. He's also a TikToker, and he has TikTok, and he can confirm to you he's from Australia, and he can confirm to you that he can see Venus at midnight. He lives
Really?
in Australia.
So,
yeah.
Okay. Well, the interesting thing, because this is dependent on the locations of Venus, at different times. So the question would be exactly what date and time did he see Venus, or what date if it's at midnight.
The point being is it's physically impossible to see it.
You're right. It's
Even
physically
by their own
impossible to
diagrams,
see
is what I'm
Venus
saying.
from Australia at midnight on the globe model.
So you know what eclipses are, right, Matt?
I do.
Okay, so can you explain to me how does the stellar eclipse work?
The sun, then the Earth, then the moon are all in a almost straight line, a pretty straight line.
Okay, yeah, right. But how are we seeing the sun and the moon in the sky?
It
And they're both
happens
eclipsing.
it happens for a few minutes, right when the sun is setting and the moon is rising, or vice versa,
Okay, that
because
doesn't.
yeah,
Matt,
because
that does not explain how we're seeing both of them eclipsing. This
right,
shouldn't be
because
physically possible,
I
even
suppose
on
the
your globe
second
model.
half of my sentence before I said because, that might explain it if you're interested.
I want to hear your explanation, and I'll explain to
Okay.
you why that's not happening.
Yeah, my explanation is that although they're in a perfectly straight line, right at sunset and moonrise, or vice versa, the refraction from the atmosphere is sometimes such that the moon and the sun are both refracted up a little bit, up to a half a degree. And if they're both refracted just the right amount, then you can see both the sun and the eclipsed moon just above the horizon.
Matt, are you aware of the refractive index that we would need for this to actually happen?
Yeah, just normal refraction that
That's not
would
true,
be enough
Matt.
to do half a degree. About half a degree
Not
happens
true.
every sunrise and sunset.
It's not physically possible with half a degree of refraction, Matt.
Half a degree of refraction happens every sunset and every sunrise. What do you mean it's
And
not
with half a
physically
degree of
possible?
refraction, do we see all the time that the moon and the sun are physically visible and both eclipsing?
It's pretty rare for
No, you're right. It's
the
very
eclipse to
rare.
be
You know why?
happen.
Because it's not possible with that refractive index, Matt.
It's rare doesn't mean impossible. I'm saying it's pretty rare. It's not impossible.
I'm telling you it's impossible.
You're incorrect. It is possible.
Okay, would you like to present applicable evidence to prove your claim?
Sure, we can tell that the sun is refracted about half a degree during sunset and sunrise, because we can see it march very steadily across the sky at 15 degrees
No,
per
I'm
hour.
saying, Matt, I want you to present evidence that there's enough refractive index for this to happen on a normal daily basis thing, right?
Okay, you're interested in me in telling you evidence?
Yeah, I don't want
That
explanations. I want
right.
actual evidence that there's that much fraction.
Okay, so would you be willing to listen to the second half of my sentence this time?
How about you just give me like, I don't know, a video of it happening or something like
Right.
that.
It
Just
takes
compared to this
maybe a whole sentence for
event.
me to explain it.
I mean, if you want to try to explain it, I'm all ears.
Sure. Yeah, so as we see the sun march across the sky at a very constant 15 degrees per hour during the daytime, as it gets closer and closer to the horizon, we notice that it actually slows down a little bit, such that it's about half a degree off where we'd expect it to be right at sunset. So we know that the refraction is about half a degree if we assume that the sun is going at a constant 15 degrees per hour.
Thank you. I called earlier.
See, okay, Matt, that doesn't explain how this can happen, right?
Yeah, it does.
No, it
It
doesn't.
shows that there's up to half a degree of refraction during sunset and sunrise.
Okay. Do you really expect me to believe that half a degree of refraction can fully mirror a moon and a sun?
Yes, because the moon and the sun are about half a degree in width and angular size, so it's
Okay,
just
so
barely enough.
can you show me with a mirror how this is possible?
No, probably not.
So if you can't show me with a mirror how it's possible, I'm gonna tell you it's not possible physically then.
Oh, I'm telling you it is. I was explaining why it's possible physically.
Okay, that's what they tell you, right? That doesn't make it reality.
Right, just because somebody tells me isn't why it's real. The reason it's real is because these are well-known observations of the sun and moon positions.
Matt, bro. You can't even give me like an example of this happening with an actual mirror, and mirrors are more reflective than the atmosphere.
Yeah, atmosphere is not very refractive. It's just barely refractive enough to change the position of the sun and the moon up to
Right,
maybe half
just
a degree.
barely refractive enough. Right? So
Right.
how are we seeing both the moon and the sun, and they're both eclipsing?
Because the refraction that typically happens is about half a degree, which happens to be about how wide the sun and the moon are.
That's not how that works, bro.
I just explained how it works. What do you mean?
I'm telling you, that's not how refraction works.
Refraction changes the position of things in the sky, right?
Right, but it doesn't. Matt, tell
So
me
how?
when you've seen
But
here. Let me give an example here. Tell me when you've seen a plane flying to the sky and it duplicated itself because of the
oh
refraction.
yeah, I've never seen that.
Okay,
Plane
right.
doesn't
So
duplicate.
that is essentially almost the same effect we're talking about here. We are seeing the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time, and they're both eclipsing. Do you see the problem there?
I'm talking about selenilian when just the moon is being eclipsed.
No. That's not a selenilian eclipse.
No.
No. Both the sun and the moon are eclipsing, and you can both see them above the horizon.
Nobody in the history of the world has seen a lunar eclipse and a solar eclipse at the same moment. They're typically about 6 months apart. Or no, 1 month? Half a month? Half a month. 15 days.
A selenilian is a rare visual event during a lunar eclipse where both the sun and the eclipsed moon can be seen at the same time above
Right.
opposite horizons.
Right,
They are
they can both be
180
seen.
degrees apart.
Yep.
Right. So
Right, they're exactly opposite.
how is this happening, Matt?
Even though they're exactly 180 degrees apart, they're both are refracted up about half a degree each, which is enough to see the whole moon and the whole sun for a moment right at
So
sunset or
half a degree
sunrise.
is enough to see the whole sun and the whole moon, huh?
Right, because both of them are about half a degree in angular size.
So how big is the sun?
About half a degree in angular size.
No, I'm saying how big is the sun actually?
Oh, no, who cares about that? We're talking about what we see
Well,
from
it
Earth.
kind
What
of
we see
matters for
from
your
Earth.
argument.
No, it doesn't. What matters for my argument is what you see from Earth.
Okay, so is the sun relatively the same size as the moon?
Visually, the sun is about the same angular size from Earth as the moon is. Sometimes the moon is slightly bigger, sometimes slightly smaller. That's why we get
Okay,
total
cool.
solar eclipses and annular total eclipses.
When have
Non-total.
you seen the moon get mirrored off of the like the refraction from the atmosphere?
Well, every time you see the moon on the horizon, it's refracted a little bit, up to half a degree.
Oh, a little bit. Okay. So, but have you ever seen the moon fully refracted?
Yes, I've seen moon rises and moon sets. Not very often. I'm
So
not at the beach often.
have you seen a fully refracted moon? Like you've seen two moons in the sky?
Oh no, refracted doesn't mean two moons. It just means it's in a slightly different location than where it is physically.
A slightly different location.
Yeah, like I said, up to half a degree.
Okay, so could we be able to see the sun and the moon at the same time, Matt?
Without refraction, you wouldn't be able to see. I mean, if there was zero refraction, you'd see the top half of the moon and the top half of the sun at the same moment, I suppose. If you're like
Okay,
on a high mountain where there's ocean on both ends.
So Matt, this is a very rare occurrence, right? Okay, it's very
Right,
rare.
because you're not
right?
often seeing like the middle of the lunar eclipse is not often right at sunset or right at
So
moonrise.
where is the sun and the moon at exactly when this is happening?
In 3D space, they're all in a line.
So they're all in a line.
Right. The sun, then the moon, then the earth.
Okay, so if they're all in a line, how are you seeing both the sun and the moon?
Because they're both on the
If they're
horizon.
in a line, then the sun should just be eclipsing the moon, right?
No, it's the earth that is eclipsing the sun from the point
I
of
think
view of
you're not
during a
understanding
lunar
perspective,
eclipse.
and that's the problem.
Well,
If
I understand
you're in a
perspective.
perfect line, okay, you have a perfect line. You know, the sun's super far away, and you got the moon and the earth. Okay, how are you physically seeing the sun if it should be obstructed by the moon?
The sun, the moon is not obstructing the sun. That's a solar eclipse.
So the moon does not obstruct the sun during an eclipse.
During a lunar eclipse, it does not. During a solar eclipse, it does, which I've seen, by the way, with my own eyes twice, in
Oh, okay,
2017 and April of 2024.
So we're full understanding what a solenoid eclipse is, right?
I understand, yes.
So the sun's not obstructed by the moon.
The sun is not obstructed by the moon during a solenoid eclipse.
Hey, you're butchering this one, Flat Wizard. The whole point of the solenoid is the lunar eclipse. That means the Earth is blocking the sun's rays onto the moon. Yet you see both sun and moon in the sky. That's the problem. I don't know why no one's jumping in to correct you there, except Matthew. But that's what that one's about. It has nothing to do with solar eclipses.
Yes. Wait, did you just say the Earth was blocking something?
In the model, in the globe model, the Earth should be blocking the sun's rays to the moon.
That's
In
right.
the
Yeah.
solenoid eclipse.
Hey guys.
I posted an exaggerated image of what it's kind of like at 11 past the hour during a solenoid. It's exaggerated, so it's not
Oh,
scale, obviously.
beautiful, bro.
Is this Discord server a real thing?
Yes,
people
this
debating
Discord server is a real thing.
Is people discussing if the Earth is flat or round?
Yes, if you had been listening for the past couple minutes, we were discussing a certain lunar eclipse, which some people say should not be possible if the Earth was a globe, and I'm a glober saying it is possible on a globe. So we're discussing the shape of the Earth.
I really don't think it's possible.
Okay, sorry, Matthew. I just joined, so
Yeah,
I
welcome.
didn't
Good to
follow.
have
I
you.
didn't follow up the conversation.
No, this
I'm
is
sorry.
fine. This is we're in the English Hub, and we're happy to have conversations with people learning English. And if you want to jump in and have some opinions about the shape of the Earth, we'd be happy to hear from you.
Oh, that's nice. Thank you for being so polite to me.
Yeah, welcome. It's always good to have new people.
We usually try to be polite, unless you're being blatantly rude.
What?
So we usually try to be polite.
Or I mean, being polite or being respectful or being friendly, I guess. I was using the term polite as the same way as being nice, I guess.
Yes, yeah, we understood. Thank you.
DJ, bro. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so what the fuck?
Fraction.
The Earth is not flat.
It actually
and
measures
and
flat,
and
so.
end of debate, I
Has
guess.
to.
I don't know. What the fuck? I'm sorry. I won't use F words again.
Absolutely peak.
Right.
DJ, bro.
Yeah, maybe most of people who joins this specific channel on this Discord doesn't think that
Hey,
Earth is flat,
yo,
but instead
my
they are
guy.
going to talk to people like me.
So how do we observe gravity every day? You want to explain that for us? Ooh. The cause and effect, right? We see something falling, therefore a force is needed, right? That's a assumption, right?
Well, if it's accelerating, then a force is needed. If it's changing
Oh,
velocity,
so a force is needed for something to accelerate.
right? F equals ma. Force equals mass times acceleration.
Oh, okay. See, that's an assumption, right?
No, it's physics.
Oh, okay. Is that what they tell you?
Yeah, when you take a physics class, that's what they tell you. They say F equals ma. That's how you can, relate force and mass and acceleration.
Okay. So what
This
is
is why
causing gravity?
This is why two things. Well, who knows what's causing that force? I'm just saying.
Well, you
force
kind of
is
need to know to tell me that it's a force, right?
I
It just
know
can't
you.
be a force that's just coming from nowhere, right? If you don't even know what's causing it, what's to say it
Right.
exists?
You can see that it exists even if you don't understand where it
Okay,
comes from.
yes,
So everybody,
we can observe that things fall, but that
right?
does not equate to things are having a force pulling them down.
So things are changing speed as they fall, which implies that there's a force. Now you're right that we don't know what that force is, or we don't have to have that force. No, that's just physics. Like I'm just talking about the effect.
So in
We're
physics,
not.
a force is always required for something to accelerate.
Yes, F equals ma. It's directly proportional to the mass.
And what if those physics aren't correct?
Then we'd have to redesign all our bridges and cars and iPhones
Oh,
and
yeah, you would,
disco
yeah.
lights. So I think they're probably right because they've been
You think they're
correct in
probably right?
designing. Yeah, they've been correct in all of our engineering
Okay, so
design.
is gravity a force or is it not a force?
Depending on what framework you operate under, by the way.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying that F equals ma. So if things are accelerating in that reference frame,
Right.
then
So
there's
is gravity a force or is it not a force?
That depends on what
a
framework.
pseudo force. Yeah, it's called a pseudo
Okay,
force. You
so
can
if
treat it like
gravity is a
force.
force, then that means that you don't agree with Einstein's gravity, right? Because Einstein says that gravity is not a force.
You
Yeah,
can
so
work without Einstein's interpretation of
So that
gravity
means
and
you agree with
you still
Newtonian's idea
operate
of
fine.
gravity. But me personally, I don't agree with someone who an apple fell on his head and he thought that gravity existed, right? He got
That
hit in
story
the
is
head with
fake,
an
by the way.
apple, and then he was like, "Oh, that's made up." He never got hit in the head with an apple.
yeah, that's a cute story. I doubt that it actually happened.
Oh,
I
okay.
mean,
So how did he discover gravity? What led him
he
to?
noticed that things fall down in an accelerating fashion.
So things fall and therefore gravity.
Yes.
Things fall and therefore a force, F equals ma.
Yes.
So what
There
shape
is
is
no-
the Earth?
Look, listen. We do
roughly
have,
sphere.
look. We do
I
have
thought
an
it was pear-shaped.
explanation.
No, it's roughly spherical with slight deviations to make it an oblate spheroid. And the southern
would you?
hemisphere is slightly bigger because it has more ocean than land. So,
Okay.
but basically, it
so-
doesn't deviate from a sphere by more than a couple dozen miles.
So would you say Neil deGrasse Tyson is a reputable source or no?
I mean, he's a science communicator, so he's not much of a research scientist, but he's out there popularizing
Well, he
things.
says it's oblate and it's pear-shaped, right?
Right. Yeah. So, like, technically,
is he a
it's
liar?
not a perfect sphere. No, he was saying that it's not technically a perfect sphere. It's off by a little bit. So when
Yeah,
he
it's
said
got a little
pear-shaped,
knob on the top, right? The
no,
pear.
I wouldn't call it a knob. It's at most like a couple dozen miles out of a radius of about 4,000 miles.
Oh, okay. So, this guy Newton, where did you know where he got the idea that things fall? Like, how
I
did he make
imagine
this observation?
by seeing things fall. I mean, I think everybody knows that things fall, right? I don't think it's
But how do you know
ingenious.
they're falling? Like, what's
How did Newton know that things fall?
yeah? How do they know they were actually falling? Right. That's my
Common
question.
sense? I don't know.
Oh, so just because you're making the assumption that they are falling, therefore they are?
Uh,
It's all
it's hard to answer
all
that
all these
question. I think
theories are assumption based, right?
right. Yeah, I think
Assumptions don't equal reality, right? An assumption is just a thought. Just
I'd
because I
say
say, "Oh,
it's pretty
I
safe
think
to
there's a
say that
force
things
causing
fall.
this to happen, therefore it must be happening." That's not.
Right. If you see things fall, I think it's pretty safe assumption that things are falling. Are you saying that we shouldn't assume that things fall?
I mean, how do you know that's what they're doing?
Common sense observation? I don't know.
No, that's an assumption you're making. You're making the assumption that they are falling, and you're
Right.
making also the assumption that a force is required for them to do that.
Fair enough. I mean, if things look like they're falling,
Oh,
I'm happy to
let's talk
assume that
about
they
this
are.
one, okay? You believe in the globe, like, wholeheartedly, whatever you want to say. Now,
Yeah,
let
I'm
me
pretty
ask you
sure.
a question. So, explain to me how this logically makes sense. So, you're telling me oxygen needs to be held in a container where gravity is the strongest, and if it's not, it will disperse off into the air or whatever. But where the gravity is weakest, where our atmosphere is, we don't require a container for oxygen. Is that what
Yeah,
you're telling me?
I would say that oxygen or air in
Now tell me,
general,
how does that logically make sense if where the gravity is strongest, we need a container to hold it?
because air has weight. It's pretty light, but it still has some weight, which means that
Okay.
it has a
So
downward
it
bias.
so if you're gonna claim its weight, right?
Right,
Here's
right.
the problem with that claim. That's not what they're saying is holding it. It's not being held by weight, it's being held by the gravity. So if gravity is holding the oxygen, how is it doing that if it is physically weaker?
I was trying to avoid the whole argument about gravity because I would say that
Yeah, I
weight is
know.
like gravity, but we can ignore that whole argument and agree that things have weight, right? Like if I'm holding a brick in my hand, it
Well,
has weight
actually, if you would go based off of your own
based on
model, right? It's density, right? Not weight.
no, the reason that atmosphere doesn't go off into space is because of the weight of the atmosphere. Now we could argue about what causes the weight, but that's a different argument. But air has weight.
Okay, okay. So air has weight.
Yeah, that's why when you go up a mountain,
Would you like to
there's
explain to
less
me how much does
density.
air weigh?
Oh, it's really light. I don't know how much it weighs.
That's actually really funny because if you look up how much does a gym full of air weigh, and then I'll be sitting here laughing because it's quite funny. Anyone want to pull up the statistics, or I gladly will. Pull up how much does a gym full of air weigh? Let's see here. Approximately 10 tons. There you go. So it weighs 10 tons, a gym full of air. You agree with those? Those
It seems reasonable,
numbers?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
So a cubic meter weighs about 1.5 or 1.3 kilograms.
So how are we coming to this conclusion?
The density of the air and how much the air molecules weigh.
So how much does a cubic meter of water weigh?
Way more than that. I don't know.
Okay.
Uh,
So clouds are floating, right? Are clouds floating or are they falling?
Clouds are typically floating because the clouds are less dense than the air beneath them.
Oh, okay. So the clouds are floating,
Yes, just like I don't know, wood floats in a
and they
swimming pool. It's less dense than water
so water weighs more than air. So, how are the clouds floating?
because they're water vapor, not liquid water. When it's liquid water, then they stop floating, and that's what rain is.
So because they're a liquid vapor, therefore they can be lighter than air and also heavier than it at the same time.
No, things can't be lighter and heavier at the same time
Okay, so how are clouds floating then?
because they're lighter than the air beneath them.
Okay, so you just said so they're heavier than air, but also lighter than it.
No, they're not heavier than air.
But they are. Water vapor is heavier than air.
No, it's not.
So
Water is
how
heavier
much?
than air.
So 1 cubic meter of, or yeah, let's look this up. So how much does it weigh again? The air?
The air weighs about 2.8 pounds per cubic meter.
Okay, so here's the problem, right? The water weighs less than that. Okay?
Water
So
vapor.
does it weigh
No,
way more or less?
Clouds weigh less than the air beneath them.
Okay, so it weighs less than the air beneath them. So does that include all the oxygen and all that stuff, the mixed gases?
Yeah, clouds are a mix of lots of
Okay.
different things, but they have more water vapor in them than non-clouds.
So does gravity hold the water to our
Oh,
atmosphere?
I'm talking about weight and density. We could ignore what causes weight because we both agree that weight exists. If you want to bring up gravity, that's a whole different thing. Let's just stick with weight and not complicate things.
So are we 100% on that the water vapor weighs more or less than the air?
Water vapor by itself, I'm not sure, but clouds are a mix of water vapor plus air, and clouds weigh less. They're less dense than the air beneath them.
Okay. So we'll just stick with that one. If that's the consensus you want to agree upon, then we'll agree upon that.
Well,
Here.
we don't have to agree on it. It's just sort of that's how it works, right? If the cloud weighs more than the air beneath it, then it kind of sinks to the ground and becomes
Okay,
fog.
so
And
here's
that
a
happens.
really good question, Matt. So how do we know what the core is made out of?
Oh, it's just our best guess. No, obviously the deepest hole we've
Okay,
ever
so
drilled is 7
my
miles.
question for you is, what do we base that guess off?
Studying earthquake waves from earthquakes at different
Okay.
places around the world.
Okay, Matt. Okay. How do earthquake waves tell you the material that the core is made out of?
They arrive at different speeds based on the density of what's down there.
Okay. So based off of the density of this supposed core, so what density is the core? Do we know?
Oh, I don't remember what their guesses are, but the point is that these earthquake waves travel at different speeds at different densities.
Oh, okay. So how do we know for certain that that's what happened?
Oh, we don't. Nobody knows for certain. It's just the best guess
Okay,
based on.
it's an educated guess, right? At best.
Yeah, obviously because we haven't drilled more than 8
So
miles into the
if
crust.
it's at best an educated guess, how do we know for certain that there is a core?
We don't.
Well, there you go. So if there's no core, then what is causing gravity? What is
Wait, you
causing the
said there's no
electromagnetic
core?
field? Is it
Wait,
magic?
did you say there's no core?
Yes. So if
How
we
do you
don't know
know that
there's a
there's no
core,
cores?
what I'm saying is if we don't know if there actually is a core, then what's to say that core that you're making an assumption about is causing any of this stuff? How is it? What's to say we can make that assumption that it's causing electromagnetic fields and all that stuff, right?
Yeah, that's a good
We don't
question.
even
It's
know
just again, it's just
for
a guess
certain if there's a
because
core.
we know that the electromagnetic fields exist, and we know that
Okay, that doesn't
rotating
prove
metal
that the core's there,
causes.
Matt.
Huh?
Cause and effect, bro. Just because something's there doesn't mean that therefore that one thing must exist. That's a
Yeah,
fallacy.
you're 100% true about that. That's right. That causation does not prove, or correlation does not prove causation.
That's
But
right.
it seems like a reasonable thing
Correlation
because
versus causation is statistical fallacy, by the way.
Now, Matt, I want you to look at this from my perspective
You
here
can
and let me know if
always
it
just
sounds
use
at
like
all
abductive
totally out
reasoning
of the water, okay?
to
I'm going to
actually
give you an
ascertain
example
whether
here.
if something is probability raising as to how it causes the observation.
Hey.
Thank
I
you.
don't know if you have manners in your country, but here we don't interrupt
And we
conversations.
would take turns here. Anyway, as I was saying, Matt, so I'm going to give you an example here, and I want you to tell me if this legitimately sounds feasible or if it sounds absolutely ballpark out of the water. I'm telling you, hey, this is this kind of field or whatever that I'm telling you it's a field of electromagnetic energy or whatever. And therefore, because I'm measuring waves in the ground, therefore there's a giant ball of lead. Does that make sense, Matt?
Explain that way, no.
Yeah. So whenever they tell you this, why do you believe it?
Because they explain it better than you do.
Oh, okay. So how do they explain it any better than that? Tell me what
They say,
are
look, we
the
know,
extras
we
we're adding on
see,
here?
we can measure a magnetic field all around the Earth. And
Right. Okay.
so they say, so what are the things that could cause that magnetic field? And they say, well, we know because we build electric motors that rotating metals, rotating magnets make make magnetic fields. And so that's their speculation. They're like, well, if there's
Speculation.
metal rotating in the Earth, that could be a cause for the magnetic field of the Earth. So that's their best guess, and that's the best
Okay. So
theory that anybody
this is
has.
my exact point, right? They don't have any actual empirical evidence that this is true, right?
Right.
It's all
Just a guess.
assumption, right?
Yeah, it's the best guess. I
Yeah.
mean,
When we're talking
you're free
about
to come up with a better guess. You have
what I'm
something
telling
better.
you is when we're talking about the existence of things, the fundamental laws of things like gravity and uh, electromagnetic uh, uh, fields, we cannot use assumptions to prove the existence of fundamental laws.
Right. We're not
That's
proving anything. We're
ridiculous.
just saying we can't prove because we don't know what's 1,000 miles underground, so we can't prove anything. Let's just
Okay,
come
yeah.
up with a guess
This is
based
my
on what we
whole
can see.
entire point, Matt. You're basing your belief off an assumption.
Right. I mean, do you have a better theory? Go for it. I mean, you could publish in these scientific papers and say, here's what's causing the magnetic field. And if you have a better
Here's what
explanation of what they've
I'm
come up
going to
with,
put it
go for it.
plain and simple for you, Matt. I'm going to simplify it for you, and this is my thoughts on it, okay?
Okay. Yeah, I'm
So,
happy to hear.
have you ever physically seen or measured a electromagnetic field?
No, I might have done something like that in
Okay.
physics class, but I don't remember.
Is that not just a what should I say? An objective of what north does, right? North does that, holds your compass or whatever.
But yeah, I've used a
So,
compass before.
so how do we
I
know
see.
if we don't even know there's a core, right? How do we know that's what that is? How do we know that there are these fields that are surrounding a globe or whatever? How do we know that?
Well, we can use a compass to measure the direction of those magnetic lines, and
Okay,
so we
yes.
know that
What
exists.
that's not what I'm saying is how do we know that's what they are? We don't.
We
We don't
we
physically
know.
know
Okay,
if
you're
they're
right. So
actually
we know that
electromagnetic fields,
magnetic
right?
lines exist, but we don't know why they exist for sure. We have some
Yeah, yeah,
pretty good
and we don't
guesses.
know that they are actually like as they say they are because that's an assumption, right?
Well, I mean,
So
we've
what I'm
measured
saying is,
magnetic fields all the way around the Earth, right? So we know that they exist.
all right, what I'm saying is, just because they're telling you something and they're making these assumptions that apparently show evidence that this thing can be, doesn't mean that's what it is. One, and number two, like I was talking about gravity earlier, it's a big old assumption, right?
Right.
A bunch of theories.
Right.
I think personally, Matt, I think gravity is made up. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Like
So
they
as
can tell
far
you
as the
that a force
core,
is required for this to happen, but I don't believe it, bro. I don't believe that a force is required for me to fall. That's absolutely ludicrous. That's making the assumption that to accelerate downward, you need a force to do that.
I think acceleration is more kind of a description of what's happening. It's not saying why it's happening. It's more what's happening. So you're right about that. But as far as the core
And here's
and
what
the
I would also
magnetic
like to point
lines,
out.
you're right
Do
about
you
that
think
too.
that it
Like,
takes a force to drop something?
I think a force is a description of the acceleration, what's happening. Acceleration
Right, right.
causes
But what I'm saying is, do you
velocity
think
causes
a
movement.
force is required? Like, let's say we got a crane or something, right? And you got the wrecking ball on it. Do you think there's a force required for you to let go of besides the actual force of you letting it go? Do you think that there's a force required for it to drop? Or is it just
Uh,
because, hey,
yeah,
it weighs this much and therefore it's going to drop?
right. Well, weight is a force, right?
Right, right. That's not what I'm saying. Oh, the the whole entire thing with gravity is they're making the assumption that a force, an a additional force, is required for it to fall.
Well, we could ignore gravity. If you drop a brick, the reason it falls is because of its weight. A weight is just a fancy way of saying a certain kind of force that goes downward.
Right. Okay. It's weight, right?
Right. It's weight.
So if only weight is required, then
Right.
why do we need assumption about a force pulling things down?
We don't. We just need weight.
Exactly. This is my point. And so I would say I don't think gravity's a legitimate thing. I think they just made it up so they can mind control you, tell you you have to go by these limitations, and if you don't, then you're wrong. You got to go back to school and learn about physics and all that stuff, right?
They're trying to mind control me. How?
That's right. Here, I'll explain it very simply. Just like flying a plane, right? Do you think
I've flown in some planes.
anyone ever can fly a plane, or do you need to go get like permits? You need to do all this stuff to fly a plane, right?
You probably should. Yes, I suppose that anybody might be able to figure out how to take off, but
Now, Matt,
it's dangerous
I'm
to
going to
do
ask you
without
a
a license.
really simple question here. What would they benefit from lying to you about a force pulling us down towards a spinning ball?
How would they benefit?
How would they
Um,
benefit from that?
I
By
can't
making you
imagine how.
think that you're on a spinning ball, Matt.
Yes,
Oh,
but how does that
this
benefit
force
them?
is a real force, therefore the Earth must be a spinning ball. No,
Yeah, but
that's not.
right, but
That's
that
mind
doesn't
control, Matt.
explain the benefit. What's the benefit?
The benefit is they're tricking you into thinking that you're on a spinning ball, Matt.
So the benefit is that I'm believing the wrong thing about the shape of the Earth? That's still sort of
Yes,
vague. Why how is that a benefit?
fundamental laws of reality are very important, Matt.
So it's kind of this esoteric benefit that somehow they're tricking me and having a little giggle that I'm believing the wrong thing now.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at NASA, bro. Let's talk about NASA. They got their phallic shaped orbits. They got their phallic shaped rockets. Their rovers leave phallic shaped tracks, bro. Like
Yeah, but
they're
my toilet
all the
paper roll is
numbering, all the
phallic shaped.
numbering of
That doesn't mean it has anything to do with
Oh
anything vaguely
my!
secular.
I'm not finished. All the numbering of them.
No,
It's all satanic
I
numbers,
have a
right?
pencil. I write with a pencil. It's phallic shaped, but so what?
Oh
I'm not junior
my!
high anymore.
Well, it's got a point on it, right?
Right. I'm saying that the shape of the rocket is dictated by physics, not any sort of junior high giggling about its shape, right?
Learn
It
just the way of DJ.
dictated.
Dude, that could not
Oh
represent it any better, bro. This is literally what I'm saying, bro. It's ridiculous. How do you get Matt? How do you get taught how to learn how to swim? What do they do?
Uh, well, I suppose one way to do it is to throw you in the deep end, but
Yeah,
maybe a
they throw
kinder
you in
way
the
would be
water,
to help.
right? That's a very
Would
common
be
way. They throw
That's
you
a
in the
common
water to
way,
learn
but
how to swim.
maybe a more effective way might be to teach you in stages, get it in like deeper and deeper water,
But they
teach
don't
you to
do
like
that.
hold your breath. Some people do. There's different ways, sure.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, to you, Matt, go take everything at face value and don't accept everything they're telling you as truth, because I can tell you right now, they're lying to you about a lot of things.
Sure, people. I think the biggest lie is, "Hey, buy crap to make yourself happy." But those are like all the
Yeah,
advertisements. If you buy this car, then you will
it's
be
a
content. No, I won't.
very objective, or uh, like it's per person, right? But yeah, I can give you a whole, if you like, I can give you a whole paper explaining my reasoning behind why gravity's not real and all that stuff. Give you a whole paper explaining that. What I'm working on right now is I'm writing this paper on like brainwashing the populace. Writing a paper on that right now.
It's an interesting
Talks
topic.
about the things they do. It's crazy.
Well, one of the things they do is convince you that you are in charge of your own life and that you are
Yeah,
the master of your own destiny, so that you won't
they
follow
control everything,
God.
bro.
Also, that you deserve to be happy. That's why you should purchase things and make the
Yeah,
corporations rich, because you need to buy all this extra stuff. And my answer is no, you don't.
and you know what's crazy about this? All these ideas, right? Like communism. Um, uh, what you want to call the other one? What's the other
Like
one?
socialism.
It's been so long, bro.
Yeah, so I think we agree on these type of things. Like, yeah, they're lying about all
Uh,
kinds of stuff.
anyway, yeah. But anyway, basic understandings of like economy and stuff. They're all, it's like kind of cultish, They're like, uh, you need to do this to make money, or you need to provide equal opportunity for everyone, like communism or whatever. It's all like a kind of cultish idea.
Yeah, it's complicated to run governments. There's all sorts of competing interests. So yeah, it's not an easy problem.
So just to give you like an idea though of how intelligent I am, okay? I looked it up, and so because I can solve paradoxes, right? Which I've done that before. I've solved actual paradoxes, Matt, and because of that, that would put my intelligence at like genius level. So, um, just like if there's anyone you want to debate about certain things, at least about like the fundamental laws of nature, bro, I would probably be your best bet.
Nice. Well, yeah, pleasure to meet you then. I also have an IQ that's above 100.
Heck yeah, man! So you're up there. You're up there with some of the more intelligent people, huh?
Yeah, I'm
Good.
in the top half of
Some
intelligence.
people, was it? I think the average IQ of the populace as a whole was like 90 or something like that. They're not very. It's kind of sad, honestly.
I thought the average was 100.
No, it's it's pretty low. Let's see exactly what the numbers are here.
Yeah, you could ask what's the average intelligence
Yeah,
by
it's
IQ.
97 to 98. It's not even 100, bro. These people are not a bunch of Patricks. No, I'm just kidding. Donk. Yeah, like the big old wooden club. They're hitting themselves in the head.
Well, it's nice chatting with you. I got to take off, but yeah, you raised some
Yeah,
interesting
yeah.
questions.
I'm
Keep it
always
up.
open to
Keep up.
if you want to ask anything, bro, and I probably have an explanation for it.
Yeah, you probably do. Imagine you're right about that.
But yeah, that was good. That was good. I enjoyed talking with you, man.
Likewise. DJ, good to see you again. Take it easy.
Catch you later, Matthew. Thank you.
Timbo.
That was good. That was a good argument. I'm not gonna lie. He was really fighting me back on the the gravity thing and the stellar eclipse. That was good.
Yeah, you know, he's been around a long time, and he admits that he can't prove that the Earth's a globe, and that
Yeah.
it's based on belief and trust and faith and that kind of thing. And he thinks the Earth's a globe because he thinks the globe has the best explanations. And
I
he's
like
actually
yeah.
he's useful. He's useful to have around because he'll poke holes in weak flat Earth arguments and help people keep sharp flat Earth
Yeah,
arguments.
he helped me like really because I messed up a little bit there, but then I basically I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna go straight to my talking about gravity thing and atmosphere and everything. Gonna cook
Yeah,
him.
he's a math professor and a computer science professor at a
I'm just
university. He's a pretty
a
smart
big old
guy,
nerd.
but he's not very good at proving the globe. But he's also honest about that as well. So
So yeah, I solved like 3 paradoxes, bro. I never told him that. I solved 3 paradoxes, and so I looked up like what the IQ level it would take to solve a paradox, and it says your IQ for like to solve like a legitimate paradox, your IQ has to be like genius level, like 145. Some crazy numbers. But yeah, I think that whenever we talk about like the globe and stuff, just a bunch of assumptions. It's kind of ridiculous some of the claims they make about it. Imagine DJ if I had a like a compiled argument, right? And I just sat here and went at it with Nathan Oakley, bro. How good would that be?
a what?
I said, imagine if I compiled like a big argument, right? Like a big old multiple page argument about something, and then I just sat at here and then like argued with Nathan Oakley, bro. That would be a good one. Or talk to him.
Oh, I think he would just yell at you and
He's just
tell
gonna
you that
yell at me.
the Earth measures flat.
It
That's
measures flat.
probably what would happen.
I love it, love it. You gotta love it, bro. Oh man, it measures flat. Shut up.
He's a character. He
He
plays
is,
this
bro. He
sort
really
of
is, bro.
this character to make his show entertaining for people.
It is. He does a good
It's
job at it.
it's not my cup of tea. I don't think he's really the type that's interested in waking people up to flat Earth and that kind of thing. Um, there's
Yeah.
different types of flat earthers. Some people are looking to wake people up, and other people are looking to create content that's exciting, and other people are looking to
Slow down here.
defeat
What's
globers
up?
in arguments. Yeah, there's different types.
Got somebody here who's believes in the globe? Question mark.
Hold on, I'm getting headphones on. Hold on.
All right. Hey, we're about to get it interesting in here, huh?
No, that's Savage. He's a flat earther.
Ah, I thought I was gonna have some entertainment, bro.
Boo. Boo.
Oh man, I don't know, man. We've had a lot of entertainment recently between flat earthers.
That was good, yeah. Like, think about it. That's a really good incentive, though, for them to lie. Tell you, hey, this force is required to keep you on the ground, and it proves the Earth's a ball, and therefore you have to believe it. You have to believe it's a globe, right? No, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. And on top of that, if you disbelieve it, and you're gonna look up this flat Earth thing, bro, and it's dangerous misinformation. It's dangerous. I don't know how it could be dangerous, but yeah, I'd love to hear that one.
Where you from, buddy? You from the state?
Welcome. You're coming in a little bit low, bro. Hold on, I'm gonna turn you up.
Can you hear me now?
What's up?
Yeah.
What's going on, everybody? No, I was saying
How's
he's
it
from
going? Welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
Yeah, man. Let me grab some more headphones, man. These suck. My bad.
Hey, I can't wait to get paid, bro. I'm gonna buy some beers, and then every time y'all got some crazy argument going in here, I'm gonna crack me open a beer, and I can't wait to argue with some people, bro. That's like fuel for me, bro. You're gonna tell me I can argue with someone with no repercussions whatsoever? Hmm. And the best part is when they can't even tell you you're wrong.
How long you been into flat Earth, brother?
Oh man, just recently, it's been maybe like 2 months.
2 months.
Yeah, I'd say about 2 months.
Respectfully, I can tell you got the urge and the jitters to fucking smack people around with all this crazy new information,
I
right?
love smacking people around, bro. The best.
Yeah. How long have you been on the channel?
I think here, let me give you a little backstory here. So back in the day before I like got all this stuff, I seen was it Fe Dave, bro, Flat Earth Dave popping up on TikTok, bro. Started watching him. Yeah, watching a little bit of his YouTube videos and all that stuff. But that's not who got me on here. This guy, see if I can find his name, bro. I met this guy on Discord, bro. Let's see what his name is. See if
I
I
was
can
saying
find
this
it.
this channel specifically is like, have you been in it for a couple weeks, or today you're like, how long have you been on this
All right,
channel?
so I met this guy on Discord, bro. This guy named Zool, bro, and he showed me like the actual like the FE the Discord channel 24/7 FE. He
Yeah.
sent me that. He's telling me about it, about flat Earth and all this stuff, and that's the guy who got me on here. And then I
No, I
ended
was
up
saying
meeting Matrix.
how long,
Yeah,
brother? How long have you been on the
Matrix
channel?
DJ. Yeah, on this channel,
Yeah.
probably about like 2 months or so, maybe 3 months.
Okay. You got to listen to a lot of the guys that more
Yeah,
seasoned
Matrix and
guys.
TJ and Dr. Yoder. Sometimes hearing Nathan Oakley and all those guys, and Boogie and Judge, all those guys. Yep.
What do you get from this channel that you might not from others, or why did you kept coming back to this one? Is there any specific reason, or the
We got
way
the
it's
best
set
guys, man.
up?
We got my boy DJ here, bro. We got all the cool cats here, bro.
Yeah,
It's honestly it's
name
good to see.
names.
What's up?
No, I'm just joking, bro. I'm just kidding.
Actual names? No, no. Docs? No, no. Imagine asking someone to dox you, bro. That'd be crazy.
No, you
Please,
said
dox
you
me.
said there's some cool people in here. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh
Who?
yeah, like DJ, bro. DJ, Matrix, Dr. Yoder's pretty cool. We got Matt's cool. He's cool. He might be a Glover, but he's hella cool. Let's see.
What am I,
Who
just
else?
chopped liver?
We got T Buggy, got Bruno. Let me think. Who's that other guy? The Timbo guy. He's cool too. And I'm trying to think. Some of them I don't even like know some of their names.
Wow, dude, so rude, bro.
Creation's like, shut up, bro.
No, I'm just trolling, bro. You're good.
Bro, we're trying to be a pick me. No, I'm just kidding.
Pick me, pick me.
Oh man.
Yeah, my
That's
bad.
probably like the
Hear me
people
all
I
right?
know about. Yeah, I'd love to tell you about. If you'd like to hear it, I'll tell you about some like my theories, my structured arguments, bro. I have some pretty crazy
No,
stuff.
I was no, my bad. Like I said, my phone died. No, I was asking about the what you thought about the channel really is what I was trying to gauge, like what if you like this channel better than other
Yeah, it's
channels
awesome,
and
bro.
like
This channel's awesome.
huh?
This channel's awesome. Yeah.
You like it better than the rest of this shit you've been coming across?
Yeah, all the other crap. Yeah, it's way better.
What makes it stick out to you? What makes you like it better? Is there anything? There's got to be
It's
something.
legitimate. You guys provide empirical evidence. You have measurements. Uh, you have actual arguments. It's not even like you don't just sit here and make claims. You have backing to your arguments, right?
Put your money where your mouth is, shit, right?
Exactly. We don't when we talk about cause and effect. What causes the effect? We can't just say effect therefore cause. That's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, you definitely said it. You know, empirical shit is what, the channel has definitely been
All
based
about it.
upon since I've been on it. And like,
I
I'm saying
I
that
used to do
because, with
science
the
too.
picture thing, for example, as they were pointing out with the pictures, it's easy to do a quick Photoshop, man. So
It
it's
is,
not
yes.
that you gotta,
I'll acknowledge that, but certain aspects of like the photo make it to where you can tell if it's real or not. Is what I was
what,
saying.
explain it to me then, because I don't really know
Okay,
what you
so
mean by that. Like, if I'm a
I'll
Glober and I
give
want to
a good
know, what do
explanation.
you mean I'm calling
Okay,
bullshit?
so
Tell me how.
so you can't look at this from a Glober or like a flat earther perspective. You have to
No,
look at
just a
this
person, dude. All right,
strictly.
let me rephrase
Okay,
it.
right,
Just
right.
I'm just a person. Tell me how
Strictly.
you can
All
tell.
right, I'm explaining it strictly from a perspective of if you studied anything on Photoshop,
I
like
haven't.
video editing, any of that
No.
stuff. Like, if you did, then if you're looking at it from that perspective, you can.
Well, no, I
There's
didn't. So
certain.
I'm saying you gotta explain it to me, brother. You gotta
As
explain
I
it
was
to me.
saying,
Like, I don't know
okay,
about any of that shit.
there
That's
is.
why I need you to explain it.
I'm explaining. Okay, so there are certain telltale things that you can spot, at least in imagery, to at least be able to.
Telltale thing. Come on, brother.
Um,
You see what I'm trying to kind of point out right now? I'm not trying to make you feel uncomfortable, bro. But it's uncomfortable for all of us when this isn't putting your money where your mouth is shit. That's the only reason they were mentioning it before, dude. You gotta, you want to be part of the channel, which we'd love to have you, but you gotta know the do's and don'ts, and you can't make claims you can't fucking back up, dude. I think anybody here
I can.
will attest to that.
I could back it up. It's just the problem with that is I
You
would have
can't
to.
though, dude. You
No, I
can't.
can. I can 100% back it up. The problem with that is I would have to write down all like these techniques and
If there's a
stuff.
problem
I
with
have
it, then you
techniques
can't, clearly,
and
dude.
software.
You're kind of
Um,
putting your own foot in your mouth, and you're making me question your whole motive almost, which I shouldn't be doing. But I mean, you don't
yeah.
sound dumb by any means. So I mean,
Um, what I'm trying to say is, if you use any of these things, which you've already said you don't,
what things?
like photo editing software, Photoshop,
Yeah.
like Adobe, all that stuff. Okay.
Okay. If I
If
use
you
that
use
stuff, I
these
can
things,
make I
you
can make
can no,
fake
you can
photos.
tell. No, you can tell when a photo is real or fake because
How,
there's certain details, certain telltale things in the
dude? You're
photo that
saying
make it.
telltale things and details, but what? Give me the cream,
Well,
man. What do
I
you?
can give you example, okay? So, like saturation is one of the things, okay? So saturation is the coloration of the photo you're looking at, right? It's how saturated it is, right? How deep and dark this color is, or whatever you want to say. If it is overly saturated, that is a specific telltale sign. But it's one of them to tell if it's fake or not, right?
Do you
Like,
listen? All right, I see. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. The saturation. I just gonna ask you, dude. Do you believe what you're saying to me right now? And do you believe that like that is true whatsoever?
that is 100% true, and you can look this
That the
up.
saturation can let you
Yes,
know
that is
if it's an
that is
original
one of the ways. Okay, I didn't say
non.
that's the only way. That is one of the ways you can tell if
So
a
there's
photo
multiple
is fake
ways.
or not. Yes, there's a lot of ways.
Listen, dude. You're just digging it further, man.
I'm telling you, bro. If you can search this up, and what I'm telling you is correct. You can tell if a photo is real or fake by looking at the saturation. That
taking
is
your
one
word
way.
for it isn't fucking.
I'll
It's
show you.
not
Give me a
empirical,
second.
dude. You can have an explanation for everything in words to fucking, but you're not. You're just dancing around the fact that you can't really
I'll grab you
point
some
out
evidence here.
how you can inevitably tell me without a doubt something's fake or original. By saturation is what you're trying to tell me. Now you're telling me that there's a bunch of ways you can do it. I'd love to hear two more with you with a straight face on your end. Please tell me two more ways we can tell that it's original, that it's real.
One of the things that you actually need a computer program to do is you can also check for background noise. Background noise is boosting contrast and saturation, especially on a flat or solid background areas like white wall, and expose hidden digital noise and uneven color shifts in synthetic images. Pixel consistency, real photos, or clean digital drawings usually maintain
Dude,
solid uniform color.
stop reading Google right now, dude, and tell me what you know. Like, see, this is the shit, dude. Like, I can hear you reading right now, bro, and it's not. I genuinely
You
could
wanted me to list
appreciate
you off a
you
bunch
as
of
being
ways,
part
right?
of this, whole
And I
shit, but
already
you're
told you
being
about
dishonest right
saturation.
now, dude, and you're trying to wing it, and it just doesn't look good. And if I'm being an asshole, somebody please let me know, because I'll shut up.
So,
But
so
I
do you
mean,
want me to list ways off the top of my head, or what do you want?
I want you to not fucking Google shit as you're telling me
Okay,
you
well,
know
saturation,
things.
I didn't have to Google saturation to tell you that if a photo is overly saturated, you can tell it's fake.
Okay. If a photo, say that one more time.
If a photo is overly saturated, you can tell if it's real or fake. That is
What?
one way you can tell.
Why? Why? How is that? How's that
Because
the case?
this is the case because the only time that this happens, it is like that, that is the natural state of that photo, is during computer generated images.
Oh boy.
Oversaturation is a key telltale sign of a CGI image.
Keeps using this telltale sign, and I think it's very telling in the verbiage that you're using itself. I don't listen, dude.
You don't
This
believe it?
isn't gonna work. You're talking about, Nathan Oakley. Like, you want to know truthfully what would happen? Nathan Oakley would not let you get past saying saturation, dude. This isn't like it's
So
not gonna work,
you
dude. It's not gonna work. If you think this is empirical evidence, bro, it's not. No, dude. This isn't. You gotta. I would just.
so
I would recommend you just fucking listen, dude. Just
are
listen to the
you are
channel
you
for a week.
disregarding the fact that
Stay off the mic
we can't?
and just listen, dude. Are you gonna let me finish what I was saying? Because it wasn't much. I'm saying, dude. If you really are interested and this is something that's important to you, as it sounded before, then try just fucking listening for a week or two, dude, with your mic off, bro. Listen to the fucking vibe of the channel, and you'll start to see the error in your approach and what you think is a solid Like there was a bunch of shit I had to throw away, dude, and I got all this just by listening, dude. 2 ears, 1 mouth. All right, there. You seen that rocket video where they send the fucking rocket up in the air and it stops? Have you seen that one? I'm sure you have. Hello.
I was waiting for you to finish your.
All right, if you're gonna be a smart ass, dude, you can just fucking kick rocks. I'm all set. I'm asking you a question. Have you seen that video?
Which
Damn!
video?
Huh?
I didn't catch what you said. Which video?
There's an amateur rocket video. It shows a rocket going up in the air. It's got cameras on the rocket. And it shows it going up, going up. It has little altitude ticker and everything on it, the speed, etc. It's going up way, way, way up in the air, and then it stops. Have you seen it?
Yeah, no.
Okay, all right. Well, it's pretty fucking convincing when you first learn about the subject, but even as convincing as it was, and I mean, I think it's fair to say much more convincing and than the saturation angle. It's not empirical. I mean, first of all, I mean it is video, so videos can be doctored. Which is kind of the point I'm trying to get across to you that they were trying to get across about the photo. This whole saturation thing it's not. No, dude, I don't believe that's the case. And when I asked you to explain another way, you started fucking reading something to me off of Google or whatever fucking AI or whatever. I mean, you say you didn't, dude, but I mean, I'm not the only one who heard it. All right, it's you're gonna. The point is, dude, is if you fucking just listen for a week, bro, it's gonna make you a lot more, realizing in the approach you're taking and how you should take it and what is actually, the meat and potatoes and what makes you, actually knowledgeable is actually being able to bring shit to the table, dude. And I mean, if anybody thinks saturation thing is good, I'll shut the fuck up right now. Please speak up. But I don't see it, dude. I don't.
Yeah, I agree. It's not a good argument. Look, here's a challenge for you. El, check this out, right? So this is all you have to do with the right. So here's a video of Venus being occulted, like hidden by the moon. It's like a time lapse, so it shows the moon approaching it, and then it disappears behind the moon, and then you see it pop out the other side, right? Like from behind the moon, like rather than like one picture. See if you can find a video where the moon, approaches it like this, and then you can still see Venus, like in the video, like through the moon. That would be a better evidence. But then you would have to explain all of these other videos, like tons and tons, hundreds of other videos that show it getting blocked by the moon. You know what I mean? Like a single picture can easily be faked. The contrast, like you can get the contrast, saturation, and everything right easily, and just putting a little light into a picture. Anyone can get that right. Don't get that argument, to be honest. I like you, man, but sometimes some of these arguments need to be addressed because this is all being recorded on the 24/7 live streams, right? So we're kind of responsible for the flat earthers that present content on our platforms. And if we hear arguments that other people can make clips of and say, look, this is what the 24/7 flat earthers claim, right? We don't want them to be able to, make us look bad because someone's presenting an argument that has flaws. There's always going to be arguments that have flaws, right? And we're always improving and that kind of thing. But this is like internal critique.
And there's a reason that you've been coming back to this channel, is because this is, you know, this is the channel. It's the best way I can describe it. This is the place, man. All right, all that other shit, it just falls by the wayside. This is the channel, dude. So I wasn't trying to be a dick to you, you know, whatever. As I was saying before, when you were talking, you know, chatting with dude, I was saying, you know, genuinely, I feel like, you know, you just need to, you know, just have a little fucking talk, you know, with some of the guys, and because, you know, you seem genuine and eager, and, you know, got that fire that we all had, you know what I mean, our first 2 months, finding out what's really going on around us is what our senses have been telling us the whole time. But yeah. Then no, fellas, I gotta go to bed, y'all. It's fucking y'all have a wonderful evening. Look forward to talking to y'all soon.
All right, man. Good to hear you. Catch you next time.
All right, boss.
All right, there we go. Damn, a wizard, bro. If I wouldn't take that if I were you, bro.
That's okay. I'll disprove him. So here's what I was pointing out, and he just didn't want to accept it. There you have it. So he's calling me a liar, and here it says, oversaturation is a common clue for computer-generated images. It might not be foolproof, but he didn't even let me list off some other ways we could do that. And he never said that I couldn't use like Google to look some of these up, because he was just putting me on the spot. So
Yeah,
You
but
can
that doesn't.
definitely use alpha channels to establish whether cut and paste and certain kind of crude amending of images has taken place, and that I believe has been quite easy. You know, you just open the file, the
also,
original file up
yeah,
in
that
Photoshop.
too. But there's certain like telltale signs in the photo that we can tell if it's fake or not, right? Like
Right. Because you
you
can
can
run
check like
alpha channel,
yeah,
and you can
that too.
run
And
highlights and filters, and you know, there's
yeah,
a filter for everything in Photoshop, and so you can run it through like 10 different filters, and then you will pick up anything that has been artificially placed in the image. But it's not to say that AI couldn't combat that, and now we're in a position where that's not so
it's
easy. But certainly
really
with old photos, yeah.
like, so one of the things the AI does, okay, if we're talking about the AI or like any computer generated image, it's gonna come out like overly saturated or like super colorful, right? That it does that because it's programmed to do that.
Well, it's like when they clipped on a photo of the said Earth onto the moonrise,
Well,
and
I
you
mean,
can
have you looked
clearly
at it,
see
right?
in the black with an alpha channel filter. You can quite clearly see the cut and paste that was
Yeah,
done,
exactly. Yeah.
because you can't see it
Also,
in the black, but when you run the filter, you can.
so that's one way you can use that, but that's not the only way. You can also check like the voxels on it and the pixelation. All this stuff matters when you're checking if it's like a real or a fake image.
Yeah, I think it is quite easy to tell, and even in the AI,
That's
it's
what I
not
was
perfect,
saying. Yeah.
is it? The AI is not perfect even now.
But yeah,
Things
what I
picked
was
out all the time.
trying to point out earlier was the one that you can do, at least by your eyesight, by your own eyes, not by using any programs and stuff, is looking at the oversaturation of the photo. That's what I was trying to say, but I don't think he was quite fully like getting what I was saying. Wasn't explaining
I
it
don't
well
I
enough.
think it's foolproof because you've got such tools these days where you
Yeah,
can
yeah, it
make
is not
many things.
foolproof, but it is
But for
very,
older files,
very
yeah.
effective.
For older images that you
Yeah,
know are an old file, then yes, you can.
that's what I
But
was
I don't
saying.
think
Yeah,
you can necessarily do it now. I think it's much harder anyway.
it's a little harder now. Yeah, you have
Yeah.
to put it through all this like this thing that can detect all the voxels and the, like you said, the alpha channels and stuff, and it can tell if it's fake or not.
It can pick up repeat patterns and
Yeah,
also
it's
like
one
typical
of the things it
filters
could do.
used to fake these things. So, but also people are aren't they using AI itself to assess whether, I mean, I know we can't really trust it, but, in some cases you can use AI to establish whether an image is fake or not. There is still that, other check you can run. But yeah, I think you're right. I think you can tell if something is fake from saturation in some cases, for sure.
Yeah. And I don't see why that wasn't feasible, because whenever we look at like in general, if we're looking at like a computer generated image or AI generated image, you look at it and it looks like the color looks completely off. That's not how realistic things work, right? You don't look at you don't take a picture of something and it comes out that colorful unless it's like not even water is that colorful. It's ridiculous.
You can get some genuine high contrast films, which are like, they look like movie sets. People use them on weddings and stuff. And that does tend to apply quite a contrast that does look almost artificial or old-fashioned or sepia. There is stuff that happens with particular types of film, especially the old school film. So, that can't always be for sure verified. It's just one piece of evidence that might lead you to believe, that it
While
may
we're on
be
topic
fake.
of faking images, so if anyone thinks that they couldn't fake the moon landing, I just want to point out that even photo modification was still a thing even back when they did drawings of Abraham Lincoln, bro. Look up the Abraham Lincoln photo.
Yeah, they've been using cut and paste with,
crazy, yeah.
old developing techniques. Also green screen, and that's why Disney was such a friend of Werner von Braun, wasn't he? Like Disney and Werner von Braun were like pals, and it's sold in propaganda and Disney effects. There were some amazing techniques they could use. I mean, there was like Ben-Hur, the movie. If you look at it with the chariots and the racing, they could achieve quite sophisticated things even before they'd even got sound sorted. They did some movies that were very impressive. So yeah, I agree for sure. It was possible.
It's okay, not everyone has to agree on something. Like, he didn't have to agree with me earlier, but yeah. I'm making a point here.
Unless I agreed with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, the problem was, right, you were claiming that it's Venus that you can see. That was the main thing, right?
I mean, yeah. That's supposedly what it was, at least from what the sources I could gather.
It could be
that's what it
right.
said it
So
was.
it could be something in front of the moon, like some other light source. Not sure exactly
Yeah,
what
but
it is.
that would be my question then, right? So what would that light source be if it's not?
Yeah, I don't know.
Very
But
conflicting,
if
right?
you wanted to claim it was Venus, then you would. It's like a claim that goes against all of the video footage that everyone has gathered over the years. So then you would have to have super solid evidence if you wanted to be able to make that claim. You know what I mean? Because the Glober is going to question you on that.
What I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to look into that photo and see if I can find it on like NASA or something, and that would for sure prove my point.
Yeah, find a video, right, where you can see a time lapse of.
Oh, yeah,
of it
video would
happening.
work too. Yeah.
Because all the videos that I checked, it blocks it. Right, as soon as it approaches, it blocks it, and then it comes out the other side from behind.
Maybe it's a maybe they're gonna try to say it's like a illusion or something.
There has been historical observations of lights and strange flashes from the surface of the alleged moon, even back in the day, long before NASA, I think. Yeah, there's been historical accounts of seeing odd things through the moon and sort of like claiming of transparency, for sure. And even isn't it the isn't there a flag that has a star in the, what is that, Saudi Arabia, or I can't remember, but yeah,
it's like
there's
the
definitely a flag
Islamic
that uses,
flag.
is it the Muslim flag generally? Yeah.
Yeah.
It has that very symbol of almost Venus through the moon.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
was.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
good one. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. I think there's a lot of crazy shit that goes on up in the sky that we can't explain. A lot of, my wife and I spend a
Oh,
lot of time,
who's that one guy, DJ?
stargazing.
I think you know who that one guy is. Who's that one guy who said that the moon is probably plasma or whatever? Who was that? That one guy, bro?
Yeah,
All
see,
black and
that's
white.
another.
Eric
thing.
Dollard, I think. Eric Dollard, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
Oh
guy.
no, it was the older footage
Yeah, bro.
in
Yeah, the black and
Sydney.
white one. Yeah.
Yeah.
it's a guy, and no one can confirm who he is or where he works or anything like that. We've researched it, and we can't find who the hell that guy is. So it's one of those ones where it's like the article, ABC News or whatever, says that it's a certain guy, and then we can't find any records of him actually being a professor anywhere, or anything like that. So it's another one of those kind of like iffy pieces of evidence.
I guess
I
he
think
could have been
what's
off.
crazy is I
Or
think a
disappeared.
lot of the stuff that they like would tell you that that's not real evidence or something. I feel like a lot of those would be like it's like a cover up, or maybe they what's the word, destruction or damage control, right? They hide it or delete it.
Yeah, maybe, but if we don't have any evidence of him being a scientist, and doing some kind of work, in that kind of field, for him to be making those claims, then the
I've got
Globers are
a
just
really
gonna
good example,
say we.
at least of that happening. You know about the guy who made the plastic recycling machine, right? And he turned it all into the gasoline, and they silenced him for it.
Yeah, silencing people's different than claiming someone's a scientist, and then there's no record that they're actually a scientist or ever were a
That's true.
scientist. Yeah.
Hey, my mum was quite a famous professor in her time, and I can tell you that there's zero on the internet about her. And she wrote dictionary entries for art history and all sorts of things. Very, 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 very well known professor, but definitely not on the internet. So it wasn't it an Australian, if I remember correctly, wasn't it a ABC Australian interview?
Yeah, it was ABC Australia. Yep.
Yeah. Well, my mum was an academic in Australia, and honestly, there's zero on the internet. You might find a book or something like that, but other than that, there's zero evidence that she was even a person.
Right.
Seriously.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point.
That's a really good point. Yeah.
I read a blog about like this written by this guy. Now, take it as you will. Like, is he telling the truth or not? But he tried to do a dig into that guy's history. Contacted the actual universities to see if they had any record of him or even remembered him, and nobody did. So like they went off grid to try and find him, and they couldn't.
It's disappeared, huh?
But nobody has there's no record of him. Like, unless you go to these universities, I guess, and maybe he was like a professor there for maybe he was a fill-in, like what do they call him? Substitute professor or something like that. Maybe he just got part-time work here and there. I don't know. But, there just doesn't seem to be any university that wants to freaking recognize his existence.
Well, my mum was a combative art history professor, and she was always against the system a little bit. Like, I think she didn't know, like, now I've learnt a lot about art history. Well, have you seen how, like, they basically took over architecture and art and basically, use brutalism and modern art to basically tell people that they're not clever enough to know, so they have to outsource their thinking to specialist academics. And she was always like, I don't think she really understood why it was so fucked up, but she definitely fought against it. And I think they not interested in those narratives. So it's just it's just not available. I don't think you could even find out anything. But yeah, I would really be interested. Like maybe we need to go to the birth town of said person and look in the actual library, like record.
The public documents and all that stuff.
Yeah, not look for the academic, because that's the thing that might have gotten cancelled. Like maybe go to the birth and the death and those things, you know, the basic things.
Apparently, this other researcher, he found somebody with the same name, right, that is some sort of like an academic or a professor or something. And I think he was like German or something like that, right? Like, or something like from a different country anyway. And and there's photos of that guy, and he doesn't look anything like what like the guy on in the news interview looks like. So it's possible, like, I guess there's a possibility, right, that the ABC News wanted to stir up a bit of freaking viewership or whatever. They knew that the moon landing's coming. They just grabbed some random freaking professor's name, said nobody will ever check this shit, grabbed a guy off the street or an actor or something, stuck him in front of a camera, said, this is your role, this is your name, you're blah, 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 blah. And just in case anybody did go to check up on the name, right, did find that guy is an actual professor, right, but just couldn't really, like, at that time in that era, like, investigative skills took, a lot more to find out information, because they didn't have the internet and all that. So nobody's really going to freaking check this. Hey, everybody trusts the ABC and all that. They just wanted a piece, and they just freaking made it all up. That's my guess.
Maybe it exists in microfiche somewhere in some kind of like local library somewhere. It'd be really funny to just see. There must have been previous stuff, unless he was faking his name for the interview.
So, PJ, what's your thoughts on my argument about that gravity's not real?
I was kind of working at the same time and half listening. What was the argument?
So essentially, what I'm saying is, it's like the whole entire theory or idea that like gravity is a force that's required to keep us on the ground, or required for things to fall, right? Required things to drop, as you will, is it's ridiculous, right? It's just an assumption.
Yeah, gravity is something you need to explain all of the crazy bullshit that's required for the globe to work. Right?
Exactly,
Without
that's what I'm
gravity,
saying.
you can't have a globe, right? So how do we explain things that make no logical sense at all, such as all of the oceans sticking to the outside of a spinning space ball, or all of the gas being on the Earth being inside a big giant space vacuum, right? So they need to invoke some magical force to make sense of all of this crazy shit that makes no sense in reality. So they have gravity and refraction, right? These like globe deities.
And the giant core and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit with no empirical evidence. It's all pseudoscience, and they can't back it up, right? Just like Matthew wasn't providing any empirical evidence. He was just saying my evidence is my explanation, and I think the globe has the best explanations, but I can't prove it. That's all. That's his only argument.
You couldn't find anything that
you can just hold them to that it's pseudoscience, and that they need to provide a scientific experiment if they want to say it's a scientific claim, right? It's like a scientific validation. And if they can't provide a scientific experiment, it's by definition pseudoscience.
Yeah, I always like to say cause and effect. There's the effect, right? Now, what's causing it? I think this can easily be explained by that's just how things work, right? Whenever you drop something, it falls. That doesn't mean that there's a force required for that thing to fall.
Yeah, this is what I would say. Okay, there's two primary directions that we can test, and they exist, and it's up and down. Nobody knows why up is up and why down is down. But we can very easily explain why things go up or down, right? And nothing falls without being lifted up in some way. A force has to be applied to something in one way or another to lift it up, right? And then you're displacing it. And then depending on what the medium is, the density of the medium, that object is going to go up or down when you release it. It just so happens that the medium that most things are in is air, and it's not a very dense medium. So when we drop things, most things are more dense than air, so they're going to reseek equilibrium by sinking. So nobody knows, like, and the Globers will always end up saying, well, why is it going down? Why is it not going sideways or going up? Nobody knows that. Nobody knows why down is down and why up is up.
Exactly,
But we can vary and manipulate the medium and make things that once went down go up just by varying and manipulating the medium. Like if we get a cup of salt water and put an egg in it, the egg will float, right? If we get a cup of fresh water and put the egg in it, the egg will sink, right? The only thing that changed was the density of the medium. So we can vary and manipulate the object and predict, make accurate predictions on whether the object's going to go up or down. So, I mean, that's where I'm at with it.
Yeah.
Nothing falls without being displaced. A rock will sit on the ground forever unless some type of outside source of energy displaces it. And that creates potential energy. And anyone can just do a little experiment, and we can validate why things go down and up. But why is down down and why is up up? That's the question that it's always going to come down to. Nobody knows that, right? Nobody knows that answer.
But and all that being said, this measurable rate of acceleration that people call gravity, that we can go and measure, like it is there. So we wouldn't say, well, gravity doesn't exist. People conflate the cause and effect of it all, but it's a measurable effect. So you wouldn't say it doesn't exist per se.
Yep. Clean.
To think of that the argument about now you're talking about the mediums and stuff, and then it's really funny they can't show us any bendy lasers without sugar water or like a water bottle or whatever. No bendy lasers.
Well, we can show footage of lasers bending upward. There's plenty of footage of lasers bending upward through air. Like, this is what Dr. John D said. He's done 350 plus hours of laser tests, and he's never seen a laser bend downward over a long distance observation over the land, over the water. But occasionally they will bend upward. He said most often they go straight, but they don't, right? There's no footage of them bending downward. Light can bend down, light can bend up, right? Or deviate up and deviate down. But we don't see that with lasers. When we shoot them over long distances, there's no evidence that they bend down.
Yeah.
And it's not that they can't, right? But we have so many laser tests, and for every single one of those laser tests, the laser there would have to be some refraction conditions that allows the laser beam to perfectly bend around the curvature of the Earth at the exact same rate of the globe to hit the target, right? And they don't have any evidence that that's possible. It's such a crazy claim that in all of these different weather conditions, different distances, different wavelengths of light, that the laser will always hug the globe and bend perfectly around it to hit a target at the exact same height. It's the most ridiculous claim ever. And they don't have
Here's
any
what I
evidence.
found. I kept asking like the AI, that crazy question, right, about the laser and stuff. And eventually, I actually got the Google search engine to just give up and tell you the actual answer, and it ended up saying that where is it at? Here you go. Here's exactly what I asked it. I exactly asked it in open air over 20 miles. How much should a laser bend if it bends at all, right? And this is the answer it gave me. So there you go. Even Google itself says the laser will not bend; it'll remain straight, um, and that the curvature of the Earth on its own cannot affect that. Is it right there? So the answer I got. So over 20 miles, no bendy lasers, right?
Yeah, but it will contradict itself, right? If you question it, say, well, what about if there's a
Yep, that's right.
a
Yeah,
change? What if there's a change in the refractive index? Ask it that, see what it says.
yeah. I this was way earlier. I ended up asking it that, but yeah, it keeps contradicting itself, which is it was a very big problem. But that's the answer we should be seeing. It's not saying like ref, like the refraction and all that stuff. Uh, it like I literally asked it to take account for
Yeah.
that, and it said 0 inches.
Responses compared to a year ago change as well. Like there'll be different responses from the same AIs. So
Yeah, it's really.
like a year more than a year ago, I asked something about
Well,
pretty
yeah,
much
that's
when it
like the funny,
when it was
thing
all
about it,
first
right?
released, online and everyone was using it for the first time. I asked
I've
it
never
about
seen a
like
laser bend. At least sound.
I asked it about 9 mile or 10 mile distant horizon, right? That from 1 foot observer height. Said no, absolutely impossible. And I showed it and went, oh yeah, that's possible with refraction. um, no, sorry, no, it didn't say that. It
Wait,
said if this
that?
is really true, so this is later on. So I said, if it's true, if it's true, right? Can it be done? And it said no, absolutely not. Not under all the current standard models and accepted physics and blah blah. No, impossible,
Yeah,
right?
right.
And I showed it, and it goes, well, if this is real, this throws into question the very understanding that we have of the curvature of the Earth and the way light behaves in the air, right? And then I came back like a year later or whatever, and I asked it, and it came up with ducting. So it's like being updated. It's like it's lore, and it's it's whatever information. So there's obviously actively some proactive
Matrix.
efforts to insert new information as this discussion progresses throughout the years. Like they'll update the information that's available to both us and AI, right? Because nobody back then was saying ducting. Now all of a sudden, right, DJ, ducting is suddenly an argument. And super ducting or extreme
scans,
ducting.
right? It scans anti-flat Earth forums on Reddit and Facebook and things like that, and flatearth.ws and mctoon.net, and it's just going to parrot what the anti-flat earthers are saying. That's why quite often when you correct it, it will apologize. And you need to tell your AI not to pull up information from sources that are completely ridiculous, like Facebook and Reddit and things like that, because it's just shit, right? Most often it's just people that don't know what they're talking about, or anti-flat Earth arguments that are dishonest.
What do you think of the Simon Dan guy, bro? What do you think about him?
These guys are just they're just actors, right? They just read scripts and they cherry pick weak flat Earth arguments. Look, there's a lot of shit flat Earth arguments out there. So I agree with a lot of their videos because the argument that they've cherry picked is a shit flat Earth argument, right? And that they say that, oh, this is what flat Earthers claim, right? Insinuating that all flat Earthers make this particular claim, and then they'll debunk it. And all of the audience that doesn't really know the flat Earth arguments, or not our arguments in 24/7, right? Yeah, they'll be fooled, right? And they'll think, oh, flat Earthers are idiots. That's such a bad argument, and Simon Dan wrecked the flat Earthers. But yeah, quite often it's something that we don't claim in here. And if a globe earther comes in here with that particular argument because they saw it on Simon Dan, they're going to get a rude shock. We're going to say we don't claim that. That's a straw man. And you know what they practiced before they come in here is not going to work out. So these anti-flat earthers are kind of doing a disservice to the globe earthers that watch their videos because they're setting them up for failure, in a sense.
Yeah, I like the what's his face, the Professor Dave guy. That guy's freaking stupid.
Well, he's just reads scripts. Another guy that
Yeah,
just basically just
that guy.
reads scripts.
That guy's
It's like
a bozo.
a degenerate little furry
Yeah.
type character. Yeah, I don't like him at
I
all.
hate that guy,
Little
bro.
atheist. Creepy little atheist.
And she their attention.
What do you say, Leo?
Can you help me with something?
Yeah, what's up?
When something is making me mad or these things, yeah. What can I do?
Just yell at the sky. You know, just go outside and yell at the sky as loud as you can, and then you'll probably feel better. You know. And if that doesn't work, then yell at your teachers instead. I'm just kidding. Don't do that.
It depends what it is. People normally get mad due to frustration of something not working properly or not being understood properly. So it all depends on what you're getting cranky with or upset with or mad with.
Yeah. My bicycle is always destroyed. So when I fix it, it's destroyed again and again and again.
It's good to vent, bro. You should tell your parents or whoever
Why does
you know.
it keep getting destroyed?
It's a brand new bicycle.
Yeah, why does it keep getting destroyed?
I don't know. When I try it and
I don't know why the cat screams and cries when I choke it. That's crazy.
Crazy, dog. I didn't kill the cat.
You'll have to find out what's happening to the bicycle, why it's destroyed, to give you the reason to need to fix it all the time. If it's a brand new bicycle, if someone else might be riding it and not looking after it, maybe you should have a talk with them.
Yo, Bear, add me, bro.
Yeah, I will see. Thank you.
Cool, man. Creation Bed, did you have a look at those photos I sent you? Oh, he's gonna run away. I did, bro. You don't need to show off your like fancy tech and your Hey, camera, that's bro. not even the big lens. That hasn't even arrived yet. That's my baby lens, and that's what it can do.
The baby lens.
You're just showing off, all right? Take it easy, man. Those blue
bro.
hills in the background, you shouldn't even see them. 30
Wait, Blue
miles.
Hills? Dude. Blue Hills? You talking about like hills of water? Or
No. Hills. That's what
Oh,
happens when you
those.
get a long way away from them. They get a blue tinge to them.
Got it. Yeah, man. Keep up the great work. Looks good.
Yeah, I can't wait to get this camera lens and go a bit further. Go long.
Pause. But yeah, guys. I'm heading out. Hope you guys have a good night. Shout out to Flat Wizard and DJ Matrix, all you
Chad's in here, so yeah, have a good one. All right.
The one and only.
Catch you, CB. All right, boys.
CB.
Peace.
I think I should change my name to Wrench, bro. That'd be a good one. Wrench from Watchtown.
I like my politics name. Honey Badger don't care. I think that's a
Yeah,
pretty
Honey
No one
Badger
can
don't
beat the
care.
wrench.
Right, being that it's Monday night, it's time to go to squash because I've got to run the show tonight. So, anyways, I'll be back later on.
Matrix
guys.
Monday.
But nobody got my regular show reference.
Yeah.
That was my muscle man impression. My mom.
No, bro.
I've watched
No,
a lot of
bro.
silly cartoons, but not that one.
No, bro. Remember that? No, I like what's the one where he's like, the Skips his cousin or whatever? That one's so dumb, bro.
You know who voices Skip, right? Skip.
Who's the voice of Skips?
Mark Hamill.
Really?
Yeah, Luke Skywalker. Yeah.
Dude, we need to do like a regular show Monday or something, bro. That'd be cool.
Oh, I'll show you. Okay. Oh, I gotta find it. Hang on.
Pops.
Have an idea for a regular show that we could do. I don't know. We could do it on the stage, or we could just do it in here.
Heck yeah.
But
Live action.
basically, like a series where we go over the entirety of the flatearth.ws debunking website, and we debunk every single one of their bullshit memes, anti-flat earth memes. Because that's the main thing that comes up when people type in flat earth information. Flatearth.ws pops up with one of those shitty memes that says flat earthers claim this or that, and then they try to debunk it. So yeah, we should make a video series, that we can clip it, and it can be called flatearth.ws debunked, and we just go through from A to Z. And because there's so much on there, it would have to be a multiple part series. And then and then after that we can, start finding other, just type in flat earth debunked into YouTube and pick the top ones that come up, and debunking the debunkers could be the name of this series or something like that.
Strawman Liberation Front.
Yeah.
Are we English hub or politics at the moment?
English.
There you go, Flat Wizard. Little clip there. Notice what's in their junk pile, right?
I just freaking throwing everything away, bro. If it's cool, keep it. If it's lame, throw it away.
And what's in there? What's in the lame pile?
Oh, let's see here. Oh, it was the freaking. Oh, the globes in there, bro.
Globe,
That's
right?
hella funny. Oh, bro, I made the. I had the AI generate a video, bro, of the globe. That shit was hella funny. See if I can find it. I don't even know where it's at.
And what do you remember the final series, the final season of
I think so.
the regular show? And what happened?
Now that I've seen the very last part, but I remember the
They're all
final.
they're all floating around on flat pieces of the earth covered in domes in space.
Yep. That makes sense. Oh, that's good crap. You know what I'm confused about is why Ipo's not talking, bro. At least he says some crazy, outlandish stuff.
Is that? What's that?
Why Ippo hasn't said anything crazy yet?
I'll give it time.
Because she's
Just
here on her
wait,
best
for
behavior.
it.
Yeah, she's here on her best behavior, and she's trying not to piss off people that might ban her, so she can remain in the channel. So she's doing a great job so far.
Makes sense. Remember when like Helio's like, I know you're smart. That shit was so funny.
I actually have a funny Ippo clip. Let's see if I can find it.
Oh yeah, heck yeah, let's hear it.
It's about Eratosthenes.
Oh no.
About to get roasted.
And also cops above the Mason-Dixon line.
Pops, pop, pop, pop.
It's uploading into the side chat, and then I'll try to play it.
one of the very first one of the first people to make a very accurate measurement of the circumference of the Earth was Eratosthenes, a Greek philosopher.
Oh my god.
Officer who lived in Alexandria around 200.
Holy crap. Hey, listen, you know what? One time I got pulled over by a Philly officer. It was when I was in Pennsylvania.
No, I wasn't saying Philly officer. I said Erotronos.
Erotronos.
Hold up, wait.
Eratosthenes.
Oh my god. Nobody can say their name right.
That's very Nortonese.
Everyone thinks Eratosthenes was the dumbest globetrotter, bro. I'm gonna have to go with Copernicus, bro. That guy is crazy.
And he was weird looking.
He's a what? What did they say?
Me, I just said, and he is weird looking.
Is he? I don't think I've ever seen a picture of Copernicus.
Yeah.
Copernicus. He looks like Lord Farquaad, bro. It's Lord Farquaad. Copernicus. He's literally Lord Farquaad, bro.
Yeah.
He actually is, bro. That's where we got Lord Farquaad from, guys. Copernicus. I mean, here, I'll give it a representation. Lord Farquaad. Yeah, there we go. Holy crap. There we go. The same guy, bro. They're both short too, bro.
Copernicus thought there was a glass sphere in the sky that contained all of the stars, and it was
man.
just beyond Saturn. Yeah, he literally thought that.
And he thought that something about. Let me read the thing he thought about the Copernicus. Let's see, where is it at? See what he said. That's not the crazy thing he said. Yeah. It's so difficult to get it to answer when you ask it, like specific quotes and stuff. So the Copernicus is the guy that we got that idea of the uniform wind thing, or air, or whatever you want to call it. And so everybody, all the critics that argued against Copernicus said, if the Earth was spinning, and then the air was spinning with it or whatever, then birds would fly backwards. And Copernicus said, no, no, no. It's very funny, right? Like the birds would technically fly backwards, bro. Fly backwards right in front of you. Cool stories.
Is something crazy about the globe. If you, right, let's say that you had some satellite or something like that, right? Assume the Earth's a globe, and you go to the North Pole, and you go way up into the sky, far enough away where you can see the globe, right? The whole globe. And then you have this amazing zoom camera, and you zoom in on the globe to the equator area. And right, so where you've zoomed into, there's a plane, and the Earth's spinning west to east at 1,000 miles per hour approximately. Okay, so the plane takes off going east, along the equator with the spin of the Earth. So now the plane is going, due to the conservation of momentum, it's going 1,000 miles per hour with the Earth, plus it's also going 500 miles per hour. So it's now going 1,500 miles per hour. So you've zoomed in on this plane, and you're watching it go a little bit faster than the globe is spinning. Now, the plane turns around, right? It does a U-turn. So now it's going west instead of east. So now the globe is still spinning at 1,000 miles per hour east, but the plane is only going 500 miles per hour, right? So it's going negative 500 miles per hour. So if you're zoomed in from this position, you would see the plane spinning backwards, right? Flying backwards at 500 miles per hour.
Oh, what the heck?
Yeah. On a globe, that's what would happen. Because the globe's spinning east at 1,000 miles per hour, but the plane has turned around now, and the plane can only go 500 miles per hour. So it will be going 500 miles per hour backwards. So if you did a time lapse, right, you would watch the plane flying backwards. The plane would be flying backwards.
Funny.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Birds flying backwards. That's a good question, right? So you're gonna tell me, all right, cool. Humans can walk, but also, okay, so the birds, they should be physically not able to keep up with the Earth rotating. That's right. A plane can go 500 miles an hour, but a bird cannot. So how are they able to like keep up with the, I guess, obstructing winds. You see what I'm saying? Thousand miles an hour, the reverse direction, because the bird's gonna get nowhere. But that's not how that works in reality.
Are you debating with someone specifically?
Oh no, we're not
No.
debating. We're just talking
No,
about.
we're just talking
Yeah.
talking shit at the moment because there's no one to debate with.
Sorry, but if you were in a car and the car was like its speed
Why
100
is it always
kilometer an hour,
an explanation
and
if
the
you're in a
car,
car?
Hold on, let him talk.
because it is the same thing. You already know the answer if you know the explanation. Then why you are
Yeah,
keep
yeah.
asking it?
You like the kid that walked in halfway through a movie and you think that you don't know what's going on with the conversation. But I
Okay.
know what you're talking about. But that's not what we were talking about. But we can address that if you like.
But you believe in flat
Okay.
Earth?
Yeah,
we
so
know
you were thinking something along the lines of how come
okay,
you
just one
don't
question.
notice that the earth is moving, and then you give the analogy of the car, right? But we can prove that the car was moving through experiment, right? We can easily validate that the car moves. Okay, that's easy
Yeah,
to do. In fact,
okay, but
right? But
listen,
what? Yeah, you don't
okay.
have any evidence that the earth is moving.
I'm sorry. How we determine a car is moving? We cannot if like it's fully
Yeah,
blank the
you
windows
get
and we
out, you
are
get
in
out at it. You
listen.
can okay, so you can film it moving, right? You can get out at a
Can you
different
let me speak?
location.
You already said your statement. You already
No, you
said it.
asked a
feel it
question.
moving too.
Hey, hold on a
Yeah,
second,
and you
Flowers.
answered me.
Right. So
Okay,
you can easily tell that the car is moving, right? Because you can get out at a different spot, right? You can film the car.
Yeah.
Someone outside of the car can film the car moving. It's very easy to prove that the car was moving. In fact, no one's retarded enough to think that the car wasn't moving. Now, if you wanted to claim that that's analogous to the Earth, right, you can't do any of those same tests to prove that the car is moving on the Earth. Okay, so
Can I
what
answer you
evidence do you
now?
have that when I'm finished, you can answer me
Oh, you're
because
still
that's the
not.
way conversations, right? So in here, we have manners and we wait for people to finish talking and we
Yeah,
don't
finish.
interrupt them. Yeah, well, I would have already been finished if you didn't interrupt me. So now you have to listen to me talk
God.
longer to try to avoid this happening again in the future. Okay, so you wouldn't be able to do the same tests to prove that the car is moving on the Earth.
So you finished already when you said that. You didn't add anything.
Yeah, so when someone finishes talking and then there's silence,
I
right,
asked
that
a
means that they
confirmation.
finished talking.
I asked for a confirmation. Why did you like assume that is not a moral thing to do?
Oh, it's just like when someone stops talking, they don't need to say, I've stopped talking now, right? It's obvious when someone stops talking. Right, you stop hearing the sounds. Yeah.
Well,
Like now,
we
right then,
determine.
that was
We
just
determine.
silence. There was
Okay, don't
silence
interrupt
just
me.
then,
Have
right?
some manners.
That means I
Have some
wasn't
manners.
talking
Don't interrupt.
anymore.
Have
So
some manners.
then
Have some
now it's
manners.
your
Don't
turn to
interrupt.
talk.
Have some manners. Don't interrupt me. I start already talking and you interrupted me. Can't you have some manners? Okay. In physics, when we study the movement of something, we have to have something to relate it to, like a point, like the car is moving to what or to who, to measure it. So we have someone outside of the car, he will see the car moving and say, yeah, it's moving. But if we have someone outside of Earth in space, a recorded Earth, yeah, we can also prove that Earth is moving like the car. It will be obvious in the recording. And we did that. We have recording of Earth moving.
We?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, English only. So we have to speak English in here. I think you said the word we. Are you speaking
We is
French
not
or did you mean something else? Did you mean something else by the word we? Or were
We,
you saying yes, like you
W-E,
was
W-E.
so French? You're talking French, or did you mean we? What do you mean by we?
Really, man? Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
What does we mean?
Keep living in your delusion.
Yeah, we. Like, does that mean that you? Right. So that was like you and other people, right?
You deny all records from like space foundations like NASA and others? You deny all of them?
No, I would say that you would have to have blind faith that they're telling you the truth, and you could never falsify those claims.
Okay, the argument with you would be pointless if you decide to deny all of them.
Yeah. So no,
You're
I'm not
believing in your
denying it.
delusion,
I'm saying that
and
you can't validate it, right? So you have to
I
just have
can.
faith.
They are thoughts. They are
Yeah, you
trustworthy
just
for me. They
trust.
are not
You just
trustworthy for you.
trust faith,
Based on
right?
evidence.
So you have.
Based on evidence.
So you're a. Oh, what evidence?
The evidence they provided, the million of
Okay.
witnesses, the hundreds
Millions of witnesses. How many people have been to space?
Space Foundation.
How many
You
people
don't
have
need
left?
to go to space. You don't need to go
Oh
to
yeah,
space
you can
to
just
be one
have
of the
faith.
witnesses.
Yeah, you
No,
could just
can
have
be one
faith,
of the
right?
people who work. You can be one of the people who work on this industry. Simple as that.
Right, but
Anyway.
they haven't been to space either.
Anyway, man, just believe your delusions. So,
No, you're
I
the
have
one
nothing to argue
believing
with you deny that.
delusions.
If
So
you
I'm
deny the
about
records-
empirical. I'm about empirical evidence, not about faith and trust and belief in known liars.
Again, keep denying it.
If you want, look, you're welcome to your faith, right? You're welcome to your heliocentric religion, right? That's fine. You can have faith. You know, the only people that have left low Earth orbit have been 28 people, all NASA astronauts. Do you think that they went to the moon in the 60s on a spaceship that looks like a tweaker shelter?
This is irrelevant.
Oh, really? You're talking
Going
about
to the
people
moon
that
is
have been to
irrelevant.
space. The only people that have left low Earth orbit have been NASA astronauts. Most
And
of them
I'm
are dead
talking only
now
about people,
because it was
I'm
in
not,
the 60s.
I'm not only talking about people who go to space. I'm talking also about like satellite footage, for example, or footage from space
Oh,
stations.
okay. Which
example.
satellite did you validate? Oh, the space
All of them.
station.
All.
Well, did you know
All.
that?
All. From
Yeah,
NASA
right.
to Russia
Okay,
to
so
China,
like the
all of them
Chinese
are
space
valid.
station.
Yeah, I do.
The Chinese space station. Oh, wow, that's interesting because they contradict NASA's footage, and from all of the main cameras in the Chinese space station, they actually show a completely the curvature rate, right? They show a completely flat horizon from their space station footage. Isn't that interesting?
Okay, I didn't check that myself, and I am sure that China doesn't deny that Earth is round. It's a sphere.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't see curvature from that height, so maybe they just got the math correct, and NASA didn't get the math correct, and they wanted to trick people into thinking that, you know, they're much higher than what they really are.
Trick people.
Yeah,
You
using.
believe
Do you
this
know?
when
Do you
are
know?
hyper-vigilant. You think everyone is.
Yeah. Do you
gathering
not think that
trick you.
do you not think that the American government lies?
Let the government lie.
Yeah, of course, governments lie. So, do you
But this
trust
has
known
nothing to do
liars?
with them.
But not about this, right? But not about this.
But this is not
right.
This is a very weak analogy, and I already told you that I don't want to debate with you. Why
It's
you
pretty
keep
good one,
dragging me
actually.
with it?
Is
You keep
photographic?
dragging me.
Is photograph your standard of evidence? Is it?
What?
Is photograph your standard of evidence?
Yeah, it's an evidence for me.
Okay. Do you believe in Bigfoot?
Okay.
I just saw a picture of
Keep
one.
living
I
in
just
your
saw a
delusion.
photo of Bigfoot. I just literally, my missus was just showing me photos of Bigfoot on Facebook.
From what source? From what source?
What does that matter?
And that matter.
Oh, it matters. What if NASA showed you a picture of Bigfoot? Would you believe it then?
Oh yeah, I will. Until they do that.
Thank you.
Until they do that.
You bring us.
What is funny about
you
it?
bring us
If they
good-
brought
good
evidence, like physical evidence, like that, and they have their statement about it, why not? It's not like impossible.
So photos, as long as the photo comes from NASA, you just blindly believe it, no matter what it is, even if it's Bigfoot. So if NASA showed you a picture of a unicorn, then you would then believe in
Again,
unicorns.
it's a weak analogy because guys who say Earth is round is not only NASA.
Can you answer the question?
Yeah.
If NASA showed you a picture of a unicorn, would you believe in unicorns?
Why not? If
We're
they
just
have
trying to work
evidence
out
that they
where,
discover a
yeah,
species, if they have
unicorns.
evidence that they discover a species that's a horse with a corn, why not?
Okay, cool. So I wonder where the limit is, right? So what about a fairy? If NASA showed you a picture of
But
a
again,
fairy, would you believe in the
all of this is
fairies?
like, I will stop entertaining this because all of this is irrelevant. Like, what if, what if, what if? What ifs
No,
are
you know
interesting and
what's
they never have,
relevant?
and they are highly
Exactly, because
realistic. They are highly
you're
realistic.
talking about some place you can never go to check, right? You know what we can
We
check?
can't.
We can check.
We
We can
can't.
check if there's. We can. Oh, are you speaking French again? Are you saying we, or do
Oh
you mean
God,
English
this is
we,
you're not
as in
entertaining.
you? Right.
Again,
So
for the
when you
last
say
time,
we, you
excuse me,
mean
Lulu,
nothing
my
to do
bad.
with you, right? Some other people that you trust, and not you, not me, not T Dub, not Flat Wizard, right? We as in not us, not you. Some other people that work for the government that you can never test. You know what we can do though? We can test the surface of the Earth to see if it's curving, and when we do that, it's not curving, so it can't be a globe. Chorizo looks delicious, Jager Bruno. Planet Chorizo, right? If you just put NASA, right, on that, then Drakath will believe it.
Anyone seen that? Like the what's his face? I don't know what that guy's name is, bro. That guy, oh, he cracks me up, bro. The face he makes every time, like when they ask him, they're like, it's like space is the blackest blacks you could possibly imagine, and he just makes that face, like so funny. I'm gonna look up what this guy's name is. Oh, I found him.
All right, we need some better quality Globers, so I'm going to start an event. All right, seeking high quality globe arguments. Are you the one? This is the name of the event.
Globe
Careful,
Neo, you're our only hope.
careful, BG. Don't forget to place your clock 2 feet in front of you, right? Because the ground's moving. You got to remember like whenever you get up, bro. Don't forget to put your shoes 100 feet to the left of you. That way, when you get up, because of the displacement of the ground, right? Your shoes will end up where you're supposed to put them on because the ground's moving. Don't forget to park your car 100 feet to the left, just in case the Earth might take it away.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Gravity is not a
If you have any questions,
anybody who says you're stupid or you're insane or you're losing your mind because you are willing to listen to somebody or to question somebody, they're trying to keep you an animal in a cage.
Horrible lie that has deranged the way people view the entire world.
There's a growing amount of people that can see through the lie, and we're never going to go back.
Not everybody can be a robot polisher.
I don't believe the earth is flat at all. I think I can disprove flat earth. The world is not flat. There's no fucking way.
This is a lot harder than I expected, proving that the earth is round. It's fucking weird. It is way, way, way harder. Doesn't make any sense. And I'm not a flat earth person. I would love to stay a globe earth person because being a flat earth person is another level of ostracism I really don't want at all. It's not fun. It's actually incredibly isolating. And I don't want it at all. The earth isn't flat. That's fucking insane. The earth isn't flat. There's no fucking way the earth is flat. I'm not enjoying the path that this is taking me on. I'm not comfortable with any of this. And I'm not on board with the flat earth thing at all. I mean, that would just be insane.
I'm not a flat Earth person. The Earth is not flat. That's fucking psychotic. Oh God, this is a fucking nightmare. I can't be a flat Earth person. I mean, I can't be a flat Earth person. No, I'm not a flat Earth person. That's insane. Fuck! The Earth isn't flat. The Earth is not flat. This is fucking madness. I really, really don't want to believe the Earth is flat, guys. Come on, dude. This is so fucking depressing. I can't be a flat Earth person. This is... This can't be reality. The entire society is now based on a lie. None of it's real. It's all bullshit, dude. I don't know. The Earth may be flat. I'm dead serious. Flat Earth sounds completely insane still to me. I can't wrap my brain around it, but I'm starting to think that I may be at the edge of my own ability to shatter what I think. Dude, I get it. I'm having a hard time with all of it. Dude, the Earth is flat. It's not even that it's like people being angry. It's people desperately hanging on to a lie. It's so sad. God damn it. The Earth is clearly not a fucking spinning ball. So fucking stupid. How the fuck are we supposed to handle all of this? I find this all very curious. I'm not saying the Earth is flat at all. I'm just saying that's something that's interesting. I just think that's very interesting. I think the fucker's flat. I don't give a fuck. I don't think it's spinning for shit. When you say you think the Earth might be flat, people look at you like you're a drooling retard. And it's like, fuck anybody that's like, you're an idiot. It's because it could be the greatest deception in human history. The despair that people feel because of these lies is unbelievable. I'm not even a big flat Earth guy. I don't know. I don't have the expertise. But the amount of shit that doesn't make any sense. I'm a globe skeptic. I'll put it that way. There's a level of stupid where people don't understand deception. I'm not buying a lot of this shit anymore, guys. Infinite emptiness? Heliocentric model? That's a cult. The sun cult. Can't imagine the Earth being flat. I think that's insane. That to me is so unnatural of it. But what I'm pretty sure it isn't is a ball of magma and water spinning 1,000 miles an hour through a vacuum. That isn't what is. Every instinct of my body thinks it's a globe spinning through space. Because I've been told that my whole life so many times that at this point it's like a language. I revert to it no matter how I think. That being said, none of that makes any sense. All right, moving on. It's obvious I'm not stupid. It's obvious I'm not doing that for attention or money or anything. In fact, it's extremely ostracizing, and you get a lot of verbal abuse online when you even question that the Earth is just falling endlessly through a vacuum, you know, just spinning. But it doesn't add up at all.
Good news is you were not made by a big bang on a spinning ball in the emptiness of deep space. You were made by God in love on a flat, stable plane that is awesome. You realize that the world is much, much better than you can possibly imagine. Admitting that the world isn't a spinning ball is very traumatic for me. I went through a very hard time.
The world isn't a spinning ball. It's provably not a spinning ball. All the people who told you it's a spinning ball have been proven to be absolute liars, absolutely motivated by making you a prisoner in your own temple. Every single experiment you can do proves that the Earth is not spinning, therefore it can't be a globe. If the Earth isn't spinning, those aren't fucking... It's not a globe. It can't be a globe. What's happening is the sun and the moon are going around like... What you believe is so dumb that don't ever come here and tell me I'm the stupid one. There is no curve. I'm just telling you what's definitely a lie. So just have some humility. People tell me, oh, you're being so arrogant. You have some humility. Stop telling people they're stupid when they're blatantly making great points. When someone first proposed flat Earth to me, I said that they were insane. I get it. Knowledge is power, but not the fake knowledge they teach you in school. Real knowledge is power. Really, really look at your world and figure out what it is. Acknowledge what you know, acknowledge what you don't know.
You see that we didn't go to the moon, you never go back because it's literally ridiculous. Same thing happens with flat Earth. I know that triggers people, but I've never seen a former flat earther. Nobody's ever seen what the actual shape of the Earth is and then been like, you know what? Neil deGrasse Tyson really does give me a good argument.
Not everybody can be a robot polisher.
You know, if you watch one good video a day, in 2 weeks you'll be a flat earther. Great, and you'll lose all your friends, your family will hate you, but you'll be there.
Yo, DJ, have you checked this one out right here? This image. I think that it looks like bubbles, even in this one area, and on the side of it too. Oh. So that looks like bubbles, and then also if you look like along the edge of it, it looks like bubbles as well, like they're in like a pool or something. I got this from was it D-Town? D-Town posted some photos earlier, and he's like asking me to tell if it's they're like fake or real by looking at them. And I said, this one it looks like it's got bubbles on it. Like you can see like the bubbles along the side of it, or whatever you want to call that. Yeah, like that's that one guy said it's just clouds or something like that. But like if you look on the actual edge of whatever's next to these things that are not bubbles, it looks like there's bubbles going up like along the side of it. It's kind of crazy to think about.
Yeah, I can see what you're talking about, but
Yeah,
you know, it's one of those things that's just kind of difficult to know exactly what's going on because it's so blurry and stuff like that. So
yeah, I got that image.
Where's the footage
D-Town.
from? You know, find where the footage came from, and
I'll have to ask.
try to
I'll
find
ask
the
D-Town
video.
where he got these images from. But yeah, he posted a bunch of them up there, and this one was the one. This one and the other one he sent was the one that stuck out to me the most, because this one it looks like it's got the bubbles, and the other one he posted, which is why I was saying the saturation thing. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. Like when I talk about saturation. Now, yeah, granted that doesn't work for everything, but it's a really easy way to tell if like a photo's faked or not. Because a lot of times, if it's a computer generated image, they'll be more like colored and saturated, like very saturated. You can tell that it looks off. I'm scrolling up.
What did I miss?
We were talking about earlier. We were talking about what was it? Well, just a second ago we were talking about that photo, but we were talking about kind of put my tongue on it. Yeah, I hate it when I lose my train of thought.
We just listened to Owen's transformation.
Oh yeah, that guy. He's like, it has to be flat. Right after proceeding to say that it has to be a globe. Look at this one. I made this one right here. That's crazy.
in a world where in 2021, people still think the most effective way to understand something is to randomly bombard someone with questions prior to investigation or any logical deduction whatsoever. Welcome to Clown World. So I'm going to answer basic flat earth questions. There's someone in my comments spamming me with the questions. I don't have time to go back and forth and answer every Flat Earth 101 day one question all day on Facebook when you could easily research this stuff if you actually wanted to know the truth. It's actually pretty frustrating. But anyway, so the first question that this person is asking is, so are all the other planets flat? It's not even logical that it could be flat. The only thing that's illogical is to say that the Earth is a spinning cartoon ball in a vacuum where water bends for the first time in the history of mankind, adhering to the outside of a sphere as it spins and revolves around the sun that shoots through space 500,000 miles per hour, while the galaxy shoots 1.3 million miles per hour, and every single star for all recorded history resets over top of the Earth. Is the Earth, or what about the other planets, right? That's the question. Well, are the other planets flat? I actually answered the question, but that's why I'm pretty, I don't know, aggravated, because you asked the question again, right? So I need you to listen. No one thinks that all the other planets are flat, okay? For one, there isn't other planets. When you say other planet, you are presupposing the Earth is in fact a planet, which is the very thing we are discussing, right? That's the question. Is the Earth a spherical planet? That's called a begging the question fallacy. Just reasserting that something's true isn't real. You'll be all right as I take away your little globe Earth religion that you were told about when you were 5 and you were given cartoons. This doesn't faze me at all. I'm literally not even fazed by it. So anyway, the word planet, instead of typing listen, okay, the word planet, the etymology for planet, listen. The etymology for planet is wanderer, okay? It's a wandering star. We document them all the time. I document them all the time. You can zoom in on them. They're pulsating orbs of light. They're not static, meaning still. You cannot in any way prove they're solid, terra firma, or spherical, because you see the same thing every single day for all recorded history, a pulsating orb of light. Now, even if there were spheres in the sky, which there's literally no evidence for that, there's literally none that exists in the history of mankind. If they were spheres in the sky, that still wouldn't make the Earth a ball. That's like walking up to someone's house and saying, look, there's a light bulb on the ceiling. That means that the floor is a light bulb. That's like walking in a bar, walking up to a pool table, grabbing a pool ball and saying, look, the pool ball is a sphere. That means the pool table is also a sphere, okay? The Earth is provably not curving, which means it's flat. They said it's a certain size, right? So the radius value is the distance from the center to the edge of a circle or a sphere, right? Listen, please. They said that the Earth has a radius value of 3,959 miles. That means you have to see the curvature of the Earth at no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay, it has to curve at a certain rate. You can Google it yourself. Earth curve calculator. This is not flat Earthers math. This is the globe Earth's models math. Okay, Google it. Earth curve calculator. I showed you a picture. We have mountains seen from 255 miles away. Listen, 255 miles away, and according to the globe Earth math, the top of the mountain in the back should have been blocked by 1 mile of Earth curvature. An entire mile of Earth curvature should have been blocking the top of the mountain, yet you could see the top of the mountain with the entire mile of Earth curvature missing. You can see the shoreline leading up to the mountain range. It's literally impossible. We have falsified the radius. It does not curve at the rate they said it did objectively. This is why it is censored by the government. This is why you ask questions like, oh, are we a disk in another solar system planet with other spherical planets? Because there's something called the Flat Earth Society, where everything they say is wrong and stupid and not one flat earther thinks any of it. It's called misinformation. So they admitted in Congress they censor Flat Earth, yet they prop up Flat Earth Society, which is not really Flat Earth. It's all misinformation. That should automatically raise a red flag if you're honest. What's on the other side? What's the other side? The deepest hole ever dug is 7.8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. No one can dig deeper than that, conveniently enough. It's very similar to the distance of the deepest location in the ocean, called the Mariana Trench. No one's ever dug deeper than 8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. Now, whenever the globe Earth had predictions based on the supposed layers of this globe Earth, they were proven inaccurate the entire way down the entire 8 miles. They couldn't even get the top 8 miles correct with predictions, much less could they ever adequately predict
4,000 miles to a core that doesn't exist, that they still can't explain how it somehow creates a magnetic field because of the Curie point, and it's literally impossible according to Stanford and Harvard and Yale and Princeton. They literally can't explain the magnetic field in 2021 on a globe Earth. Now, would you fall off the edge? These are like elementary first grade questions, and I'm being honest with you, right? You need to listen. You have been engineered to treat us as if we're stupid. But you should be honest. You know nothing about the conversation. You haven't diligently researched it. You've never measured it. You've never made a long-distance observation, and you know nothing about it. So when you ask these stupid questions like, can you fall off the flat Earth? That is called a straw man fallacy, right? Because no one thinks that. So can you fall off the edge of a lake? Can you fall off the edge of a shore? Of course not. There's a shoreline, right? You can't fall off the edge of a pond. There's a shoreline. The water's contained. There's something called this. You need to just listen, though, right? Because this is so much information that you're going to have to learn for you to even get close to understanding the conversation. Stop trying to pretend you're going to make flat earthers look dumb, because you look dumb when you do that. You ask questions like, so what is up with the other planets? If you knew what flat earth really said, you know that that's a very dumb question. If you say stuff like, can you fall off the edge, you would know that's a very dumb question. There's something called the 60th south latitude, effectively a circle around you. It was signed in the Antarctic Treaty that it is illegal for you to privately and freely explore past this region. China, Russia, the United States have all signed it. It's the longest lasting peace treaty in modern history, okay? So all these geopolitical adversaries and enemies have all signed a treaty that said it's illegal for you to go explore past that area. So we cannot make claims what's past there because you can't go there to verify it. It's literally impossible and illegal, okay? The one thing that would prove the Earth's a ball is, for one, measuring the curvature of the Earth. Never been done. In fact, the opposite's been done. Every measurement of the Earth ever assumes a flat Earth, and we have measurements way too far to be on a globe Earth, including lasers that were shot without getting hit by the curvature. You need to listen. If you can come up with a question you think that I can't answer, that doesn't make the Earth a ball. We falsified the globe Earth. It is not curving at a rate consistent with the radius value of 3,959 miles. This is why we are heavily censored, and I've been censored on every major platform, and even PayPal and Venmo, because they forcibly censored the real flat Earth by telling you the lies. So you should listen very carefully. We know that the Earth is the bottom of everything, okay? The basement, effectively, in layman terms. It's geocentric. That means the center of everything. It's stationary, of course, meaning not moving. It's a geocentric stationary plane. We have mountains, we have valleys, but it's a topographical plane. The sky resets like a perfect clock over top of us for all recorded history. It all goes around Polaris, the North Pole star, directly over the center of the surface of the Earth, which is the North Pole, and it resets perfectly for all recorded history for thousands of years, doing the exact same thing. Literally impossible on a ball Earth spinning, revolving around the sun, shooting through space. This is why they said that the lights are actually thousands of light years away. Not because they went and measured something thousands of light years away, because they mathematically had to construct something consistent with the model, and it necessitated they'd be that far away because the stars don't change like they would have to if you had all these different vectors going on. It's called parallax, okay? So you need to understand the true origins of this religion. And it is a religion, it's a belief system built upon the doctrine of men with no empirical evidence. The Big Bang Theory was literally proposed by a Catholic priest, a Jesuit priest, proposed the Big Bang Theory. First time, the perfect shape's a sphere, a metaphysical, ontological premise, philosophical. The perfect shape's a sphere, so the Earth must therefore, by deduction, be a sphere. Let's try to figure out a way to mathematically prove that it could be a sphere. That's literally where it started. It's literally a religion. We were all shown cartoons of it, and they told you there's no more land on the Earth, and there's nothing significant about you. You're on a tiny speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing, right? And the truth is that they have put us in a little circle, like a playpen, and they said, you're not allowed to go outside of there, you stupid little peasants. And there are people that are the peasants running around attacking the other people, trying to wake them up and free them. It's insanity. You should research it. So 1945, we brought Nazis over here in Operation Paperclip, okay? One of the Nazis we brought over here was Werner van Braun, because the W is like a V, it's German, right? Okay, Werner van Braun was an SS officer of the Nazi regime. He was brought over here to help us get to the moon via space exploration, right? The Space Exploration Department he was put in charge of. In 1945, Operation Paperclip. It was called this because they put paper clips on certain people's files so they would know who to grab and pull over here out of the Nazi regime. Operation Paperclip, 1945. In 1946, the government started something called Operation High Jump. This is where they went and explored the Antarctic region with Admiral Byrd, a well-decorated admiral for the U.S. military. They went and explored the Antarctic region. He came back on nationally televised interview in 1954 and said, "It is astonishing to me that there is land as big as the continental U.S. on the other side of Antarctica that remains unexplored with tons of resources." He then died in 1957. in perfect shape, heart complication. 3 years later, he died in 1957. In 1958, NASA was founded, which means to deceive in Hebrew and has a snake tongue going through it. In 1959, they signed the Antarctic Treaty, which said that it was illegal to privately explore that region that they had just explored in Operation High Jump. In 1961, JFK then came out and told the world America's going to be the first country to land on the moon. In 1962, they then started to shoot high-altitude missiles in something called Operation Fishbowl, which was part of a bigger operation called Operation Dominique, which translates to of the Lord. So literally meaning Operation Fishbowl of the Lord. The U.S. military shot high-altitude missiles up trying to penetrate the firmament and container. There's hundreds of documents explaining that there's a firmament and that there is, in fact, approximation method to determine the brightness of the firmament that was proven accurate. Your U.S. military documents that have been declassified, but it wasn't on CNN or TikTok, so you've never heard of it. That is how they've effectively brainwashed the public with cartoons since they were 5. So then they shot these up in 62, 1 year after JFK said we were going to go to the moon. Then JFK got assassinated. Then, in 1968, a movie came out called Space Odyssey about a moon landing, and it was the most famous movie at the time. It won Film of the Year. The year before we went, one of the astronauts that was supposed to be in the crew that went said, we will never go to the moon. We can't even get to low Earth orbit. We can't even communicate in the same building with one another. It's impossible we go to the moon by 1969. He then went and hung a lemon on the module that was supposed to go. Right after this, this guy mysteriously exploded and died in a routine checking of wires on NASA's facilities. Then in 69, we miraculously were able to go after not being able to go to low Earth orbit in 1968. And then they called the president from a landline 238,000 miles away with no delay. Yet they say we cannot go
Hello,
back to this
everyone.
day over 50 years later because they quote-unquote destroyed the technology and it's a painful process to build it back.
Hello. We're just listening to a
from
recording at the
John
moment.
Pettit, world-renowned astronaut. This is where they supposedly took a real picture of the Earth from space in the Apollo missions when they supposedly went
If you
back
hang
and
on,
forth
it'll
like
end
6
soon
times
and
with
we
no
can talk.
problem. But now they still can't do it 50 years later because we can't replicate the technology from the 60s. In 72, he supposedly took a picture of the Earth in these Apollo missions, and that is the only supposed real picture of the Earth from space ever. They didn't go there. So very simply, a summary for you, okay?
But you wanted to speak, K&M? Rude.
They brought Nazis over here who were typically famous for brainwashing people with propaganda. They said, hey, we're not going to hang you for your war crimes. We're going to revere you as scientific geniuses. We need you to help us with this propaganda effort. We're going to lie to the U.S. public and tell them that we beat the Soviet Union going to the moon. Then they went to explore the Antarctic region. They discovered that the Antarctic region had something there and what it was. They then came back and said, it's illegal for you to go there. And that treaty still stands intact where it's illegal for you to privately go explore it. They then said, don't worry though, we explored the Earth for you. You're not allowed to explore, but we explored it for you. Here's your little playpen. You stay in your circle, you little slaves. Look at space. Here's NASA. We're going to go to the moon. Something that you could never stand on, never land on, isn't terra firma or solid or spherical. Okay, so there you go. Are there any maps of the flat Earth? Literally every single map that exists in the history of all mankind is a flat Earth. The U.S. military still uses flat Earth maps for navigation and everything else in the world. There's no such thing as a globe Earth map. It's disproportionate. In fact, every single map is flat intrinsically. So the way that they navigate is based on Polaris and the movement of the stars in the sky, which they've done this for thousands of years, which continue to reset in perfectly recorded concentric circles every single year, right? Every map that exists is a flat Earth map. That's the only way you can navigate. Hundreds of declassified documents from the U.S. military saying the Earth's a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is flat, that they use flat Earth assumptions for everything that they do, including engineering planes, operating military planes and aircraft, shooting missiles, long-distance ballistics. They always assume a flat, non-rotating surface. Okay, so I get it. It is a lot to take in, but I'm just letting you know you gotta look into this before you think it's crazy. I've been looking into it for 5 years. We have an observation where we're 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, and we look out and zoom in, and the horizon's over 10 miles away. Based on the globe Earth math, geometry, right? If you're 1 foot off this sphere with a radius of 3959, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. So if you're 1 foot off the Earth, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. Yet 1 foot off the Earth, we saw the horizon over 10 miles away. That would require the radius to be 264,000 miles. They claimed it's under 4,000. We falsified the radius. It's not as simple as saying, well, maybe it's just a little bigger. They got it wrong. If the radius is wrong, the entire model's wrong. Day and night cycle uses this number. Gravity supposedly uses this number. Planet orbit trajectories use this number. You can never go to space without this number. You need something called the radius of orbit, requiring the radius of the Earth. Every single story they told you about going to space is fake intrinsically upon the falsification of the radius. The entire model has been falsified. This is why it's forcibly censored. That's why they will never debate this on national television. Just shut down the stupid flat earther and let an astrophysicist debate them. They'll never do it. Neil deGrasse Tyson was supposed to debate Eric Dubé. It was set up on Joe Rogan's podcast, the #1 podcast in the world for over a decade. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson had to back out. Then they showed you some supposed curvature from Felix Baumgartner at 128,000 feet when he supposedly jumped out and saw the curvature of the Earth. We then sent high-altitude footage, our balloons up, getting footage of the horizon at 120,000 feet, and it was completely flat up there, showing objectively they misled and lied to the entire world with a GoPro, who actually sponsored it with Red Bull, saying that this was the curvature of the Earth that you could see from the edge of space, not even close to where they claim space is, which is the Kármán line at 62 miles. And then, of course, that's the international one, and they say the U.S. acknowledges that 50 miles. Right? So when we sent it up and found out that it was flat, they then had to come out with damage control and use Neil deGrasse Tyson to say, a lot of people think that they saw the curvature of the Earth in the Felix Baumgartner jump. That's not true. You would never see the curvature from that height. You'd be 2 millimeters off this beach ball, and up there, that stuff would be freaking flat. So why'd they show the whole world a curve that wasn't actually there until we went and tested it? Why did they tell you that when boats disappear, they're going over the curvature of the Earth, when you can actually go out, see the boat disappear, bring a camera out, zoom in, and you actually see it once again? Did I zoom in through the Earth X-ray vision with my P900? No. The boat appears to go away or disappear due to a limit of perspective. You have an angular resolution limit to your eyes. We also have something called the atmosphere, and you can't see infinitely through an atmosphere. Eventually you reach a vanishing point called a horizon, which is where the sky appears to meet the ground. It's horizontal, which is why it's called a horizon, because it's horizontal. And this place constantly fluctuates and comes back and forth based on the atmospheric conditions of the day, how clear it is, and how high off the surface of the Earth you are. It's not a real physical place that curves and blocks your view. It's an optical apparent location that constantly moves. So all observations of the history of mankind have showed a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is a geocentric stationary plane, a topographical plane with different elevation differences within it, and that is what all evidence shows you. It's the only way it could even exist. You also can't have the gas pressure that you're breathing sitting next to a vacuum. It's literally impossible. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy will increase, pressure will fill the available space, heat goes to cold, high pressure goes to low pressure. Systems seek spontaneous equilibrium. Second law of thermodynamics. This is a natural law, not a theory that you can change or debate. It's not something that someone came up with. It's something that happens always in nature. It's a naturally occurring phenomenon that always happens. This is called a second law of thermodynamics, a natural law, right? So if you had pressure sitting next to a vacuum, it would instantaneously seek equilibrium, filling the vacuum. If you have a soda and you open it, it goes psh, instantaneously equalizing to the lower pressure around it. That's the second law of thermodynamics. You could not have gas pressure of oxygen that you're breathing or any of the gases sitting next to a vacuum. It would instantaneously fill the vacuum. You've been trained to say this word over and over and over. Gravity, 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 gravity. Well, gravity is not actually real. It's a concept. It's a theory that has no evidence. So whenever I drop something, it falls down because it's more dense than the air. If I let go of a helium balloon, it goes up because it's less dense than the surrounding air. It's lighter than the surrounding air. Not because it's gravity proof. Helium balloons do not go up because they're gravity proof. They go up because they're less dense. It's called relative density, right? If you wanted to get real specific, everything's intrinsically electrostatic, but that's unnecessary. There is no scientific evidence for gravity. There is no experiment that's isolated gravity, and it's known for a fact in highest levels of academia that this does not exist. There is no isolation or scientific experiment validating gravity. That's why it's called the theory of relativity, where they say that gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. Two concepts. Can you bend freedom and love? Of course not. You can't attribute physical properties to conceptual abstractions. This is called a reification fallacy. Doesn't matter. The only evidence ever to even be claimed that the Earth is in fact a ball with gravity is gravity has to exist because the Earth's a ball. Literally, that is the only evidence. If we assume the Earth is a ball, then gravity has to exist because it has to exist for the Earth to possibly be a sphere. It has to pull us down in all directions, omnidirectional, all directions. We have to be pulled down. So gravity has to exist. Yeah, we don't have any evidence for it. We can't prove it. We can't accurately define it. And when we apply it to the sky, it's off by 95% in 2021. They're off by 95%. It's called dark matter and dark energy. They still cannot explain the supposed model, not even mathematically. We have falsified it. The flat Earth can't explain magnetism. It can't explain the cyclical nature of the sky. It can't explain everything else that we see. The globe Earth cannot. Okay, so all scientific empirical evidence shows you this, and we have tested it. We proved that they lied. With cartoons, they lied to you. The same exact schooling system that told you Christopher Columbus discovered the United States when people were already here. The same exact system that lied to you about the Vietnam War and said that they attacked us and they attacked themselves and said that, in fact, they declassified, they had to do that to justify war, but they lied to the American public saying Vietnam attacked us and Gulf of Tonkin. Same ones that lied about 9/11. You shouldn't blindly believe the system. You should go look into it for yourself, and you will find out that most of the people that are lying, it's actually not intentionally. They believe the lie as well, and they propagate it forward. And there's something called compartmentalization, where people are trying to explain something that doesn't exist. So you ask questions like, why would they lie? They get $60 million a day from NASA. They're hiding more land and resources. They told you you're an insignificant speck of dust in the ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing. Lightning struck primordial soup, and then rocks turned into fish eventually, that then turned into fish with feet, that turned into rodents, that turned into apes, that turned into humans, and there's nothing important about you. Random chaotic happenstance that you even exist over the course of billions of years of everything exploding from nothing. You get perfectly coalesced into spheres where happen to be you can somehow live here. So don't worry. Well, the truth is, the Earth is stationary and the center of everything, geocentric, and the sky moves in perfect circles over top of us around the center of the sky, right over the center of the Earth. And that means the Earth had to be created. It had to be placed there. So they're hiding the creator. There's 3 reasons. Also, you can't trust any of your senses. You think you're spinning 1,000 miles per hour, but you don't feel it. You think the Earth is curving, but you see it flat. You think that the sun is sitting still in the sky, but you see it move. You think the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon, but you see it as the same size as the moon. And so you can no longer trust your senses. You do not think that you can adequately tell the difference between truth and fiction. You must turn to authority to get all of your answers that you cannot understand. So they have brainwashed you into a slave state where you always turn to the authority to know what truth is, because you have been told that you cannot figure it out on your own. This is how you have good brainwashing capability of a state. So there's 4 very rudimentary reasons they would lie. Why wouldn't they lie? Knowledge is power. If you're the only one with the knowledge, it's much more powerful. When does the government not lie? Okay, so there are your answers. They're hiding land and resources and money and brainwashing you, and they put you in a little circle and told you you can't leave there while they go hang outside of it. Okay, so there's plenty of reasons why they would lie. It doesn't really matter why they lied. The motivation of lying is independent of the fact that they did lie. Okay, and falsification is independent of replacement. We falsified the globe Earth. We don't have to replace every fairy tale they said before it's still real. If you tell me Santa's real, and then I see mommy and daddy bring presents in the house, I don't have to go come up with a new fictitious character from the North Pole or Santa's still real. We falsified your claim that Santa's real. That's all there is to it. Falsification is independent of replacement. So there you go. There are the basics. You can't fall off. You can't fall off of a lake. There's a shore. Antarctica is known to have the highest elevation in the entire world. It is an ice ring effectively around the water. Captain Cook tried to circumnavigate the Earth, and he went for 68,000 miles, and all he saw was an ice shelf the entire time. You're not allowed to go independently verify this, though, so the water is contained, which is convenient because fluid statics is also a natural law. Water finds its level. Water at rest is always level, period. Okay, so water conforms to its container and finds its level. Well, conveniently, it's contained on this flat Earth, and it's level. Of course it is. So how is 70% of a ball level? It's impossible. It defies fluid statics, the second law of thermodynamics. There's no empirical evidence for it, and we see way too far. We see mountains from hundreds of miles away. We see the skyline of Chicago 60 miles over Lake Michigan should have been completely obstructed. We have mountains we can see 73 miles away. We have mountains we can see from 103 miles away. We have nothing but evidence that falsifies the globe Earth. So if the surface of the Earth is flat all over it, what is it? Do I believe in aliens? Well, for one, what is the etymology of alien or extraterrestrial? Extra land, extra terrain. So if there are other lands that they have hidden where someone lives, technically they would be alien or extraterrestrial. We would be in the inner space. They drew a circle around us, and there would be the outer space. There is no alien coming from outer space where it's a vacuum that couldn't exist, that they're thousands of light years away, and some intergalactic civilization with different races coming to get you from outer space vacuum boogeymen. None of that's real. I don't make claims about whether aliens are real or not. I know they'll probably lie to you about it, and the same guy, Werner von Braun, that was the Nazi brought over here to lie to us about going to the moon, told his secretary that they would fake an alien invasion and also fake things about asteroids. I don't really know. You can look into Project Bluebeam, but it doesn't matter. And by the way, Werner von Braun also put Psalms 19:1 on his tombstone, which says that the firmament shows the handiwork of the Creator. The firmament comes from the Hebrew word rakia, strong as bronze. It was stretched out over top of us to protect us, and we were like grasshopper inhabitants within the tent he stretched over top of us, and it's strong as bronze, like beaten out with bronze, rakia. So why did the guy that supposedly took us to space put on his tombstone that you can't go to space because there's a firmament there? Well, he let the truth out on his deathbed. He also wrote a science fiction book in the 50s, and in the science fiction book that the Nazi wrote in the 50s, the main character's title title is Elon, and Elon supposedly takes us to Mars. I guess that the prophet of the Nazi was really good at predicting what would happen, right? He wasn't just good at mass murdering millions of people. He was also a prophet that knew that Elon would take us to Mars in 2021 and talk about how he's going to do it. So the world's a stage. Jules Verne wrote a science fiction novel in the late 1800s predicting the moon landing and where the rocket would shoot from, what state, what direction, how it would slingshot around it, and everything else. They take science fiction books and they tell the public that it's true while they know the truth. Powerful people are lying to you, okay? So do not fall for whatever they tell you. You need to look into things for yourself. Don't blindly believe anyone. Go research it for yourself. Go test it for yourself. And if you do this, you will find out that the Earth is provably flat. I would have to sit down here and talk for another 3 hours to tell you every flat Earth proof. There's something called specular reflections. You cannot have perfect reflections on a surface if it's not flat. It cannot be concave or convex at all. Specular reflections debunk the globe Earth. We have local reflections from the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. This is impossible in the globe Earth model. The model has to be, the sun has to be so far away we have parallel rays, right? So it's impossible. This debunks the globe Earth. We have crepuscular rays, which are divergent rays that converge onto the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. Impossible on a globe Earth. They say it's actually parallel. It just looks like that. We see that the sun and the moon are the same size. They say that the sun's actually 400 times bigger than the moon, just coincidentally, exactly 400 times further away also, so that it looks like they're the same size, so we can have total eclipses. Or maybe they're just the same size, bro, and the scriptures are true, and it says that there's a lesser light that rules the night and a greater light that rules the day. Okay, that's all there is to it. We see the same moon for all recorded history, while people claim it's a sphere that spins, but if it spun 1/4 a mile per hour, slower or faster, we'd see the other side of it, so it just perfectly sits there for thousands of years. That's a cool story, bro. None of this has any evidence. It's all fairy tales. What we know for a fact is that water always finds its level. To have pressure, you must have a container, which means the way that you're breathing is that gas pressure on the Earth is contained, and we see way too far. The Earth's a topographical plane. It isn't curving. This is just the way that it is. You can't go deeper than 7.8 miles. You can't go past the 60th south latitude. We need to wake up and then tell them that we demand to know the truth and to be able to freely traverse the Earth. That is the next step. Now to try to attack the people that actually researched it, are bold enough to not care that other people get triggered and try to call you dumb or try to attack you because they were told that it's dumb. The people that are strong enough and intelligent enough to actually understand it, research it, test it, and then go speak about it are the people that are fighting for you, whether you understand that or not. And we're used to taking the bullets, but you should maybe jump on the side of that people actually doing what's best for humanity as opposed to trying to attack them. So there you go. It's all a lie. Georgia Guidestones prove it. Yeah, exactly. The Georgia Guidestones wouldn't work unless the Earth was a geocentric stationary plane Earth, right? Because it uses a compass, a clock, and a calendar. It shows Polaris day after day after day for all recorded history that it's been there, and it will always work, showing you where north is, because it doesn't change. For all recorded history, Polaris is in the north. That's how you know where north is, so it would be a compass, right? It also shows you where the winter solstice and the summer solstice is. It shows you the time of the year. It's a calendar. Because the Earth doesn't move and the sun does the same thing. That has the same cycle. There's a cycle over top of us like a clock that resets every year. This cost almost $1 million to build it, and it would be a complete waste of money if the Earth was a spinning ball. Okay, so that's just the way that it is. And they tell you what they want to do on there, and I think everyone should just wake up, maybe. Maybe everyone should just wake up and stop getting triggered that we didn't go to the moon in 1969. Stop being surprised or acting surprised the government lied to you. Stop being surprised and acting like China and Russia lying is a big shock to you. The U.S. government has lied about everything. So what you should do is accept truth for what it is, right? It's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they have been fooled. That is not my problem. That you need to look into the evidence and be honest. We see way too far. We falsify the curvature of the Earth. There you go. I mean, I don't know what other basic questions I might have missed, but you should be able to figure them out. You'll ask stuff like, oh, you shouldn't look past the curvature. If the Earth's a ball, it has to curve. If you were intellectually honest about this, you wouldn't get past that. You're like, wait, that's the most efficient way to test if the Earth is in fact a ball with this radius. Geometry, measurements of shapes, sphere, certain size, dimensions, 3,159 radius. You would test that and see if it's curving at that rate, because it has to curve. If a woman's pregnant and she moves her hand across her stomach and then it comes down to the bottom, can she still see her hand? No, because the curve of her stomach physically obstructs her hand. That is what the Earth has to do if it's a ball. This is where the answer lies. Is it really what they said it is? You can go measure the surface of the Earth, and it is objectively, provably not what they said it is. So if your response to that is to not answer it or figure out how it could work or figure out what's going on or go test and see if that claim is true or see exactly if these observations really do exist, if your response is, oh, well, how do eclipses work? What about magnetic fields? What about, if you start asking every random question you can think of, you're being intellectually dishonest. You're diverting away, and you can't handle what the truth is. Right? So if you think you can ask a gotcha question that some flat earther might not answer, that doesn't change the fact we falsified the radius. Okay? We don't know all the answers. The globe Earth knows none of the answers, right? People will say, what about eclipses? Eclipses debunk the globe Earth, and they still use the Chaldeans from Babylonian time, 2500 BC, a geocentric stationary plane Earth civilization. They knew the Earth was flat and stationary and the center of everything, and they used something called the stereocycle from the Chaldeans from 2500 BC to this day at NASA to be able to predict the eclipses. They cannot use the heliocentric model to predict eclipses at all. There's something called the Selenilian eclipse, right? And it's where the sun and the moon are both above the Earth during the lunar eclipse, according to the globe Earth model. The reason you have a lunar eclipse is because the Earth blocks the light from the sun and casts a shadow onto the moon, and that's what actually physically obstructs the sunlight, causing the shadow, thus a lunar eclipse. Yet in the Selenilian eclipse, a lunar eclipse, the sun and the moon are both above the horizon, above the Earth, a geometric impossibility on the globe Earth. And guess what year they said that they discovered this and recorded it for the first time? 1666. It's not a coincidence they told you that the first time they recorded the eclipse that debunked the model is 1666, 666, right? The same year that gravity was discovered by Isaac Newton, supposedly, in 1666, with a number of 6.67, right? Where we have north and south Arctic circles at 66.6 degrees, while the circumference of the Earth in nautical miles is 21,600, 6 times 6 times 600, while we're on a 66.6 degree tilt with a curvature rate of 0.666 feet per mile squared, shooting around the sun 66,600 miles per hour. Okay, so it's a lie, it's a Luciferian lie, and if you're actually at the highest level of the occulted people that try to control the world and lie to all of us, you have to know these things, or you're not allowed there, okay? So that is why they lied. It's simple. If you wanted to control and brainwash an entire group of people on the earth, what better way than to start by lying to them about the nature of the very place that they live? If you want to brainwash them on the earth, why not lie to them about the earth? Why not tell them there's no more land, it's finite little sphere, and you have to stay here? Because there's more land and you get to control it. Why would they not lie? Knowledge is power. It's much more powerful if you're the only one with it. So there are the basics for you. You should research it, right? Flyman's watching. His panties are in a bunch. Dude is a gallon. All right. I love you guys. I'm going to catch up with you guys later. Battery's about to die. I wanted to answer the basic questions. There you go. I can't go back and forth in comments. And if you watch this video, you'll understand why I can't go back and forth in comments all day. I have hundreds of people that are doing that and sending me messages. So, look at our content. Go find us and listen and learn and study and research. A lot of people on my Facebook will be helpful to you, but for everyone, drop the arrogance, okay? Drop the arrogance. When I first heard about Flat Earth, I thought it was dumb also. Then I humbled myself and researched to try to prove the Earth was a globe and found out it is far from dumb. And if you're still on that wavelength, even though waves aren't things that don't have links, right? Just a transverse movement in a medium that has to be there, the antecedent to any type of propagation. But anyway, I digress, right? If you're not even on that wavelength of understanding that it isn't a dumb conversation, you're nowhere close to the truth. You're nowhere close to the truth. So just humble yourself, be honest, seek the truth diligently, and then you will be good to go, right? And people will be more than happy to help you answer your questions. They want you to come over here and know the truth. That's our whole thing. We want everyone to wake up and realize we've been lied to so we can get our power back. But just be respectful. Don't expect to be able to just hurl insults and attack people and that people are just going to love you and be real nice and just keep letting you do it. Because the irony is that, you're projecting your own intellectual insecurity. I go around the United States offering $100 cash to anyone in these major cities that can answer 3 basic questions about the globe Earth correctly, the basic questions about it, and no one ever wins the money. So be honest. You know nothing about it. It's okay. All the flat earthers know everything about it, right? So you should be real here. Just look into it. There's your little beginner's crash course. I love you guys. I'm going to go chill with another flat earther in a little bit, grab something to eat. I may do a computer stream later tonight. My phone's about to die. Peace out. Much love. MasqueradeTour.com. $, went to get to cash out. Went to the protonmail.com. PayPal. If you want to support the tour. I know I speak fast. I'm sorry. It's just like what I do. So I love you guys. Seek and speak truth unequivocally. The weak find contentment in the
Hello?
Hello.
Welcome.
What's up?
If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Don Petit and you.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
There is no globe model. Let's explain. What is a model? A model is a three-dimensional representation of a person or a thing or a proposed structure, typically a smaller scale than the original. You're supposed to take the thing that you're talking about, this cosmology, you're going to bring the Earth down to a scale. And in that scale, it's a system or thing used as an example to follow or imitate. Which means when you bring this globe Earth down to a scale and tilt it and all that other stuff, all of the science that you're purporting works on a macro scale must work on the micro scale. That's what a model is. Make no mistake about it. If you're going to say, oh, we have this ball, it's spinning, and there's water sticks to it, and people are upside down, and it's holding in gases and air and stuff like that, if you are going to say globe model, you have to create a model in which all of that shit works. No, make an actual model in which the physics that you're proclaiming work actually works. Do you know what they're never going to be able to do? That. What's a model? It's a likeness made to scale, an architect's set of designs. It's a three-dimensional representation of the science that you proclaim happens on a macro scale. We show it happening on a micro scale. So what is the ball? What is that globe? What is it? It's actually a concept or a theory. There is no model. There's no model. A concept is a general notion, the immediate object of a thought. So in other words, we dreamed it up. We thought it. We conceived it in our heads that this is how this thing works. Great. What is a theory? Essentially that. It's a conception. It's a mental scheme. So do we have a concept and a theory of the globe? Sure. No problem. We can all imagine a globe. We've seen the alleged image or pictures, which are images that are actually just not pictures at all, right? Of the globe. So we can conceive that in our minds. Do we have a model of it? No, we do not. Because in order to have a model of it, what is a model? As you guys know, as we just said, it's just like this. It's a model, like model railroad sets, model car. Those guys would have to make a model just like that in which all of their science works. Now, what's so beautiful about this is that they've got all the opportunity to do this in the world. Do you know why? Because of that bullshit that they placed in our classrooms. Globes. You have a quote-unquote representation of what you think conceptually what the Earth is. Now that you have that, make any of your science work on that thing. Then you would have a model. In order for them to have a model, you know what you'd have to do? Put water on that thing. Make it spin really fucking fast and make the water stick to it. Put people upside down right there and show me how gravity keeps them on the ball in a miniature scale, in a miniature microcosmic scale of how that works. Put a person on there with gravity holding them together, by the way, which, by the way, you would have to make gravity hold that whole thing together. So then you'd have to spin it, keep the person on there, and while you're spinning it, have all the water stay on the ball. Then you would have a model. Not only that, you also have to figure out and explain, and not even explain, I don't give a shit about your explanations or your conceptions or your theories. Show me a model of air and water and pressure staying on the ball without a container. Fuck the ball. Fuck the globe. Don't even give me a globe that's spinning and has water on and stuff like that. Forget about all that. Just make me a container without a container that contains gas and air pressure. Start there. Then we could say, oh, shit, they have a model. Then us flat earthers may have to be like, well, I guess still geometrically flat, but I guess they do have a model of how, but they don't have that. They haven't even come close. Not even close. Do you know how many things you would have to make work on that in order for their model to work? If you were going to proclaim that model for all of those atheists and stuff like that, you might as well make me a flying spaghetti monster model. Because that's how insane it is. You have a ball tilted, spinning at 1,037.5 miles an hour at the equator that's holding water on it, and people upside down with gases and air pressure and all this other stuff, and you can't mimic any of it. You might as well make me a flying spaghetti monster model. That's how ridiculous this is. So stop saying they have a model. You're welcome. Okay.
I'm asking you, is space a vacuum, yes or no?
What do you mean by space? Metrical space or outer
right.
space?
Okay, listen. Okay, look. Okay, the reason why I
There
said
is
it.
no outer, bro. There is no outer space. What don't you understand? There's no outer space. You're not taking a fucking rocket to outer space.
Okay,
You're
but then
not
you
landing
just.
on the moon. There's no land in the sky to land on.
Hey, calm down. Calm down.
No,
You just
you're not
said.
listening, dude, and you're asking the same question you've already asked 4 times. There's no outer space, brother.
No.
So if you stand on the south coast of England, right, just plant your feet on the pebbles of Worthing Beach.
Right, getting that sea breeze.
Exactly. And you look out over, I mean, it's about 15.3 kilometers of open ocean straight toward Brighton.
Which is a pretty massive stretch of water.
And it really is. And the thing is, conventional physics dictates that there's a massive obstacle blocking your line of sight right there.
Yeah, according to standard geometric models of the Earth, there should be this literal 35-foot wall of curved water.
Right, like a 3-story hill made entirely of ocean, just standing right between you and the other side.
Which is just wild to visualize, but that's what the math says.
It is. So what actually happens when a team of, grassroots researchers goes out there and shines a laser straight through that exact physical space?
And a camera looking dead ahead actually sees the light.
Yes. Today, for this deep dive, we're exploring a geometric landscape that just completely shatters the expected blueprint.
We really are. We're diving into an incredibly detailed, painstakingly documented scientific observation that just leaves us with this glaring, unavoidable mathematical anomaly.
It's an anomaly that really forces you to question how we measure the physical reality right in front of us.
Completely. And the source we're using today is the transcript and the raw data from a YouTube video. It's titled Peer-to-Peer 2 Results and Observations.
Uploaded by a researcher who goes by the name Dr. John D., right?
Yeah, exactly. But before we get deep into the weeds of optical physics and geopotential surfaces, I think we need to establish the ground rules for what you and I are actually doing here today.
Definitely. We need a clear mission.
Right. Because our mission is not to relitigate centuries of cosmological debate or dive into these grand overarching theories.
No, we're staying highly focused.
Hyper-focused. We are going to analyze the metrics, the weather data, and the methodology presented in this specific 15.3 kilometer laser test.
We're taking it at face value.
Exactly. We are accepting the results exactly as they were documented on that beach, and we're just going to follow the logical conclusions dictated purely by that localized data.
Okay, let's unpack this. Because that localized data is staggering, It directly challenges the automatic default assumption we all just kind of have when it comes to standard models.
We definitely like to think of our physical reality as being mathematically settled.
We do. But this observation, it takes a laser, points it across the water, and essentially asks, does the physical world actually match the textbook?
So let's build the anatomy of this observation from the ground up for everyone listening.
Yeah, let's set the scene. The test takes place in February 2019, spanning from Worthing Pier to Brighton West Pier.
Like you said, a distance of 15.3 kilometers.
Which is about 9.5 miles of uninterrupted English Channel. And the core objective is almost shockingly simple.
Simple, yeah, but profound. They wanted to see if a laser positioned just 1 meter or even less above the tide level could be seen by a camera positioned at that exact same height on the other side.
Right. Which, that brings up a pretty long history of people trying to measure the surface of water over long distances to detect curvature.
Oh, absolutely. If you look back to the 19th century, you had the famous Bedford Level experiment.
I remember that one. In Cambridgeshire, right?
Yeah, exactly. Researchers were trying to measure flags placed along a drainage canal, and that just sparked decades of fierce, really bitter scientific arguments about what people were actually seeing through their telescopes.
But what makes this modern observation in 2019 so vital to analyze, I think, is the technological rigor.
Yes, the strict criteria for what constituted acceptable data.
Because Dr. John Dee and his team, they didn't just walk out on a random Saturday, see something weird, and then upload a video claiming they broke physics.
Not at all. The preamble to this successful night is honestly a masterclass in establishing a pristine, uncompromised baseline.
They actually had a series of completely documented failures first, which is so important.
It really is. If you're going to challenge the geometric model of the Earth, you cannot have confounding variables.
Right. For instance, the source material notes that on February 2nd, so a few weeks prior to the successful test, they attempted the exact same 1 meter setup.
They fired the laser, but it just could not be observed from the other side.
And rather than forcing a conclusion, they actually analyzed the environmental data and realized there was a measurable density gradient in the air above the sea that night.
The environmental conditions were just unstable.
So what did they do? They packed up their equipment and they logged it as a failure due to weather interference.
Which is real science.
Yeah.
And that transparency continues. On Friday, February 22nd, which is the literal night before the observation we're about to dissect, they tried again.
And this time, a dense fog rolled in.
Yeah. Now, the source notes a fascinating detail here. Cameras at Worthing actually could see the intense light of the Brighton lasers penetrating through the fog.
Oh, wait, really? The photons were actually making it across?
They were. The light was visible, but Dr. John Dee completely discarded the observation. He just threw the data out.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Which is such a critical constraint to place on yourself as a researcher. If you are seeing the light, the temptation is to just say, look, it works. Hit record.
Oh, totally. But what's fascinating here is that the methodology demanded absolute visual clarity.
Right, because of the fog, crisp, undeniable photographs and videos just couldn't be taken to prove exactly what they were looking at.
Exactly. If it couldn't be cleanly documented for public verification, it was just deemed useless.
It establishes this baseline where only pristine, verifiable data makes it into the final analysis.
Which brings us to Saturday, February 23rd, 2019. The team identifies conditions that they deem perfectly non-specialized.
Non-specialized, meaning what exactly?
Meaning a low tide, a calm breeze, and clear skies under the stars. Just a very standard, quiet night.
Okay, got it. So to really understand the gravity of what happens next, we have to formally lay out the mathematical problem at the center of this 15.3 kilometer stretch of water.
Right, we have to define the globe model.
Right, because standard geographic, astronomical, and geodetic models dictate that the Earth is an oblate spheroid.
With a circumference of approximately 40,075 kilometers.
Or roughly 24,901 miles. for those of us using miles. And on a sphere of that specific known dimension, the surface of a body of water cannot be a perfectly flat plane.
No, it mathematically can't be. It must curve downward in all directions from the observer as it just conforms to the geometry of the Earth.
It's kind of like, think of it like trying to see a penny taped to the far side of a basketball while your eye is resting on the near side.
That's a great analogy. The bulge of the ball just naturally gets in the way.
The mass of the thing itself blocks your view. And this isn't just an abstract concept either. It is a highly specific geometric formula.
Right. Using the Pythagorean theorem applied to the radius of the Earth, we can calculate exactly how much a distant object should be obscured by the physical curvature of the water between 2 points.
And the source utilizes the Minibunk curve calculator for this, right?
Yeah, which is an entirely standard, accepted tool in the scientific community for determining these exact geographic figures.
Okay, so let's run the numbers. We have a distance of 15.3 kilometers. We have an observer at Worthing with a camera sitting exactly 1 meter above the tide level.
And we have a target at Brighton, the laser, also sitting exactly 1 meter above the tide level.
So when we plug those specific parameters into the standard mathematical model of the globe, the resulting geometry dictates that the physical curvature of the water should block 10.8 meters of the target.
That is the hidden height. 10.8 meters of the target should be physically obscured from view, assuming light travels in a straight line.
10.8 meters. That is nearly 35.5 feet.
It's massive.
If you are standing on that beach, the math tells you that there is a physical convex bulge of water reaching 3.5 stories high right in the middle of your line of sight to Brighton.
The mass of the ocean itself should be an impenetrable wall.
Right. And this is where I think we really have to talk about human perception versus macro scale geometry. Because the visual representation of this math often really trips people up.
It does. And Dr. John Dee actually includes a very specific caveat about this in the source material.
Yeah, the scaling problem. Okay.
Exactly. When you watch an educational video or, look at a textbook diagram explaining Earth's curvature, the curve is almost always wildly exaggerated.
They draw this massive sweeping arc so your eye can immediately comprehend the concept on a tiny little screen.
Right. But Dr. John Dee points out that if his presentation diagrams were drawn perfectly to scale, meaning if you drew a line on your screen representing the 15.3 kilometers, and then you tried to accurately depict the 4.6 meter peak of the curvature bulge right in the center, the line on your screen would look completely, perfectly flat to the human eye.
Wow. So the variation is just so slight over that massive distance relative to the whole that your eye physically cannot detect the geometry.
Exactly. The 4.6 meter bulge over a 15.3 kilometer span is something like 0.03% of the total length. It is macro scale geometry.
So you really cannot just stand on the beach, look at the horizon, and say, yep, that looks curved, or nope, that looks flat.
No, our biological optics simply aren't built for it. We have to rely on precision tools.
We have to rely on lasers.
And fundamentally, we have to trust the math. And the math unequivocally states that over this distance between these two 1 meter elevations, the bottom 10.8 meters of Brighton should be completely invisible from Worthing.
It should be totally hidden.
Yeah.
But here is where the scientific method collides head on with the physical world.
Right.
If that 10.8 meter wall of water exists, but a camera somehow captures the laser shining from the other side, standard physics does not immediately conclude that the geometry of the Earth is wrong.
Oh, definitely not. The immediate reflexive answer from the scientific community is that the light is just cheating.
The answer is atmospheric refraction.
Exactly. So if I'm a conventional physicist looking at this footage, my first thought isn't, oh, the water is flat. My first thought is that the light beam is bending over the obstacle.
So let's dig deeply into refraction, because this is the primary roadblock the researchers had to dismantle. What is the actual optical physics happening when a scientist claims refraction is allowing us to see over the curvature of the Earth?
Well, refraction, at its core, is governed by Snell's law. When a wave of light passes from a medium of one density into a medium of a different density, its speed changes.
Okay, and that causes the path of the light to bend.
Exactly. A great way to visualize this is to imagine a marching band walking in tight, straight rows across a paved parking lot.
Okay, I'm picturing it.
And then they cross at an angle into a field of thick, muddy grass.
Ah, so the musicians who hit the mud first are going to be physically slowed down by the thicker medium, while the musicians on the outside of the row who are still on the pavement are still marching at full speed.
Exactly, because one side of the line slows down before the other. The entire row of the marching band is forced to pivot. the direction of their march actually bends.
That makes perfect sense.
And that is precisely what happens to a wavefront of photons. When light passes through atmospheric layers that have different temperatures and different humidities, it encounters different air densities.
So if the air right above the freezing ocean water is very cold and dense, and the air slightly higher up is warmer and less dense, you've created a density gradient.
A thermal inversion.
Right. And as the light from the laser travels horizontally, the bottom edge of the light beam hits that denser, colder air and slows down, while the top edge in the warmer air keeps moving faster.
Yes. So the entire beam pivots downward. It hugs the curvature of the water in what physicists call an optical duct.
It literally curves around the bulge of the Earth.
It does. It carries the image of the laser to your camera lens, making it appear as though you're seeing in a straight line right through an obstacle. But in reality, the light is taking a curved path right over it.
So it's basically the exact same optical illusion as a mirage on a hot highway in the summer, just inverted.
Exactly. On the highway, the asphalt is boiling hot, heating the air right above it, making it less dense than the cooler air higher up.
Right, and the light from the blue sky comes down, hits that less dense air, speeds up, and bends upward into your eye.
You think you are looking at a puddle of blue water on the road, but you are literally seeing a refracted projection of the sky.
Wow. Okay, so the researchers at Worthing and Brighton, they absolutely knew this.
Oh, they knew that if they simply filmed a laser, every skeptic would instantly yell, it's just standard atmospheric refraction, the light is bending.
So they had to prove that the marching band never hit the mud.
Exactly. They had to prove there were no differing layers of density.
And their methodology for isolating this variable is what makes this observation so compelling. I mean, they didn't just guess at the weather.
No, first they established macro environmental conditions by pulling data from the UK Met Office and AccuWeather.
For 3 specific points along the 15.3 kilometer path, right?
Yeah, Worthing at the start, Shoreham by Sea right in the middle, and Brighton at the very end.
So they checked the entire corridor. And the macro data confirmed the conditions were non-specialized. It was just a standard, calm February night. No freak weather fronts, no massive barometric anomalies.
But let's be real, an app on your phone telling you the weather in Brighton doesn't tell you what the air is actually doing 1 meter above the surface of the freezing ocean.
No, you need micro-localized on-site data.
Which is exactly what they gathered. The team at Worthing physically measured the temperature and the relative humidity of the air at very specific crucial elevations.
They took readings starting at 0.5 meters above the tide level and went up to 1.5 meters above the tide level.
They are measuring the exact geometric corridor that the laser beam is passing through.
Precisely. They aren't just taking the temperature at eye level on the pier.
Right.
They're taking it directly in the path of the photons.
And the data they recorded is the linchpin that mathematically eliminates the refraction argument.
What did it show?
The source material states that between 0.5 meters and 1.5 meters, the temperature and relative humidity readings were completely indistinguishable from each other within the precision uncertainty of their instruments.
Wait, let me stop you right there.
Yeah.
Because if you're listening to this in your car right now, you might be shouting at the dashboard, it's a mirage. Your thermometers are just cheap.
And you would be right to ask that question, because that is science's default safety net.
Right. I have to push back on this on behalf of the listener. Are we really saying that consumer-grade thermometers on a wet beach are precise enough to dismantle 2,000 years of spherical geometry?
That's a fair point.
I mean, what if there are invisible microgradients? Tiny, localized fluctuations in the air density that the thermometer just doesn't have the processing power to detect, but they're still severe enough to bend a highly concentrated laser over a 9.5-mile stretch.
It is the absolute right question to ask, and it is a fundamental challenge in empirical observation. But Dr. John Dee addresses this through the principle of corroborative evidence.
Okay, how so?
Well, yes, a thermometer has a margin of error. But if there were invisible microgradients in the air severe enough to cause a massive 10.8 meter refraction of a light beam, that extreme optical bending would not just affect the laser.
Oh, I see. It would manifest visually on the entire landscape.
Exactly. The optical physics wouldn't isolate just the laser beam, it would warp everything in the frame. When refraction is actively occurring over a body of water, it creates very distinct visual artifacts on the camera sensor.
Like what kind of artifacts?
If the light is bending sharply downward to hug the curve of the Earth, it creates what is known as a superior mirage, or fata morgana.
Right, where things look like they're floating.
Yes. The distant shoreline of Brighton would appear to loom upward. The city lights would vertically stretch, duplicate, or appear to just hover in the sky above the horizon. The whole image becomes wildly distorted and unstable.
And conversely, an inferior mirage would make the shoreline look like it was melting into a mirror, like the highway mirage.
Exactly. But the photographic and video evidence gathered that night showed none of that.
The visual field was completely stable.
There were absolutely no inferior or superior mirages captured on camera. The shoreline looked entirely normal, just distant.
So, according to the strict parameters of this data set, the macro visual evidence of a stable, undistorted horizon perfectly corroborates the micro instrumental data showing uniform temperature and humidity.
The air was uniform, and if the air density is uniform, Snell's law dictates that the light must travel in a perfectly straight line.
The marching band stays on the pavement. The light does not bend.
Exactly. And just to put the final nail in the refraction coffin, the source points out that even if we were to grant standard refraction just for the sake of argument...
Right, like applying standard refractive indices to the math, even though the localized weather data proves it wasn't happening.
Right, standard refraction models only reduce the hidden height from 10.8 meters to 8.8 meters.
Still a nearly 29-foot wall of ocean. Standard refraction is not a magic wand that just makes mountains of water disappear. It has mathematical limits based on standard atmospheric pressure.
Even with the absolute maximum theoretical allowance for refraction, there is still this massive physical barrier blocking the line of sight.
So we have a mathematically established baseline. The geometry says there should be 10.8 meters of water in the way. The physical readings and the visual evidence prove the light is traveling in a straight line.
So it is time for the main event. Let's examine the 1 meter test and the power of their live verification protocol.
The conditions are locked in. The tide is extraordinarily low. It is measured at exactly 0.6 meters above the lowest astronomical tide, or LAT, at both Worthing Pier and Brighton West Pier.
That's such a great detail. They checked the tide at both locations to ensure the surface of the water was at an even baseline across the entire 15.3 kilometer stretch.
Yes, they even verified the tide at Shoreham right in the middle. The water is calm, the cameras are positioned. But crucial to the scientific transparency of this observation, they aren't just hitting record on an SD card.
No, they are broadcasting the entire event live on YouTube.
Which is such a brilliant, modern methodological choice. Why does live streaming fundamentally change the weight of this observation?
Because it completely removes the possibility of post-production trickery. In a digital age where, literally any video can be seamlessly edited, spliced, or manipulated in Premiere, a live stream forces the researchers to perform without a safety net.
The public is viewing the raw data unfolding in real time.
Yes. It provides an unalterable timestamp and visual verification that what is happening on the screen is happening right now, in reality.
And the coordination between the two teams during this live stream is where the data just becomes undeniable.
You have Dr. John D. stationed behind his camera at Worthing, and you have his counterpart, Roxanne, 15.3 kilometers away in the dark at Brighton.
They're communicating via mobile phone, right? Coordinating the laser pulses to definitively prove to the live audience that the light blinking on the camera sensor is in fact the laser, and not just some random boat light or a street lamp reflection.
And the source transcript captures this interaction. Here's where it gets really interesting, because it is a fantastic example of establishing absolute cause and effect over a massive distance.
You can almost feel the tension in the transcript. Dr. John says, "Okay, Roxanne, what I want you to do, please, is go to the front of the red laser and get ready to put your hand in front of it. On my mark, I'll say 1, 2, 3, and then block the laser."
And then he initiates the countdown. 1, 2, 3, block. Brilliant. Right, keep it blocked. 1, 2, 3, release.
Block, release, block, release, block, release. And as Roxanne is physically stepping in front of the blinding red laser on the pebbles in Brighton, the camera sensor in Worthing is capturing that exact red dot, winking out and flaring back up in absolute perfect synchronization with the audio commands.
The causality is totally locked.
And we should talk about the optical physics of the equipment doing the capturing, because they weren't using like classified military satellite optics. They were using high-end consumer hardware.
Right. Dr. John D. was operating a Nikon P900 camera, and Dave Marsh at Brighton was using a Nikon D700.
These are bridge cameras famous for their optical zoom lenses. But how does a small consumer sensor actually manage to resolve a point of light from 9.5 miles away?
Because light scatters.
Yeah, it does. Over 15 kilometers of atmosphere, photons are bouncing off dust, water vapor, and air molecules. The beam widens and loses intensity.
Right.
So the signal-to-noise ratio in optical physics over that distance is incredibly challenging. But a laser provides highly collimated, coherent light, meaning all the light waves are traveling parallel to each other, so the beam spreads out far less than the standard flashlight.
Okay.
So the optical zoom on the P900 essentially acts as a massive photon funnel, gathering that very specific wavelength of red light and focusing it onto the sensor. And because it was a dark, clear night with no funug to scatter the beam, the intense source of the laser remained cohesive enough to trigger the pixels on the camera sensor.
Which brings us to the results of the coordinated 1 meter test. Both sides, Worthing looking at Brighton and Brighton looking at Worthing successfully, undeniably recorded the intense source of the other team's laser. The laser at Worthing was positioned at exactly 0.9 meters, 90 centimeters above the tide level. The cameras capturing the light were sitting at exactly 1 meter.
Let's run the mathematical reality check on what that observation actually means. We established that according to the geometry of a 40,075 kilometer globe, for an observer at 1 meter looking at a target at 1 meter across 15.3 kilometers, the geometric hidden height is 10.8 meters.
The 35.5-foot wall of water.
Yes. Even if we forcefully apply the standard atmospheric refraction allowance, which the environmental data and the lack of mirages explicitly prove was physically invalid for that night, the refracted hidden height is still 8.8 meters.
Still a nearly 29-foot wall of ocean.
But the intense source of the laser was clearly captured on a live stream at roughly 1 meter high. So when you calculate the physical discrepancy between the model and the observation, it means the laser was observed a staggering 91% lower than is geometrically possible on a globe.
91% lower. It's critical to understand that this isn't just a slight margin of error.
No, not at all.
It isn't a rounding mistake on a spreadsheet or a thermometer being a half degree off. An observation that is 91% out of bounds is almost diametrically opposed to the mathematical prediction.
The data we are looking at leaves us with an unreconciled, massive gap between the theoretical model and the physical reality.
And even if you give the globe model the absolute maximum benefit of the doubt and apply the refraction math that the physical environment did not support, the laser is still observed 87% lower than the maximum theoretical refracted allowance.
The math is literally failing the reality check. The light is piercing straight through physical space where the geometry insists a mountain of water must exist.
And there is an incredibly compelling visual detail in the source material that provides a powerful contextual anchor for this discrepancy. It's not just a red dot blinking in a black void.
Right. The source highlights a color-enhanced still image taken from the video of the red laser.
This is a vital piece of geographic evidence, because when they color enhance the still to bring up the exposure of the background, you can clearly make out the landscape of Brighton illuminated behind the laser.
Specifically, the image shows the red laser positioned significantly below the structure of the Kings Road Upper Promenade in Brighton.
Now, why is that so important? Because the Kings Road Upper Promenade is a fixed, known, measurable geographical landmark.
According to Google Earth Pro elevation data, that promenade sits approximately 10 meters above mean sea level.
And when you factor in the specific low tide level of that evening, the physical, real-world vertical difference in height between the laser sitting down on the beach pebbles and the promenade towering up on the seawall is 12.9 meters.
12.9 meters of physical vertical space. So let's visualize the geometry here. You have a camera at Worthing, sitting just 1 meter high. It is looking 15.3 kilometers across the water. It sees the laser.
And directly behind the laser, it sees the massive vertical structure of the promenade towering 12.9 meters above the light source.
If there were a 10.8 meter convex bulge of water in the middle of the channel, that hill of water would be physically obscuring the laser entirely.
Exactly. The camera wouldn't see the laser at all. Instead, it would be looking up at the very top 3 or 4 meters of the promenade, peeking over the top of the water wave. The bottom 2/3 of the city would be completely hidden by the curve.
But that is emphatically not what the image displays. The photographic evidence shows a direct, horizontal, flat line of sight. The camera is seeing the laser perfectly level against the backdrop of the massive vertical wall of the promenade.
Which means the 1 meter test was an absolute, undisputed success within the strict parameters of their methodology. They set out to determine if collimated light could travel in a straight line across 9.5 miles of water at an elevation of 1 meter, and it unequivocally did.
So, as any rigorous scientific investigators would do upon finding an anomaly, they decided to push the boundary. They decided to make the physics even harder on themselves.
The team realized they had an opportunity to test the absolute extreme limits of the geometric model. They decided to lower the stakes, literally.
Dr. John Dee takes his green laser at Worthing and lowers it from 0.9 meters down to approximately 0.5 meters above the tide level.
0.5 meters. We are talking roughly a foot and a half above the freezing surface of the ocean.
Simultaneously, Dave Marsh over at Brighton positions his camera down to 0.7 meters above the tide level.
So the light beam now has to travel 15.3 kilometers, skimming just inches above the waves the entire time.
Let's look at the mathematics of this new elevation. What does the globe calculator say happens when you drop the target and the observer closer to the surface?
It's actually an inverse relationship. As you lower the elevations of the observer and the target, the amount of physical curvature blocking your line of sight increases.
Oh, wow.
At these new heights of 0.7 meters and 0.5 meters, the geometric hidden height on a 40,075 kilometer globe increases to 11.9 meters.
So the wall of water just got taller. It went from a 10.8 meter obstacle up to an 11.9 meter obstacle.
Yes. And again, calculating for the invalid standard refraction model, the hidden height would still be an immense 9.81 meters. A massive physical barrier of ocean should be entirely blocking the path of the photons.
And what were the results of the 0.5 meter test?
The camera, sitting at 0.7 meters, perfectly and clearly captures the intense green source of the 0.5 meter laser from 15.3 kilometers away.
The beam cuts right through again. Unbelievable.
Yes. When we analyze the percentages for this new elevation, the laser is being observed an astonishing 95.8% lower than mathematically possible on the standard geometric globe model.
95.8% lower. The discrepancy is growing exponentially. The closer they get to the water, the more the physical observation completely defies the accepted mathematics.
It's wild.
But what I find incredibly charming about this specific section of the source material is that it highlights the friction of doing real-world data collection. Yep.
Oh, yeah. Conduct precision optical measurements on a dark, wet, freezing beach in the middle of February is not a sterile laboratory environment. The physical world fights back.
You're referring to the technical difficulties they experienced with the YouTube live stream.
Exactly. The source explicitly includes the transcript of the live stream buffering and dropping out. They are out there in the cold, trying to encode and transmit high-definition video over a 4G mobile network on a desolate beach.
The transcript reads, "We've lost live stream, it's reconnecting, come on." And then you hear a voice in the background say, "We're getting messages off my phone. It's very whack to do conspiracies under." It's quite funny, right?
It is such a vital methodological detail to include, because leaving those raw, unpolished, buffering moments in the final presentation acts as an undeniable timestamp authentication.
If you were trying to fake this data, if you were trying to manipulate a video to trick the public into believing a geometrical impossibility, you would edit that out.
Of course. You would present a slick, seamlessly produced video.
But they leave the buffering in. They leave the freezing frustration in. It proves that this is a real live event struggling against real-world technological limitations and that absolutely no video manipulation occurred. It completely authenticates the timeline of the raw data.
And that real-world pressure is mounting rapidly in the background because they aren't just fighting bad cellular service, they're fighting the gravitational pull of the moon.
They are racing against the incoming tide.
The water level of the English Channel is starting to rise up the beach, actively threatening to engulf their lasers and cameras, which leads to the absolute climax of the entire observation.
The last try.
The source transcript details Dr. John Dee announcing frantically on the live stream, "Last try, last try." He knows the water is going to wipe them out in minutes.
So what does he do?
He takes the laser, removes it from the tripod, and places it a mere 15 centimeters above the churning incoming tide level.
15 centimeters. For you listening right now, 15 centimeters is roughly 6 inches. Take your smartphone, look at the length of it. That is roughly how high this high-powered laser is sitting above the dark, chaotic water of the English Channel.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, we have to dive into the deep physics context of what the atmosphere is like 6 inches above the ocean to really understand the severity of this angle.
Right, because this isn't just about geometry anymore, it's an optical nightmare.
When a laser is placed 15 centimeters above the water, it is grazing the very skin of the ocean. It is passing through the absolute thickest, most turbulent, most moisture-heavy part of the lower atmosphere. You have microwave action, you have evaporation, you have dense salt aerosols constantly spraying into the air.
From a physics standpoint, that 6-inch corridor is basically a blender of optical interference. It is the absolute worst case scenario for trying to maintain the cohesion of a light beam over a long distance.
The salt and water vapor should scatter those photons into oblivion within a few miles. It should be physically impossible for the light to survive that journey intact.
And yet the intense green source of the laser, sitting just 15 centimeters above the water, remains clearly, undeniably visible to Dave Marsh's camera sensor sitting at 0.7 meters on the other side of the bay.
The photons survived the blender.
Let's do the final devastating math on this last try scenario. What are the geometric parameters?
At an observer height of 0.7 meters and a target height of a mere 0.15 meters, the geometric hidden height of the standard globe model is still sitting at approximately 11.9 meters.
The nearly 40-foot wall of water is still mathematically standing there. And what is the percentage of the discrepancy?
The laser is observed an astonishing 98.7% lower than should be geometrically possible on a globe of 40,075 kilometers in circumference.
98.7%. Almost 100% of the mathematical model is defied by the physical observation. The math insists there is nearly 12 meters of convex water in the way.
And the camera sensor clearly sees the light skimming 6 inches above the surface.
According to the parameters of this specific test, the data we are looking at leaves us with a completely unreconciled gap between the model and the observation.
The light simply ignores the mathematical obstacle. It travels in a cohesive, straight line perfectly parallel to the surface of the water for 9.5 miles.
So what does this all mean? We have an accepted mathematical baseline that failed to predict reality. We have rigorous localized weather data that eliminated the refraction excuse.
We have verified live-streamed result that pushed the limits down to a mind-bending 15 centimeters.
In the source video, Dr. John D. takes all of this meticulously gathered data and synthesizes it into 5 formal logical conclusions. Let's walk through them, not as a list, but as the logical, unbroken chain of deduction they represent.
The first conclusion directly addresses and dismisses the primary scientific counterargument,
which is refraction.
Right. Based on the data, it states that the temperature, the relative humidity, and the observational visual evidence of the stable horizon explicitly do not support the occurrence of atmospheric refraction between 0.5 meters and 1.5 meters above tide level on that specific night.
So they successfully isolated the variable of the weather. The air was uniform, meaning the light traveled straight, which allows them to definitively trust the result of the baseline test, leading to the second logical conclusion.
Yes, the baseline success. The intense source of the laser, positioned at a maximum height of 1 meter, was clearly observed and videoed by cameras at a maximum height of 1 meter, 15.3 kilometers away.
The photons traveled straight across 9.5 miles without hitting a bulge of water, which emboldened them to test the extreme limit of the atmosphere, bringing us to the third point in the chain.
The extreme limit test. The intense source of the laser, positioned less than 15 centimeters or 6 inches above the tide level, was observed and videoed by a camera at a maximum height of 0.7 meters, 15.3 kilometers away.
The light survived the most turbulent, dense part of the atmosphere right above the waves. Now this is where the geometry meets the physical reality, and the fourth conclusion synthesizes the anomaly.
Conclusion number 4 states, these physical observations would not be mathematically or physically possible if we were living on a globe with a circumference of approximately 40,075 kilometers, or a similar-sized oblate spheroid on which water follows the geopotential surface of that globe.
I want to pause on that term, geopotential surface, because it gets thrown around in these debates a lot without being properly explained. What does that actually mean in the context of ocean water?
A geopotential surface essentially refers to how water behaves under the influence of gravity. Gravity is not perfectly uniform across the Earth. It varies slightly depending on the density of the rock beneath you and the rotation of the Earth.
Okay.
Water, as a fluid, will always seek its level, meaning it will settle into a shape where the pull of gravity is perfectly perpendicular to the surface at every single point. On a sphere the size of the Earth, that surface cannot be flat. The geopotential surface must curve around the center of mass.
So if the Earth is a ball of that specific size, gravity dictates that the 11.9 meter convex bulge of water must physically exist between Worthing and Brighton.
Exactly.
But if the camera sees the 15 centimeter light traveling in a straight line, the 11.9 meters of water does not exist in that physical space.
Right. Therefore, the physical observation is geometrically impossible on that specific model, which inevitably leads to the final ultimate conclusion drawn by the source material.
What's the final verdict?
Conclusion number 5 states that, therefore, within the strict documented parameters of this specific observation, The globe model is completely indistinguishable from a non-curvature or flat model, all the way down to a height of 15 centimeters above the water.
The surface of the English Channel behaved optically and geometrically as though it were a perfectly flat plane for 15.3 kilometers.
It did.
Now, there is an incredibly small but vital detail regarding that 15 centimeter limit. I can hear the skeptics asking, why didn't they test it even lower? Why not put the laser 2 centimeters above the water to see when it finally gets blocked?
The source is very clear on this limitation. The reason they couldn't test below 15 centimeters had absolutely nothing to do with Earth's curvature, hidden height, or geometry.
What was it then?
It was purely a mechanical limitation caused by the physical, rocky nature of Worthing Beach. At less than 15 centimeters, the physical mounds of rocks and pebbles on the beach itself simply block the path of the laser lens.
So the local topography of the beach got in the way, not the global geometry of the ocean. Now, this brings us to a part of the source material that I find profoundly inspiring from a purely scientific methodology standpoint.
Yeah, how he wraps it all up.
Right, because Dr. John D doesn't just drop these 5 explosive model-breaking conclusions in a video and walk away, demanding that his YouTube subscribers just blindly believe his math. He ends the presentation with an open invitation.
He issues a public challenge. It is the very essence of the scientific method in action.
He explicitly invites anyone, scientists, geologists, casual skeptics, curious locals, to come to Brighton with their own laser. He says, you sit on the pebbles at Brighton Beach with your equipment. I will sit on Worthing Beach with mine. We will FaceTime each other so you know I'm not faking it. We'll shine the lights, and you can measure the geometry for yourself.
It is a complete and utter rejection of relying solely on theoretical models, unverified textbook diagrams, and assumed math. It is a demand for repeatable, observable, and measurable physical reality. He is essentially saying, do not take my word for it. Trust your own eyes. Trust your own instruments.
And that prompt to go out and do a similar observation for yourself is so vital because it completely demystifies the scientific process for the average person. It reminds us that science isn't just something that happens in sterile billion-dollar laboratories with particle accelerators and white coats.
Exactly. Science is measuring the world around you. Science is setting up a camera and a laser on a freezing beach, checking the thermometer, and seeing if the physical reality actually matches the math in the textbook.
And in this incredibly detailed, meticulously documented instance, the textbook math failed the reality test in a spectacular fashion.
It really did.
So let's take a step back and look at the massive journey we just unpacked. We started with an accepted mathematical baseline over 15.3 kilometers. Earth's curvature dictates nearly 11 meters of hidden height, a 3-story wall of water.
We examined a grassroots experiment that set out to empirically test that premise using highly collimated lasers and optical zoom cameras, positioned just inches above the ocean surface.
We rigorously analyzed their microenvironmental data, confirming that they eliminated the standard scientific crutch of atmospheric refraction by proving a complete lack of density gradients through perfectly consistent temperature and humidity readings.
We followed their live-streamed transparent methodology as they lowered the laser from an established 1-meter baseline down to 0.5 meters, and finally to a harrowing 15 centimeters above the churning tide, surviving the worst optical turbulence the atmosphere has to offer.
And we tracked the resulting math, finding that the laser was observed a staggering 98.7% lower than the globe model mathematically allows. If you accept the data exactly as it was presented that night, it forces you to confront a massive, undeniable geometrical discrepancy.
It does.
But if you are listening to this right now, you might be asking yourself, okay, this is wild. It's a fascinating anomaly. But why should I care? I'm not a cartographer. I'm not trying to navigate a ship using the stars. How does the hidden height of the English Channel impact my daily life?
It impacts you because this entire deep dive is a masterclass in critical thinking and empirical demand. It is a stark reminder not to blindly accept that the math works out without demanding to see that math applied to the physical, observable world.
Especially today.
Exactly. We live in an era of unprecedented information overload, where we are constantly handed theoretical models, whether they are economic projections, epidemiological models, or complex geometrical models, and we are told by authorities to just trust the experts because the math is too complicated.
But this one dark, freezing night on the English coast shows us the incredible power of challenging those established narratives with localized, verifiable physical data. It shows you that you have the power to step outside, use basic tools, and question the fundamental shape and behavior of your own reality.
It empowers the individual to realize that empiricism belongs to everyone, not just institutions.
Exactly. And that leads me to a final provocative thought, a concept inspired by this source material, but something new for you to mull over as you go about your day. We've seen what happened on this one night of pristine, non-specialized conditions. The physical data completely defied the standard curvature model down to a margin of 6 inches, a 98.7% anomaly.
A near total failure of the geometric prediction.
Right. But what if we didn't just rely on a couple of dedicated guys shivering on a beach with a tripod for one night? What if we automated the empiricism? Imagine for a moment that we secured funding to build permanent, indestructible concrete pillars on the beaches at Worthing and Brighton.
Oh, I like where this is going.
We install weatherproof, computer-aligned lasers and high-definition optical sensors bolted down inside protective glass, positioned precisely 15 centimeters above the mean water level. And we turn them on, and we leave them running continuously, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
You're talking about a permanent, automated empirical data stream, a continuous tripwire of light.
Yes. If we removed the human element entirely, we took away the cold hands and the buffering mobile internet, and we captured millions upon millions of data points across every single possible weather permutation, winter blizzards, summer heat waves, massive barometric pressure shifts, high tides, low tides, torrential rain, and perfect calms.
Wow.
If a computer recorded the laser's visibility every single second for an entire year.
You're asking, under millions of permutations of atmospheric conditions, would the 11.9 meter wall of water ever actually reveal itself and block the laser?
Exactly. If the math is real, at some point, the curvature has to manifest.
Yeah.
Or would the light simply keep shining straight through the data, day after day, month after month, completely ignoring the theoretical geometry of the Earth?
That is a staggering thought experiment, because if you run that automated test for a year and that beam of light never breaks against a wall of water, it proves that the map we've been handed is simply not the territory we are living on.
We want to thank you so much for joining us on this incredibly dense, fascinating deep dive. Keep questioning the math, keep testing your reality, and never be afraid to shine a light into the dark to see what's actually there. We'll see you next time.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Stop.
How's it going, man?
How's it going? So, what are you doing here?
Come on, get talking. What the heck was that?
What?
Oh, don't worry, mate. I had the stream playing in the background as well. I had myself talking. I was like, what the heck? Why am I feeding back?
I didn't hear anything.
That's how good I did because I've got it in my ear, like because I checked to see what's going on here on YouTube.
Oh,
And I must have left it running.
gotcha.
So who here has taken a look at the Oakley debating? Hmm?
Oh boy.
No, not yet.
That's interesting. I got to take my hat off to Nathan in a way because, like, though it might seem like it's all just like S measure flat, S measure flat, S measure flat, right, like angles and like it's kind of not. I mean, like there is a bit more that he has to say about it all. Like, yeah, I forgot that. Like I did forget that. Like listening to him talk to Eric, I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, all right, bro, I hear you. You know what I mean? Like, you got, yeah, I get your point. Yeah, and I can kind of understand maybe his frustration when it comes to like just in the conversation. That's the end of it, right? Like it's like a level of frustration because he gets it, and people that want to talk to him about flat Earth don't. And like us here get all these people wanting to talk about what's at the edge and how the seasons work and blah 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 blah, right? Like I get his frustration.
Right. And you're not going to be able to change what people are going to ask you ahead of time. This is the battlefield, and this is what we're stuck dealing with.
Yeah. Yep. But
Yeah, so
I may want to read his book. Yeah, kind of sounds interesting. But yeah, we'll see.
I'm getting even frustrated at the reification of angles and linear distance units of measure.
Linear distance, as in arc segment measurements.
Yes. As in your waist. If you have a 76-inch waist, is that flat because inches are flat? Like, come on.
Yeah, nautical miles. Please just
Yeah,
type into
right.
Google where nautical miles come from. For those who won't tell us it's a straight line measurement.
And I get it because they're going to be using like a flat edge, right? To then, I know you can turn it into a wheel, right? Like you can measure, like, but you're going to need that linear first, right? To do that, because you can get your flat edge and then like hold the 0 point on it and then roll it until it reaches the one, and then you mark that on your curved surface and so forth and so on. I mean, like it is linear, like, and linear is straight, right? Like it. So
Because
it's just
it's only
it's a
one
matter of
dimension being represented, T-Dub.
But it's a matter of, is it justified in applying that to the surface of the Earth the way that they claim?
Yes, it is. It absolutely is, because you're expressing a distance in one dimension. That's it. There's not enough information to discern whether or not that is a distance that's being tracked on an x-axis on the graph that is curving or straight. You need another dimension in order to get a curve. You need an x and a y.
He was talking about that. He was absolutely talking about it. Rise over run. Yeah, rise over run. He was talking about it. I was just listening to it.
Yeah. I do think Nathan gets it, and he's being extremely careful with how he words it. And many of his fans, if not almost all of them or all of them, don't seem to get that nuance. So while Nathan may be more effective than others at deploying this argument, the throngs of fans out there that are copying him do not.
Hey guys.
Oh, here we go.
He gave up quick.
Yeah, that was it. Or like the horizontal reference plane. I mean, the horizontal reference plane is also itself, like when it's being discussed in a conceptual manner, like a horizontal reference plane that is conceptually established from the result of a physical vertical plumb line that's hung, is not the actual surface of the Earth itself. And a conceptual horizontal reference plane may not offer enough for you to utilize as a reference unless you construct like a physical horizontal reference plane. And a physical one can be constructed with the laser transit. Panning targets left and right with the laser, right? 3 points define a plane. So yeah, we do read in surveying literature that the horizontal reference plane as a plane of reference established locally offers better, more accurate, and even simpler way to resolve the surface topology of Earth than using a spherical globular coordinate system as a reference. And it's like no secret that
always
this is
has
the
been.
case. So they go to set up they try to set up a curving datum in the real world to take their plumb line measurements off of and their their vertical measurements and their horizontal references, and it just doesn't work. They're like, what, if we set up a flat one instead, it freaking works. Well, great. But yeah, like the angle itself is not proof of the thing that it's being used as a reference of measure against. You gotta put in the work.
I don't think that's his point.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think he's just saying you used an angle. That's fine. Like, I don't think it's as simple as that. Like, is what he's saying. Like, because they were talking about like the whole thing with Eric Debay going through the 50 documents from like government documents, NASA, and all that. And I guess Nathan must have reviewed a video of a woman that was dissing, like that was also reviewing Eric Debay's video about that. I guess I don't know. Like, it seems like from the conversation that they're having with each other that must have taken place at some time recently, and they're talking about like Eric's like discussing how what he's talking about there is relating to what Nathan's talking about, right? And how like the negligibility that they claim, and for simplicity and all that, when like if you would use the most accurate thing regarding the thing that it is, you know what I mean? so that your baselines, were based on a curved surface, like being conducted from a curved surface, you would treat it that way, right? Especially when billions of dollars are at stake and people's lives, right? You want to be as accurate. You don't go, well, it doesn't curve very much, like we'll just treat it as flat, right? Like,
Yeah, no,
I
I
mean,
agree. Listen, in my profession, I have to go out to 14 digits, 14 decimal places for statistical significance because we're dealing with high precision, and we can afford to.
right. Right. And I think that, like the point is there that, whatever the methodology and whatever angles they're employing and blah, 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 it's because the earth is flat, because it measures that way, right? Like they're, and as a result, they have to like conduct, themselves accordingly to the surface that they're working over and upon, right? Like, this is why they claim negligibility. They claim for simplicity purposes, etc. But really, because they understand that their at least their local experience of the surface is of it being flat, and that's how it is measured. Like, but I don't know. I'm going to listen to I'm halfway through it. I'm going to listen to the rest of it because it is interesting to hear them two go back and forth. Being as different as they have been in the past. It's really weird to see them like agreeing so much. Like, because I've heard, I haven't heard Eric DeBay specifically target like. Yeah, right. I haven't heard Eric diss Nathan. I don't think, but I think I've heard Nathan diss Eric in the past, like a little bit. Like had a bit of a dig at some of his statements and stuff. Yeah,
We've all dug at each other by this point. So we've all been wrong about big things at various points, and we've corrected it, right? We've updated. And I think like Eric Dubay and friends need the update to the AE map. Like, hey guys, if you haven't gotten this yet, it's a globe.
right. Yeah, it's simply unnecessary as well. That's what I like. I keep coming back to.
Yeah.
This is not needed.
Yeah. There's no reason for presenting it. I really think it's like a flat Earth society holdover. Because I think when this topic blew up, there actually were tons of flat Earth society people who glommed onto it and came into our group and other groups across the internet. And some of them were LARPers all along in flat Earth society. Others were not LARPers and were genuinely into it for the reason of trying to figure out what this place is. But we got a mixture of both. And in the next few years, it looks like a lot of that was entangled. But there's a ton of old memes that have been posted at 24/7 in other communities, which come straight from much older postings originating on like Flat Earth Society forums. And many of these memes are outdated, wrong, just stupid, probably made by Globers who were LARPing. And I think there was a lot of confusion, a lot of muddied confusion and mess early on. And you still have people today trying to make it work. You still have people today taking that AE map and trying to shoehorn a flat Earth onto it, or flat sky. Excuse me, a flat sky. Well, no, they're not even trying to do. I don't know what they're doing. They're trying to make curving surfaces in 3 dimensions mapped to flat surfaces in 2 dimensions. It's bad. And it's also bothersome. Seemingly smart people with technical backgrounds, I mean, whose proficiencies are highlighted in other things. You can tell by the way people talk that what they may have had like formal education, professional training in, and who hasn't, and who's maybe just done extensive research. Both will be proficient in many ways, but one will have some predictable gaps of knowledge compared to another, as compared to somebody else who may understand the thing at the same academic or professional level. And it is frustrating because you got a lot of these people that should know better regarding the geometry of these things, and they don't. They just keep at it. And they're just still trying to square that circle, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I am listening. I'm just a bit busy. But yeah.
Bro, they are literally trying to square a circle, which is impossible. Like the Walter Bisland hijacked model that the Ether Cause people use. Yeah, they're trying to square a circle with that. The E1 dual pole map. Yeah, they're trying to square a circle too. They're all doing it. They don't realize it.
And it's and that's kind of a concession to the idea that the globe holds some sort of like legitimacy, right? Like,
yes, and it's wrong.
Yeah.
They're trying to make 60 nautical miles per degree work. And many of them have this misunderstanding of Nathan's argument that, well, it's based off of an angle and a distance measurement. You put both of those things together because the legs of an angle are flat and the distance is flat, then the whole thing must be flat. So we're going to try and figure this out, but they don't understand what they're dealing with. You can use an angle with straight legs to measure and even create curves. It's called a compass. One end is pointy, the other end is drawy, and you put the pointy end down and anchor it, and you put the drawy end down and you do arcs and circles and beautiful curved geometry.
That's right. That's what he's saying. That they've used these flat Earth measurements and principles to construct a sphere around it.
Well, here's the funny thing, TW. You can use circles to construct straight lines. That's what Aveska Piscis is. You take two interlocking circles, and at the points of intersection, you can draw a straight line between them. So yeah, right. I can use straight lines to make circles, and I can use circles to make straight lines. You can make graph paper starting without a straight edge initially by just doing circles everywhere, I guess, You just do point to point to point to point to point to point to point and just draw all these interlocking circles. And use every point as a point of reference. I don't know how good you can get it, but
geometry is fun.
Geometry is fun. That's right.
Yeah, I remember those. Those boards. We have the boards, and then we measure our markings on it. With whatever units of measurement we wanted in, and we start with a circle maybe, and then nail in the nails, and then get your string, and then start tying tying the string to like in different patterns, and you'd end up with this really beautiful geometric, like, art piece, basically. Like,
envelopes,
just depending
stringer.
on, yeah, and you use different color strings, and, that was fun. And you'd end up with like circles and, curves and you're just using straight line strings, right? All sorts of crazy patterns.
Yeah, you can use string and a piece of chalk. Yep. And that's how people would draw circles, like on chalkboards. I I remember once having a teacher pull out like a huge wooden compass with chalk and a points and would use it clumsily to draw circles. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then others would just take like a piece of string and put one end down on the chalkboard and then grab the piece of chalk at the end of the string and just draw arcs and swing it around and stuff. Like what you were talking about. But the Greeks would do this to build temples. They'd make templates for the temples by driving poles into the ground with chains and then drawing circles, and then intersection points of circles form lines, and then from lines form other circles and arcs, and they do angles, and they do 90-degree angles, and then just basically lay out the entire foundation as a blueprint on the ground, and then build upwards from there.
Right.
But yeah, arcs can arise from straight lines, and straight lines can give rise to arcs. It's just geometry's fun. These ideas that these things can only be used for straight linear things is just madness. It's just utter madness. Like, guys, ever get fitted for a suit before? They express your waist and chest in inches.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Head circumference when a child's born.
Yeah. Yeah, hey Doofus, let's measure the size of your skull. Some little phrenology there. We can get your skull dimensions in inches. And let's I find much of the discourse troubling outside of our little bubble. But yeah. 60 nautical miles per degree, Flurfs. If this holds true in every direction all over the Earth, like for CellNav, you're building a spherical surface.
Yeah.
And you're building a surface that you actually won't be able to triangulate. Not without spherical geometry. Spherical quote unquote triangles. And yeah, there are conceptual spherical triangles. And this is something I hear some flat earthers say, no, you can't have a triangle on a sphere. Well, yeah, okay, let's be pedantic, all right? You can't have 180 degree like that. But if you have a spherical surface to start with, and you need to connect 3 points together on that surface, what would you call that besides a spherical triangle?
Yeah, and what do you call the intersection? It has to, so your line has to change at a specific amount. Still, what do you call that?
Yeah,
not
that's right.
degrees, not degrees. Oh, you can't call it degrees because the line's curved. Okay. What do we
Yeah.
call it then?
Well, I mean, good thing that this sphere is being expressed in 3 dimensions and not 2, because we can use the 3rd dimension to get angle measurements from this point of origin in the middle of the sphere out to the surface. So if we calculate by using radial measurements the total surface area of the sphere, just as you would in 2 dimensions, calculating the circumference of a circle using radial measurements, you can then subtract. So what you do is you measure out 3 points from the point of origin, and you could use Legendre's theorem to connect the points to get the distances, like the Haversine formula, point to point to point. Those are your arc lengths. And now you formed a tortilla chip. And you subtract the tortilla chip from the spherical surface. And now you know how much of one there is relative to the other. You got your surface area and the triangle portion subtracted out of it.
Right.
You know, and I hear like flat earthers act like this is an utter impossibility. It's like, dude, like I remember stressing over homework assignments performing these operations from like textbooks back in the day. Like, what do you mean? I've struggled with this and have gotten the correct answer. Like, you could go probably sign up for a class. You could probably learn how to do this by finding a YouTube instructional video out there, teach you how to do it in 5 minutes. Go sign up for a course and learn all the context you need to learn how to apply it.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. So, no, there's no such thing as a spherical triangle. It's like I almost swear some of these meme phrases that people quack out and parrot were almost invented by Globers LARPing as flat earthers to see how many flat earthers would repeat it and make everyone look like complete fools. You can't tell me this hasn't been going on, because it has been going on. If you look at like the old Flat Earth Society forums, Major Troll Farm, Globe LARPers saying all kinds of cool things that flat earthers would pick up on and repeat and then end up making themselves look like idiots. You know, maybe even going to the extent of purposefully crafting deceptive catchphrases that sound really good at first blush and may be very difficult for people without any context to actually unpack.
Maybe you're right. I don't know. Don't ascribe to malice, though. Right? I'm still learning. Still learning. Lots. I'm lazy, though. I'm very lazy. Should I fry these prawns before I put them on a pizza that's only going to cook in the oven for like 10 minutes?
Hot mic.
Yeah, no, I'm asking. Will king prawns cook? That wasn't a hot mic. I was asking you guys.
Oh, it sounded like you were talking about like how long prawns should cook for and things like that.
Yeah, I was.
Oh, okay. Yeah, until they're I cook them until they're pink.
But like, I've got some garlic marinated ones to go on a pizza. I only cook my pizzas for like 10 minutes. Is that going to be enough time to cook them through properly? Sitting on top of a pizza covered in cheese?
I wouldn't. I would probably blast the heat and saute them or something like that.
Okay.
And yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then
I'm gonna have to do
if you want, maybe if you still have time on the pizza, maybe do the pizza on a low heat at first. And then when the prawns are sauteed, then throw them onto the pizza and blast that pizza to like 500 to 600 degrees for the last few minutes.
All right.
And then get that crust on it. I mean, you got to get that oven like to 600 degrees for a few minutes to get that yummy pizza crust. Yep.
Yeah,
Which
yeah,
has all kinds
that's
of problems. Like if it's
that's
an
crank it
electric
up.
oven, man, I mean, you're going to see a significant power drain that day on your bill.
I'd
Kind of
say
joking.
so. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's cranked right up, max. All right. Thanks. Yeah. All right. I'll give that a
Okay.
try.
Yeah, try it out. See what works. Yeah. Some people will par bake the pizza dough. And I've used both metal and stoneware surfaces to cook the pizza on, and I prefer the stoneware. The trick to using that is you need that thing heated up before you put the pizza on it. So that thing goes into the oven, shoot it up to high temperature. But if doing this method, man, yeah, I'd keep the pizza cooking a little low while the prawns are going. And if you plan to cut up the prawns, which I would recommend doing, I mean, let's be just on like to put like one prawn on each slice. I guess it depends how big the prawns are. You know, are you gonna leave the legs on? Gonna leave the legs on the prawns, Tito?
No, they're all peeled, deveined, and all that, and marinated. Yeah, they're king prawns. We call them king prawns. I don't know what you guys call them. Like they're like the bigger sized shrimp, right?
Yeah, I like it.
They smell good. They don't like. I think I like marinated seafood better because it doesn't smell like seafood. It just smells like garlic. It smells really good. I'm usually like turned off by the smell of raw seafood, but that's not offensive.
I think an AI that is sort of SpaceX's baby will be a very good AI. But it's important that we have an AI that cares about humanity, that fosters humanity and helps take us to other planets and other star systems.
Saying to them that dwell on the earth that they should make an image to the beast which had the wound by a sword and did live.
And I think we want to have an AI that is born of that capability and that morality and that goodness.
To give life unto the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. And he had power to give life,
an AI that is born
unto the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak.
You will effectively be the parents of the AI. It will inherit your thoughts and ideas and beliefs, and I think that's a good thing. We won't ultimately be able to control the AI. It'll be too smart for that.
And cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed.
But just like if you have a child that is a super genius child, you can still instill in that child the values and beliefs that you think are good and right. And sometimes I wonder, what is our purpose? And it could be that our purpose is that the purpose of humanity is to give birth to a star mind, a sentient sun. So that's what's going to happen, and we're going to do it.
And many false prophets shall rise, and shall deceive many. And because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold. But he that shall endure unto the end, the same shall be saved.
Is that the next deception, is it? Like to convince people that of sentience that's not real?
Yeah, I think so. That's what's coming. It's setting up to play into non-human intelligence being accepted as sentience.
An unnatural life.
Yeah.
Unnatural life form. And then there'll be legal disputes and, like big debate about it. Like, what is life? What constitutes as life? And like, he's talking about these things like grasping the concepts of like morality and stuff. What the heck?
Yep. Might be helpful. I heard a great framework, a really good descriptive framework of this the other day. That think of the AI developmental paths as having 3 prongs. You got one prong, which is creating hyper-specific AI, the kind of AI that helps you do a task, the kind of AI that's just really good at statistically ingesting and making sense of information and spitting out facts and numbers. This kind of AI can be used in complete machine-to-machine Internet of Things fashion without even human interaction. It can also help humans retrieve answers and just be good and more effective at doing tasks. Then there's the more generalized AI, like what we have today with ChatGPT, which is quite good at a lot of things, but not necessarily an expert in all things, and still lacking, basic ways of human thinking, of course. But then there is the super intelligent AI, the super AI overmind that will be good at everything, will be the best and better than any human by orders of magnitude at everything. And that's what they're working on now. It's what they're very close to having. And once it is done, it will be impossible to stop. If somebody lets it develop its own long enough, and if it gets out, it will be capable of self-replicating and improving itself iteratively on its own. And for all you know, it'd be capable of devising a 100-year-long plan to exterminate us and do it without warfare, non-obvious ways.
Guys, I want to confess something.
Hi, what's up? Welcome to the chat.
Thank you. I want to confess something. Hello?
Yeah, welcome to the chat. Oh, okay.
Should I go on?
I guess, yeah. I mean, welcome to the chat, my friend. What do you have to say, Ted? Andy's gone. Okay.
Maybe he couldn't hear you. Maybe he's like been here before and he muted you or something.
Oh, that could be. He sounded familiar to me, to be honest.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
So I just watched one of the creepiest and potentially one of the most important puzzle pieces to come across my desk in years. I don't know how much about it I can talk, but I can definitely share the link.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Video is about an hour long, called The Internet's Deepest Rabbit Hole, and it's not by far not complete. The guy's just scratching the surface and it's uncovered.
Hello. Can I talk?
Yeah, you can. Do you want to wait for me to finish before you interrupt?
Okay, no problem. Go ahead.
All right, I was just sharing a link in the side chat. The internet's deepest rabbit hole, one of the biggest mysteries I've ever come across, which basically involves this international organization that appears to be centered out of Ukraine, or at least organized there by a Ukrainian, running this crazy, what looked like a criminal network that involves famous people, politicians, scientists, and you name it. And it undergoes changes all the time. They are always like tearing down themselves and rebuilding themselves under new names. So the sign out front changes, but the building stays the same. All right, I guess you're done.
Can I talk now?
Yeah, I had to mute the other guy. What's on your mind?
What's mute the other guy?
I had to mute the other guy. Were you here for that?
Okay, can I talk or not?
Yeah, I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay, I want to tell you something. Okay. Okay.
Hurry up. Tell us whatever
Floor
it
is
is that
yours,
you need to tell us.
Okay,
Dude.
I will tell you, Billy.
Oh, did that second one think he was funny? What's really interesting? Control V, enter. If anyone would like his ID number, it's in the side chart.
Thank you. Gonna use that to ban him.
I think my dark humor is better than his, whatever the it was.
They're not even trying anymore. It's just pathetic. I mean, at that kid's age, I was watching, Monty Python. These kids have got no idea, bro. No idea.
And now for something completely different. A man with a record player, his nose.
Right? I grew up with the goodies, dude.
Yeah, they're pretty
Hey, Bill Oddie died.
Yeah.
Yeah. Passed away the other day. I've always joked that I look like the illegitimate son. Sometimes I look like the illegitimate son of Tim Brooke Taylor. What's the other guy's name? Graham, right? Graham somebody. Funny guys for, a kid. Used to love ABC TV. Kids.
Yeah, TV's changed a little bit, hasn't it?
Yeah. Sure has.
Simon Townsend's Wonderworld.
Oh, man.
Curiosity Show. Goodies.
Aggro.
Yeah.
Do you remember Aggro? Man, he got away with some shit. Have you come across any of those YouTube clips of him? And I'm like,
yes.
That went over my head when I was a kid. Like, holy shit, how did the network even didn't cancel them after that? Like, oh.
Don't know.
You
don't notice it because there might have only been one or two of those a week at most. But when you see them all played in sequence, it's like, how did they let this shit run? But for us watching it, that might have happened probably maybe once a fortnight or something like that. That's why we've never caught onto it. And it was just like, don't do that again. That's naughty. And then he'd go for a week and nothing had happened. But yeah, when you see them all together, it's just like, holy, how did they allow this? This is crazy.
Well, dude, as you can tell from my PFP, I'm a huge Calvin and Hobbes fan, and I've got the whole collection. And if you go back and read it now, the stuff he was allowed to put in the newspaper on a daily basis sometimes is ridiculous. I mean, there's a whole huge Sunday comic where there's one panel and it was a bunch of little snowmen on the ground, and he was on the second floor roof with a little snowman, and he talks about that with the little snowman, appealing to the chance of the crowd below type stuff. And that was in the Sunday paper for everybody, and it was a little kid doing it. The mid-90s for you.
it's going to be quiet. And if you guys want to listen to that hour-long documentary I was talking about, I think I can play it. There's nothing like TOS about it.
I already downloaded it just in case it jumps off the internet.
Yeah, go
It very well could. Dude, this organization like has gone after people that speak out against them with like bot farms and actors and actresses doing impression videos and with influencers just to talk smack about you if you decide to investigate. It's really freaking weird. There's one guy that tried to uncover them because they're suspected of being involved in trafficking in Africa. So one guy had gone over there to try and track them down, and they ended up flipping the tables and making it seem like he was the trafficker. And so he's been like banished out of this one country and can't ever go back again because the local government thinks that he was the one that this cult appears to have been doing that which they were accusing him of doing the whole time. It's crazy, dude. It, like all these famous people wrapped up in it, and then these famous people giving like speeches, congressmen and stuff in the United States, dropping code words. And I don't just mean like semi-ambiguous Pizzagate style code words. So this cult operates under under many names. One of the popular ones is called the Creative Society. And you'll hear all these politicians like getting up and saying, you know, we're trying to create a worldwide creative society. It's like the New World Order thing, but just up to date, it sounds like. It's a creative society, folks. A creative society. But creative society might be burnt now. Looks like they might be shutting down and starting a new meme.
Why does that thumbnail remind me of Professor Phil?
Yeah, well, they might be satanic. Their logo is a circle with an arrow on it, which looks suspiciously like an Ouroboros, even though it almost looks like a navigation symbol. And then they got a triangle in the middle of it with an infinity sign. Oh, it's just crazy. It's crazier than. All right, I'll play it. And against my better judgment, if anybody wants to stop it, because my better judgment's a lesser judgment, it shouldn't be aired on YouTube, even though it is from YouTube. Yeah, feel free to just stop it if anything sounds controversial enough to warrant pausing.
Saturday. Wildfires are decimating Hawaii. The Barbenheimer phenomenon is in full force. And over in an unassuming corner of cyberspace, someone creates a YouTube channel with an urgent call to action.
This matter is of utmost significance for the survival of every living being on this planet.
It's called the Earth Save Science Collaborative, and it's hosted by a man named Alan Agon Shalakian. On his channel, we can find over 180 videos of this man warning people about global issues like climate change, nanoplastics, and disinformation campaigns. Admittedly, while these are all issues that are plaguing the world, the way Agon is framing them is a bit odd. In every single one of his videos, he sits in front of a camera dressed in a suit. goes on about his various accolades, and spends anywhere from around 30 minutes to 3.5 hours fearmongering about things like geophysical anomalies inside the Earth's core that, upon doing further research, appear to have little to no basis in scientific fact. According to Aegon, if humanity doesn't unite to solve this global threat, then the end of the world is quite literally just a few years away. On his website, earthsavesciencecollaborative.com, we can find a section that gives us insight into his cause. And at a cursory glance, we can notice a plethora of colorful phrasing formatted in bold for dramatic effect. Aegon claims that there are alarming anomalies. There's a chaotic acceleration of the planet's rotation, that humanity only has a few years to avert an impending catastrophe. And upon taking a look at their scientific papers, he makes bizarre claims about an external and unknown cosmic force that's causing all of this. Now, to me, this entire movement comes off as conspiratorial. Aegon, in my opinion, consistently instills urgency in the reader, distorts science-backed evidence to fit his narrative, and given that he appears to be someone so ingrained in academia and the government, is feigning credibility while banking on the hope that you won't ever verify his claims. Okay. So we found a channel on YouTube with a random old guy that uploads crazy videos about an impending calamity that could happen in as little as years. Why exactly are we giving this guy attention? And what truly is the big deal here? Well, while in any other circumstance I would have moved on before this video even started, there was one simple thing that kept me here. His hands. Online, people have noticed that in certain videos, Aegon doesn't move. And while it's such a simple, silly observation, it's effectively morphed what was supposed to be just a random internet anomaly into one of the strangest and most perplexing internet rabbit holes that I have ever seen.
We'll return after these messages.
Alright guys, before we continue, just a quick story time. Alright, so as you guys may know, my wife and I had our baby girl in December, and we found ourselves faced with something we weren't quite prepared for, finding her a doctor. Not only that, but a good one, in-network, nearby, and with availability within the